Shalom. May peace and thanksgiving offerings be multiplied amongst all the saints. I'm Kahan Yardan, bringing forth today's live Shabbat class, continuing on the series about the Martyrs of the Covenant. We are now going into the Martyrs of the Maccabees. We started off talking about one of the first quote-unquote martyrs that the Christians like to talk about, which is Stephen. But there were many more before then, and we talked about what this word martyr really meant. And I'll be willing to get into that again today. Last week, Kahan Uriah actually brought out the martyrs of some of the prophets. We went through Isaiah and some of the other ones as well, how they were also martyrs for the covenant. Now, before we get into this topic, though, as always, we definitely want to talk about some of the things that we have going on, the House of Wisdom, bringing forth the announcements. Firstly, I want to talk about the Calendrical Study Guide. If you haven't got one, you definitely need to. They're on our website, cityofadam.com. This is one of the only Hebrew calendars that I know of that isn't pegged to the Gregorian calendar. Now, yes, we put it on there so that we can have a gauge of where we're at, given that we're in this captivity. But I've seen Hebrew calendars that say month of October. We didn't have that back in the days of the Maccabees. Back in Jeremiah's day or Isaiah's day or Stephen's day, there was no October. But brothers put that on there. We have the month of Heliodorus. That's the 7th month according to the course of David. And so many other things. I believe we're going to get to that on the City of Adam itself. We're going to be talking about that in detail about some of the aspects of the calendar. So if you want to get that information, you want to get the Calendrical Study Guide so you know when these feast days are, but you definitely need to get on the City of Adam so you know about the information that's contained within the Calendrical Study Guide. Also, if you have a calendar, you should see that we are a month away from the feast. We just did the new month 2 days ago. We're in the third day of the third month. We just did the new month 2 days ago. Now we're a month, less than 30 days away from the Feast of Weeks. So you definitely need to get registered for that feast if you're looking to attend with the Priesthood here in Atlanta to join us as we give the Most High's commanded sacrifice in due season. And also don't forget the tithes, not just your money, but corn, oil, and wine, the things necessary for an oblation, for a sacrifice. And also if you want to assist, give your free will offerings to make sure that the priests have no lack in maintaining the virtuousness and the righteousness of the house of Abba Yahweh. There's a great need. The labor is plenteous, but the labors are few. So we need to do our part to make sure that this can continue on. And before we get into class, lastly, once again, the book, Messianic Faith. If you haven't gotten some or gotten your book, you definitely need to get it. We still have some left over from when we printed this back in 2006 when Malak Ham put this together. If you haven't gotten this, if you haven't seen the series on faith, you need to do so. Faith is an important part of our covenant. As it says in Hebrews, without faith it is impossible to please the Most High. And so Satan did a beautiful job taking the understanding of faith away from you. I seen a post the other day, somebody adulterated Hebrews 11:1. Faith is confidence of what I can't see. What? You just took that and twisted it. That's not what the scriptures say. But to fit your narrative, you changed it. So to get the full understanding of what faith really is, you got to get the book. You got to watch the classes, the series we did on faith, because there's so much misinformation about that. But without further ado, we're going to get into the class. I'm joined today by my reader on my right, Kahan Uriah, and also on my left, Kahan Rasheen. And we're going to pick up talking about this term martyr once again. Malak Kahan covered this as he started the series. A martyr is not somebody with C4 strapped to his chest, going to a military base and saying, Allah Akbar. That is not a martyr. That is somebody who is cuckoo. And he's willing to blow anybody else up. He's doing to blow himself up to kill a few of his enemies. That is not what a true martyr is. So let's get it in Acts 22. Kahan Uriah, if you grab that, Acts 22. And we're going to pick up in the 12th verse and look at this term, martyr.
And one Ananias, a devout man, according to the law, having a good report of all the Jews which dwelt there, came unto me and stood and said unto me, Brother Saul, receive thy sight. And the same hour I looked up upon him.
All right, so for those who are learned and have read the scripture, you know essentially what's happening. This is Paul on the road to Damascus, so to speak, and he got blinded by the Messiah. Him and the fellows that were with him saw it and were blinded, and now he had lost his sight. And so Ananias, the prophet, came and was told through the Spirit to go and talk to Saul, who would now be called Paul, and tell him that he has gotten a mission. And he was like, isn't this the one who was killing the prophets, who killed Stephen? And Spirit said, yes, I know. But I said what I said. Go and anoint his eyes, give an oblation so that he can receive sight and do a mission that I've called him to do. Let's read on.
Verse 14. And he said, the power of our fathers hath chosen thee, that thou shouldest know his will, and see that just one, and shouldest hear the voice of his mouth. For thou shalt be his witness unto all men of what thou hast seen and heard. And now, why tarriest thou? Arise and be baptized and wash away thy sins, calling on the name of the Messiah.
All right, so he consecrated him in that moment, washed him, removed his sins through a sin offering, and was called after the name, had the name of Abba Yahweh upon him at that point. Once again, this is Hebrew terms all compact into a small little pill. Mm-hmm. You know how people get meal replacements? This is a meal replacement. This is a smoothie in your hand. Instead of getting a big buffet, you say, here's this shake, now drink it. He compacted a lot of stuff into this one verse, but we're not going to get into that today. You need to go and look at all the classes that we have on YouTube, hours upon hours of videos. If we compile it all together, it's probably a year worth of videos, or hours in terms of the videos. Go and watch that to get the full understanding of what he's talking about. He's talking about a full process here. The Christians are taking this, turning it into something small, and you just baptize, get dunked in some water, and you say, Lord Jesus, I accept you as my Savior, and that's it. That's not what Ananias is saying to Paul. But that's not the point. Let's read on.
Verse 17. And it came to pass that when I was come again to Jerusalem, even while I prayed in the temple, I was in a trance, and saw him saying unto me, make haste, and get thee quickly out of Jerusalem, for they will not receive thy testimony concerning me.
All right, so Paul was indeed baptized, consecrated, had his sins removed, and was consecrated, had the name of the Most High upon him. And then in doing so, was following step with the apostles, going to the temple at the 9th hour, and a vision was given to him of what he should do. He should leave Jerusalem. That's not his lot that the Messiah gave to him. But let's read on.
And I said, Master, they know that I imprisoned and beat in every synagogue them that believed on thee. And when the blood of thy martyr Stephen was shed, I also was standing by and consenting unto his death, and kept the raiment of them that slew him. And he said unto me, depart, for I will send thee far hence far hence unto the Gentiles.
All right, so in verse 20, we see that he said the blood of the martyr Stephen. That is the word in the Strong's Lexicon, G3144. We can actually bring that up so that everybody can see that this is the term they use for martyr. But if you were reading this and looking at this, you would have seen that they actually used this word earlier in this same chapter. Now, you didn't hear the word in English, martyr. That's because they're trying to make it fit their narrative. We see martyr here for Stephen because he died, so they said it made sense. But let's go to the 15th verse, priest.
Verse 15. For thou shalt be his witness.
Okay, you shall be his witness. What is this? That is the same G3144. The exact same word. Martos. But in verse 20, they changed it to martyr. In verse 15, they say it's witness. Which one is it? Is it witness? Is it martyr? Mm-hmm. They don't understand the Hebrew culture. These are the same things. Martyr and witness are the same thing. Now, a martyr tends to be somebody who has died, but they don't understand the witness aspect of it. Now, once again, just like in the verse where he said, be baptized, remove your sins, and call on the name of the Most High, they don't understand it because they don't understand the Hebrew culture. But we, being Hebrews, must go back to our culture to understand what these Hebrews are doing. Paul, Ananias, all these apostles, they are Hebrews. And so they're not going and doing something new. They are following the old customs given to Moses, but applying them into a spiritual covenant. So let's drop that. Let's go to Deuteronomy 4, Kahan Rashim, pick up in 23rd verse, and let's start looking at this term, this concept, this Hebrew concept, this Israelite concept of a martyr or a witness.
Take heed unto yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of the Most High your Abba, which he had made with you, and make you a graven image or the likeness of anything which the Most High Abba Yahweh hath forbidden thee. For the Most High Abba is a consuming fire, even a jealous Abba.
So Moses already knew the charge that he was not going to go and cross into Jordan. He was going to die in the wilderness, and the children of Israel were going to follow suit under Joshua going into that promised land conquering. And he gave them that warning. Deuteronomy is essentially a big recap and a big warning from Moses saying, remember everything that happened here for these past 40 years and in Egypt, so that when you go in that land, you don't go astray from the Most High. So he said, take heed and don't make graven images. Don't walk away from the covenant that you have entered into. Let's read on.
Verse 25. When thou shalt begat children, and the children's children, and ye shall remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves and make a graven image, or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of the Most High thy Abba, to provoke him to anger.
So he's not saying if you do this. He said when you do this. I've already seen the spiritual realm, what's going to happen. Just like Solomon, all things were revealed to him, and he knew the beginning, the middle, and the end of all times. He already knew the children of Israel were going to do some wickedness. They were going to make idols. They were going to make these graven images. Let's read on.
Verse 26. I call heaven and earth to witness.
I call heaven and earth to be a witness. Read on.
Against you this day.
A witness against you.
That
Go ahead.
That ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land whereunto you go over Jordan.
So when these punishments come upon you, don't say, as he says in Ecclesiastes 5, don't tell the angel it was an error. Yeah. Why is this happening to me? I never made no vow. Well, heaven and earth itself is witnessing against you, and telling the angels in heaven that this has happened on this day, that you indeed entered into a covenant and that you broke it. Let's read on.
That ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land whereunto ye go over Jordan to possess it. Ye shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed.
This shall happen, and heaven and earth shall witness it, shall be witnesses against you. Let's read on.
Verse 27. And the Most High Abba Yahweh shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither the Most High shall lead you. And there ye shall serve deities, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. But if from thence you
So here is some of the witnesses that's being done. If you break that covenant, the Most High shall destroy you, you shall perish, you shall be scattered amongst the nations, and you shall serve and toil and work under the hands of another nation that serves a deity, an idol that has no power, no strength whatsoever. But on the other hand, these witnesses also bring a good message to you as well. Let's read on.
Verse 29. But if from thence thou shalt seek the Most High thy Abba, thou shalt find him, if thou seek him with all thy heart and with all thy soul.
Here is the good message that the witnesses are bringing. So they have that opportunity to say this is righteous or this is wicked. This is good or this is bad. And so here is the other charge the heaven and earth is witnessing to the children of Israel, or being a witness to them against. That if you keep the covenant, or if you break it but come back, then the Most High shall be found when you seek him. Let's read on.
Verse 30. When thou art in tribulation, and all these things are come upon thee, even in the latter days, if thou turn to the Most High thy Abba, and shalt be obedient unto his voice.
And that's a beautiful thing, because it said even in the latter days. In the last days, this still applies. So once again, Paul and the Messiah and the apostles, they were not doing away with what Moses had brought forth. They were fulfilling it. Moses even talked about the latter days. This shall be the case. If you find yourself scattered amongst the nations, serving their deities and serving under their hands in the latter days, you shall be able to call unto the Most High. Let's read on.
For the Most High thy Abba is a merciful Abba. He will not forsake thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers, which he sware unto them.
So it is witnessed as well in heaven and on earth that Abba Yahweh will not forget the covenant. Even if the children of Israel shall break it and shall be punished, he shall not forsake them utterly, and he will give them a new covenant, that seventh covenant. Even Moses prophesied about this. But let's read on.
Verse 32. For ask now of the days that are past, which were before thee, since the day that Abba created man upon the earth.
Ask who? He said, now ask. Ask about previous days. Who is he asking? Ask these witnesses. Go and ask the angels. Go and ask in earth. Has it been in the previous days the Most High forsook his people utterly? Absolutely not. These witnesses will tell you what has happened and what has transpired and who is righteous and who is wicked. Let's read on.
Continuing in verse 32. And ask from the one side of heaven unto the other.
There you go. Ask from one side of heaven even to the other. Ask all the angels, all the Elohim, to witness, to bring forth as he's going to say, the testimony of what has occurred throughout the generations. Let's read on.
Whether there hath been any such thing as this great thing is, or have been heard like it.
All right, jump up to verse 26 again, and then we're going to go down to verse 44. And if, Kahan Uriah, if you'll grab the etymology of the word testimony.
Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 26. I call heaven and earth to witness.
So this word witness here in Hebrew is H5749. It's the word ood. It means to witness or to bring forth a charge, to stand in the court. Now let's go now to verse 44, priest, and let's read that.
And this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies.
These are the testimonies. He said, go up to heaven and ask the angels for these testimonies and all the things that he's giving them. Now, we have learned from Christianity that testimony just means a good story. Oh, I got to pay my rent. Jesus, I got a testimony for you. That is not a testimony. We'll see what a testimony is. But let's read on. Actually, while you're at it, that testimony, H5713, is the word adah, which has the same root word as ood. So witness and testimony, these are going hand in hand. These are related. Witness and testimony are inextricable. So where a witness is, there is a testimony. And we'll see what that testimony is. But let's read on.
Continuing in verse 45. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Moses spake unto the children of Israel after they have come forth out of Egypt.
So now we see statutes and judgments. The testimonies are on a similar level even to the statutes, to the judgments. He spoke all of them together. Now let's understand and get the etymology of testimony, Kahan Uriah, and hopefully this will bring it all to a full understanding.
Testimony now, 1400, proof or demonstration of some fact, evidence, piece of evidence.
It is evidence or a piece of evidence. Read on.
Early 15th century in law.
In law, a piece of evidence in a legal system. Finish that up.
Declaration or sworn statement of a witness.
Of a witness. This is what a testimony is. These two words are inextricable. And it is not just any random old term. It is a legal term. We hear that all the time in court. They have their witnesses, and the witnesses give testimonies. And they have their testimonials. They testify at the witness stand. Let's read on.
From Old North French, testimony, evidence, proof, witness, attestation, a witness, one who attests.
So once again, it is evidence, proof, a witness, and attestation. One who witnesses. Now once again, let's look back at the legal system. Can you in the legal system just say what you feel? If somebody is on the bench for murder, let's say we know it happened. Let's say we know that he killed Ray with a gun. But we need to determine, is it manslaughter? Is it murder? Is it negligent homicide? Or is it homicide of the first degree premeditated? Can the witness go on the stand and say, Jesus told me, and I feel that he killed him on purpose? Absolutely not. They're going to dismiss you.
Bailiff, get this woman out.
Yeah, exactly. Bind him hand and foot and cast him out of this courtroom. It is a legal matter. Come and give me proof and evidence of something that happened. Oh, you're an eyewitness. What'd you see? I saw Ray go and cock his .45 and go and find his enemy and pop him in the head. I saw it with my own eyes. Okay, let me get another witness. What do you have? What's your evidence? I have a written note from Ray saying, I hate this dude. I want to kill him, and I will kill him tomorrow with my .45. Okay, we have proof. We have evidence. A witness or a testimonial is not just what you feel. I hear it all the time. People talk about, I was on the street, I was witnessing to this person. Or Jehovah's Witnesses, they were witnessing to me. They're not witnessing anything. They don't see anything at all. Mm-hmm. They are teaching you lies. They're going at the witness stand, spreading lies about what the Most High has really brought forth. A witness or a testimonial is proof and evidence, just like faith, of what you cannot see. And so heaven and earth in Moses' day witnessed, had record, the testimony that the children of Israel on this day agreed to the covenant, and they shall not be held blameless for their actions if they go into the land of Israel and begin to worship idols. But if they do well, if they keep the commandments, we will witness on their behalf unto Abba Yahweh, unto the Elohim, to the Elohim, that they have done well, and that the Most High should bless them. This is what the witnessing is. Jump down to that second paragraph, priest, and let's read that in the etymology. And then we're going to go to Numbers 6 and 1. Priest Rashim.
We have the earliest attested sense in English is the Ten Commandments.
Okay, so they derive this term in English from biblical narratives. Let's read on.
From Vulgate use of late Latin testimonium, which along with Greek to martyrion.
Oh, along with the Greek, martyrion. So we see it going from Latin, testimonium, back to the Greek, martyr. The exact same word. And then what else?
Septuagint translates of Hebrew a dude.
The exact same words that we saw in Deuteronomy. Ood, aduth. All these are words that have roots in the same word to witness. We see clearly martyr, testimony, witness, all these things are congealed together. They are linked together. So you'll see in the New Testament, witness is used a lot more than martyr. Because they thought, I don't know, it made sense to them. They used martyr when they knew for a fact that somebody died, showed you that they're pushing a narrative. Mm-hmm. It's the exact same word, but to them, witness didn't make sense to talk about Stephen. Mm-hmm. Stephen, my faithful witness, because they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand the Hebrew culture. Let's finish that up, and then we'll go to Numbers 16 and 1 and get some more understanding in our Hebrew culture about this term, witness.
Translates of Hebrew aduth, attestation, testimony of the Decalogue from ed, witness.
From ed, ood. Let's remember that term. We're going to get back to that, Abba willing. But let's go to Numbers 16 and 1, Kahan Rashim.
Now Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi and Dathan, and Abiram, the sons of Eliab and On, the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took men. And they rose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation, men of renown. And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said unto them, Ye take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them. And the Most High Yahweh is among them. Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the congregation of the Most High Yahweh.
All right, so Korah was a Levite, not of the priestly family, but he was a Levite who would assist the priest. And as the scriptures say, wait on the priest at any charge they had. And then they got princes of the other tribes, like Dathan, to say, nah, we should be the priest. We need to do this job. Who made you captain of the host, Moses? Who made Aaron high priest? Huh? Who did that? We're holy too, aren't we? So I need to go in that sanctuary and burn up some incense. Let's read on.
Verse 4. And when Moses heard it, he fell upon his face. And he spake unto Korah and to all his company, saying, Even tomorrow the Most High Yahweh will show you who are his, and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him, even him who he hath chosen, will he cause to come near unto him.
So he said, Moses palmed his head and said, Korah, you done screwed up. You done messed up. All right, do this. Tomorrow we're going to see who the Most High has chosen. We're going to bring a witness to you. Proof and evidence to show you what is true. Now, those who know, you know what happened. Let's go to number 17, though, first verse. Time won't afford us to go through the full thing. But he told Korah, Dathan, Abiram, and all of them to grab their censers, grab their oblations, and you sacrifice the Most High. And Moses and Aaron, they went and sacrificed the Most High. And he said, we'll see who the Most High hears. And I'm sure we all know the earth opened up and made an express route to Dudiel just for Dathan and just for Korah.
It didn't go through the chasm of chaos.
Nope, it didn't go through. And you got an express ticket. No stops, no layovers. You going straight there. And now let's pick up now in the 17th verse. After this happened, this is what the children of Israel did. Actually, we'll drop it. Let's go to 17.
All right. Numbers chapter 17 and verse 1. And the Most High Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and take every one of them a rod according to the house of their fathers. Of all their princes according to the house of their fathers, 12 rods. Write thou every man's name upon his rod. And thou shalt write upon Aaron's name upon the rod of Levi, for one rod shall be for the head of the house of their fathers. And thou shalt lay them up in the tabernacle of the congregation before the testimony.
Before the testimony. He said, now that this has happened with Dathan and Korah, they have rebelled, I'm going to show a sign. I'm going to have heaven and earth witness against you to show you, give you a testimony of what the will of Abba Yahweh is. Let's read on.
Continuing in verse 4. Where I will meet you, where I will meet with you.
This is why it's called testimony. Before the testimony, because they shall get a testimony from the angels. He said they shall meet him there and converse and talk with them and give them a message of what to do. Let's read on.
Verse 5. And it shall come to pass that the man's rod whom I shall choose shall blossom.
This is the testimony. The heaven shall come and witness, and the testimony that they give is this. You have these branches that are chopped off from the tree. There is no earthly chance that they're going to blossom and bring forth fruit. But he said the angels are going to come and make one blossom. Do that, and that is your testimony to know who is, in this case, not the perpetrator, but who is the chosen. Let's read on.
Continuing in verse 5. And I will make to cease from the murmurings of the children of Israel, whereby they murmur against you.
And once you have this proof, once you have this testimony, that all the murmuring that Dathan and Korah had stirred up, that can stop. Let's read on.
Verse 6. And Moses spake unto the children of Israel, and every one of their princes gave him a rod apiece, for each prince one, according to their fathers' houses, even 12 rods, and the rod of Aaron was among their rods. And Moses laid up the rods before the Most High Abba Yahweh in the tabernacle of witness.
So before it said the testimony, now it says witness. That same word, ood, adah, This is the tabernacle where the witness is. Heaven shall meet with the earth, and they shall witness together. You have the earth coming forth bringing its branch, and the heavens coming bringing a miracle that the earth could not do on its own. And through that, you know what is true. You have a righteous and good testimony. This is what a testimony is. It is evidence from the witness in heaven giving you instructions, giving you an answer. Let's read on.
Verse 8. And it came to pass that on the morrow Moses went into the tabernacle of witness, and behold, the rod of Aaron for the house of Levi was budded.
Once again, a miraculous thing. Earth and heaven witnessing together and gave a testimony to Moses and then to all the children of Israel of what is true. Let's read on.
And brought forth buds and bloomed blossoms and yielded almonds. Verse 9. And Moses brought out all the rods before the Most High Abba Yahweh unto all the children of Israel. And they looked, and they took every man his rod. And the Most High Abba Yahweh said unto Moses, bring Aaron's rod again before the testimony, to be kept for a token against the rebels. And thou shalt quiet take away their murmurings from me.
All right, so now he said, keep this testimony at the witness stand, so that everybody knows that it was Aaron and his lineage who shall be chosen in Moses' covenant, specifically to bring forth that priesthood. This is a true and good testimony that unto Moses, or in Moses' covenant, Aaron was given this everlasting priesthood. And people get that twisted. People see this and think Aaron is a priest until the earth stops. That's not what it is. It's until Moses' covenant stops, which it indeed did. But in Moses' covenant, Aaron shall always be the priest. Aaron and his son shall always have that position in Moses' covenant. And anybody who in Moses' covenant sought to rebel would have a testimony, an everlasting testimony, this olive branch that yielded and budded fruit. And that would be to them a testimony that Aaron is the priest. So when you see Gad rising up and saying, I want to be the priest, brother, we got a testimony right here at the Ark of the Covenant saying you are not. It has Aaron's name on it still from 500 years ago. It hasn't decayed once. Let's read on. And after when we finish that, we'll drop it. Let's go to Joshua 22:1. Let's finish that up, Kahan Rashim.
Numbers chapter 17 and verse 11. And Moses did so, as the Most High Abba Yahweh commanded him, so did he. And the children of Israel spake unto Moses, saying, behold, we die, we perish, we all perish. Whosoever cometh anything near unto the tabernacle of the Most High Abba Yahweh shall die. Shall we be consumed with dying?
All right, so we won't go over to the next chapter. He essentially gives the instruction to Aaron, what his position shall be and what the Levites shall be, and how they shall be co-inheritors of the temple, but Aaron shall be the one that goes into the sanctuary. And the Levites shall receive that blessing of the tithes and the offerings of the children of Israel, but they shall not have the same status as the sons of Aaron or the priests. But for time's sake, we'll drop that. Let's go to Joshua 22:1 and get another example of this witness.
Then Joshua called the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half tribe of Manasseh and said unto them, you have kept all that Moses, the servant of the Most High, commanded you, and have obeyed my voice in all that I commanded you. You have not left your brethren these many days unto this day, but have kept the charge of the commandment of the Most High, your Abba. And now the Most High, your Abba, have given you rest unto your brethren, as he promised them. Therefore now return ye, and get you unto your tents, and unto the land of your possession, which Moses, the servant of the Most High, gave you on the other side Jordan.
All right, so once again, for those who are studious and have read, you know that before they crossed over Jordan, Reuben, Gad, and some of Manasseh said, I like this land. I want to stay here. And Moses said, what y'all doing? This is the land that was promised to us. They said, no, I want to stay here. So Moses said, all right, you can stay here, but you must promise that when it's time to fight, you're going to fight with Joshua and the other tribes of the children of Israel. And they said, I agree. I would do that. So Joshua went across into Jordan and went conquering, and Reuben, Gad, and parts of Manasseh, they stuck to the word. And they went with Joshua and conquered the land with them. Now when Joshua completed, he said, you have done well. You have done everything that you said you would do. You have kept the charge of Abel, how to go into your land on the other side of Jordan and be blessed. Let's read on.
Verse 5. But take diligent heed to the commandment and the law, which Moses, the servant of the Most High, charged you, to love the Most High your Abba, and to walk in all his ways, and to keep his commandments, and to cleave unto him, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul.
All right, let's jump down to verse 10. So now he says, however, when you go into the land, you're going to be a little distant from us. Make sure you don't forget the commandments and the law that the Most High commanded us through Moses. Let's read on the 10th verse.
And when they came unto the borders of Jordan, that are in the land of Canaan, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half tribe of Manasseh built there an altar by Jordan, a great altar to see to. And the children of Israel heard, say, behold, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half tribe of Manasseh have built an altar over against the land of Canaan in the borders of Jordan, at the passes of the children of Israel. And when the children of Israel heard of it, the whole congregation and the children of Israel gathered themselves together at Shiloh to go up to war against them.
So now you see them building an altar outside of the Levites. And they said, oh, no, we can't have that. We are going to put an end even to our own brethren. We will not suffer another plague upon Israel. So they got up, got their swords sharpened, their spears ready, and they were ready to go to war for the covenant of Abba Yahweh, even against their own brethren. Let's jump down to the 19th verse, priest.
Notwithstanding, if the land of your possession be unclean, then pass ye over into the land of the possession of the Most High, wherein the Most High's tabernacle dwelleth, and take possession among us. But rebel not against the Most High, nor rebel against us in building with you an altar beside the altar of the Most High our Abba.
So it's good that even though the brothers were ready to go to war, they had some restraint. And so let's send an emissary. Let's talk to them and see what's going on. They're like, brother, what are you doing? Why are you building an altar? Don't do that. Don't you remember all the plagues that have happened to us? If this land is unclean, you need to purify it, come over with us. We don't have no problem sharing our land with you. But don't build this altar outside of Levi. We already saw what happened. It was Moses' rod that budded, and not yours. Don't try to be of the priesthood when you're not called to do that. Let's read on.
Did not Achan, the son of Zariah, commit a trespass in the accursed thing, and wrath fell on all the congregation of Israel, and that man perished not alone in his iniquity? So
once again, they were not just doing it for their sake, but for their own sake. Mm-hmm. I remember that when Achan, that one man, brought an accursed thing into the camp, the whole camp suffered. We went to war, and we got smoked. We had to run back with our tail between our legs. And now they're saying, I don't want to do that again. I don't want to suffer that. Now you got 2 tribes and a half a tribe doing the same thing. It's going to be much worse. And so that was their cause. They said, I don't want to be cursed. I don't want a curse to fall upon me. Let's read on. What did the children of Reuben and Gad say, and Manasseh? Then the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half tribe of Manasseh answered and said unto the heads of the thousands of Israel, the Most High Abba of kings, he knoweth, and Israel he shall know. If it be in rebellion or if in transgression against the Most High, save us not this day, that we have built us an altar to turn from following the Most High, or if to offer their own burnt offering or meat offering, or if to offer peace offerings thereon, let the Most High himself require it. And if we have not rather done it for fear of this thing, saying, in time to come, your children might speak unto our children, saying, what have ye to do with the Most High Abba of Israel? He said, the Most High knows what we did. The heavens and the earth are witnesses for us to know what we did. That we didn't build an altar to sacrifice. We built an altar as a sign, as a signet. And he's going to put a name on this altar later on. But let's read on. For the Most High, verse 25, for the Most High hath made Jordan a border between us and you, ye children of Reuben and children of Gad. Ye have no part in the Most High.
so shall your children make our children cease from fearing the Most High. Therefore, we said, let us now prepare to build us an altar, not for burnt offering, nor for sacrifice, but that it may be a witness between us.
That it may be a witness between the children of Israel that crossed into Jordan and the children of Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh that stayed outside of that land. And he said, let it be a witness. Let it be something to bring forth the testimony that we are still the children of the Most High. That in the latter days or in other generations, you don't come back and say, who are those people? I don't know no Reuben or Gad or even half of Manasseh. This is Israel. I don't know who they are out there.
Yeah.
It was to say that we still have an inheritance with the children of Israel, a witness between them. Not somebody just spreading the good news, the gospel. It was something to say, I still have inheritance. I still have covenant with Israel and with the entire nation. Let's read on.
And our generations after us, that we might do the service of the Most High before him with our burnt offerings and with our sacrifices and with our peace offerings. That your children may not say to our children in time to come, you have no part in the Most High.
So this was the point, that they would see that and say, you cannot say that we have no inheritance, no part. We have all to do with this covenant and this worship of Abba Yahweh. It was for a witness and not for burnt offerings. Let's read on.
Therefore said we, that it shall be, when they should say so to us, to our generations in time to come, that we may say again, behold, the pattern of the altar of the Most High, which our fathers made, not for burnt offerings, nor for sacrifices, but it is a witness between us and you.
And we know witness and testimony are related. And so he said, it is a witness that shall bring a good testimony, a sign, a signet to us to say that we have an inheritance with the children of Israel. Jump down to verse 33, priest.
And the thing pleased the children of Israel, and the children of Israel blessed Abba Yahweh, and did not intend to go up against them in battle, to destroy the land wherein the children of Reuben and Gad dwelt. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad called the altar Ed
or Ood or witness. They placed on the altar a name called witness. Let's read on.
For it shall be a witness between us that the Most High is Abba Yahweh.
So it shall be a witness, a sign, a signet to them that Abba Yahweh is with the children of Israel, but also on the other side of the land with Reuben, with Gad, and with Manasseh as well. This was what this was for. Had nothing to do with, I'm witnessing to you, brother. Let me tell you about your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. That's not what it was. It was a sign that they, from heaven and on earth, saying, these are indeed the people who have also made that vow. It's similar to what we read about in the Apocalypse of Paul, how you would have angels looking and seeing what you have done all throughout the day watch, and in the night watch would come up and say, I have a testimony of what Brother Judah did. I saw him in the third lot. And they don't come with their feelings. We already saw in the Apocalypse of Paul, feelings don't apply in the court of Abba Yahweh. Once again, it's a legal matter. It's a matter of law. Not a matter of, I feel like giving a testimony today. It was, come here, you are a witness, give me your testimony. And you are under oath. You are under a covenant to do so. And the angels, or this altar, or the rod that budded, must say, yea or nay. Was Brother Judah in the day watch offerings this day watch? It's a night watch right now. Was he in the day watch? Yes, he was. What about Brother Reuben? Was he in it? No, he was not. He must witness, whether it be for good or whether it be for bad. But we have the same thing going on with Abel. We talked about this at the beginning of this course and in some of this series and in some of the classes that we did previously. Abel became a witness or a martyr against Cain, not just because he was slain, but because he was now righteous in the courts of Abba Yahweh. And anybody remember what he was doing in the courts? He was accusing Cain day and night. He was at the witness stand every single day at court. and said, yes, Abba, indeed he did slay me. And he said he will not stop until Cain and his seed perish from off the earth. Until judgment is brought, until that court case is closed, Abel will not stop. Abel is going to be there as a witness on the witness stand, giving his testimony. And his testimony is, indeed, Cain came up upon me with no cause and hated his brother and killed me. And once again, who else spoke on Abel's behalf? Anybody remember? And let's get Sirach 1 and 11, Khan Rasheen. It said the earth spoke on his behalf. Mm-hmm. The earth rejected his body and said, nah, this ain't happening. And Abel was in heaven saying, look at what Cain did. Heaven and earth witnessing against Cain, that he shall be a vagabond, and he shall go to and fro throughout the earth without having any inheritance with Abba Yahweh. And once again, Abel being a witness or a martyr, not simply because he was slain, but because he being slain is a witness against Cain, to say he has done wickedness against me. And also a witness to those who are good. They have my qualities. Bring them up to where I am. Let's go to Sirach 11, or 1, verse 11. Kahan Rashim.
The fear of the Most High Abba Yahweh is honor and glory and gladness and a crown of rejoicing. The fear of the Most High Abba Yahweh make merry heart and giveth joy and gladness and a long life.
So in the fear of the Most High, these are some of the things that you may gain, or will gain actually, within even upon the earth. That honor and that glory, gladness, a merry heart. However, it's not just about what you're going to receive on this earth. What else did Sirach say about this?
Verse 13. Whoso feareth the Most High, it shall go well with him at the last.
Not the beginning, not the middle, not while you're on the earth, but in the last. At the resurrection, it shall go well with you, because you were faithful to Abba Yahweh. And what else?
And he shall find favor in the day of his death.
He shall find favor even on the day of his death. So Abel, even though he was young, didn't have long life, found that favor. And even the day of his death was glorious. Because now he is in, we talked about the divisions in Enoch, he is in that second division, holding the gate and saying, you can come in and you cannot come in. Cain, go to that third division. You have no inheritance here. He became a witness against him. So those who fear the Most High and are martyrs for his covenant, even your last ends you shall be rewarded. And the day of your death you shall find honor with Abba Yahweh. Now, let's get into the bulk of this class, going into the Maccabees. Once again, we talked about a few things in this series, starting off with Seth. Then we went to the prophets, and now we're talking about Maccabees. But before we even get into that, let's talk again about the calendar and some of the products. If you appreciate what we're bringing out here at the House of Wisdom, make sure you are supporting the House of Wisdom, because it cannot sustain without the support of all the saints coming together collectively as a nation to make sure that Abba Yahweh's priesthood is doing what we can do to bring forth his understanding, his will, and bring forth his oblations and sacrifices. It is an essential thing. I don't hear Israelites talking about martyrs. Or if they do, they're talking about in the same degree that the Christians do. You got to be ready to die for this. What happens if I die? I don't know, but you just got to be ready to die for this. That sounds like a bad bill of goods. You shall find honor in the day of your death. And this also shows you that your enemies are not going to be found blameless. David saw the same thing. He saw people prospering who were wicked. But he went into the tabernacle and received a good testimony, a good sign, good understanding from the witness in heaven that their end is going to be horrible. He saw them going to where Dathan and Korah went. He saw them going to where Cain went. This place called Dudiel, and it is not fun. This is not Disneyland, it's Dudiel. So once again, if you appreciate us bringing forth this information that I haven't found anywhere, if you know of another group that's talking about these same things, point them in our direction. Let's get in communication with them. But if you are appreciative of this, make sure you support the House of Wisdom. Make sure you bring forth your tithes and freewill offerings. And for those who haven't noticed, we did restock the lakam, the meat offering, the bread, in the storehouse. We had a lack of it, but we have restocked. And we got a new one that we haven't issued out before. It's that self-rising lakam. If you've been here, if you've been attending, you've tasted it. You know what it tastes like. And so now we have that variety available within our storefront on cityofadam.com. You have that original spice blend, but you got this blend for those who maybe don't want the spices. They just want something simple. We have that available for you as well. We also have the yayan, the blood of grapes. Now, we were drinking that white muscadine today. We did a toast to Abba Yahweh. I know the brothers think that's delicious. What y'all think of that white muscadine?
Yeah.
Blessed.
All praise. The Most High indeed did bless it. And if you get the calendar, the Calendrical Bible Study Guide, which you can also find on City of Adam, you'll see the pictures of the priest and the sisters out at the vineyard, harvesting. This was last Tabernacles, getting the grapes and the muscadines together. So we were grabbing the grapes, we separate them, we crushed them ourselves. We didn't use our feet. We had something to crush it. We not Greeks. But we crushed the grapes, fermented them, and produced beautiful tasting yayan that's fit for the oblations. And don't get the Mogan David. Don't get the Manischewitz.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. You think you're getting some kosher stuff, kosher for Passover. But you got something straight from the river rats called the desert penguins. They giving that to you, and they are pushing that to us. It's filled with sugar and all this stuff. And you wonder why we got diabetes. You wonder why we dying left and right. These people know what they're doing. They are that offspring of Cain. To know how to accuse the saints and give us some poison. They put that in our communities, and we think that's great. Yep. I just saw somebody post that on social media. Had his Manischewitz, like he was doing something great. And I was like, brother, if you only knew. If you only knew. But this yayan that's produced by true Hebrews is beautiful. It's delicious. It's natural. And if you go to the store and say, okay, I'm not going to get Manischewitz, but I'm going to get this whatever. I'm going to get this wine from Kroger. How do you know if that stuff is refined with pork fat or not? Or shellfish or not? Yes, that is true. That is a real thing. They use unclean animals to filter the wine. Why? Because it speeds up the process. Well, that's what they tell you on paper, but I think the witches and the warlocks came to them and said, I have a new concoction. Put this in your wine so when the Hebrews know about their culture, we have another trespass that we can accuse them for. We have another way to taint their oblation so Abba Yahweh will not hear them. But Abba Yahweh gave us the spirit to say, bump that. We are about to make our own yayan, our own wine that is fit for oblations. No added sugar or no sugar remaining. Of course, you need sugar for the yeast to eat that and make alcohol. But once that's done, we don't add sugar to it. It is gone. The yeast die off, and we have fit wine for oblations and sacrifices. We let it settle and clear out naturally. We don't put no pork fat or shellfish, I forget to call it Chickasaw or something like that. We don't put that in the wine. If anything, we use something natural, bentonite clay, and then we filter that out. And that's all natural from the earth. So make sure you're getting true Hebrew curated wines for your oblations. And same thing with the bread. You go to the store and you get this bleached, genetically modified stuff. We get non-GMO, organic flour, unbleached, unenriched, no additives, and we mix that together. Same thing with the spices and everything that we put in there. We put pink Himalayan salt in that. I know you can get self-rising flour at the store, but they got all these extra additives. I have not seen one that doesn't have other additives. And I haven't seen one that uses pink Himalayan salt. So make sure you're getting true Hebrew curated goods. And same thing with the calendar. Once again, don't be relying on the Gentiles' calendar. Don't rely on the calendar from the nations. They don't know what they're talking about. But the Most High gave us a spirit to know what we're talking about. Actually, they do know what they're talking about. But they follow their own will and their own course. They look at what they think it should be and say, this is what it is. The sun does 365 days, 0.25, so we're going to do that. And we're going to have a leap year, and we're going to start the year in January, because that's around the winter solstice when the sun is starting, so we're going to start then. But that's not what the Most High told us to do. So get a true biblical calendar where this doesn't start, the calendar that we have doesn't start in March, doesn't start in April. It starts at H.O.W. Doesn't start at Abib either. Abib is a Babylonian term that they put on their calendar. This calendar starts at the first month, according to David, called H.O.W. So get a true Hebrew calendar. You won't see any October, no November, no March in there, except for on a little tiny print, just so you know what day it is according to the world's calendar. But we don't follow their calendar.
God.
And make sure you also are supporting with free will offerings. If you're stocked up on tithes, stocked up on offerings, that's good. Send your free will offerings to make sure that the priests have enough to make sure that the lights are on. We have electricity. We have internet. We have cameras so we can stream this information live to you. We have the ability to host these feasts. And once again, Feast of Weeks is coming up. Make sure you register for that feast. The registration is open and available. We want to know who's coming, who's attending, so we can prepare for consecrations, we can prepare food, we can know exactly what we're going to do at the feast, Abba willing, and keep the charge of Abba Yahweh. And 50 days later, we'll be ready to do it again to keep Pentecost and receive a blessing of Abba Yahweh. So make sure you're registering for the feast so you can join us here in Atlanta. It's a beautiful thing. And as the scriptures say, bless those who are sealed in the feast of Abba Yahweh. Come and be sealed in his feast. And let heaven and earth witness that brother Judah, that sister Rachel, or whoever you are, came and kept the feast. Because the angels are going to witness and bring a testimony to Abba Yahweh. They're going to say you either came or you didn't come. They're not going to say, he wanted to, but, the job said, we can't give you days off, so he didn't come. So, but no, they ain't going to do that. Most likely going to say, stop all that. Did he come or did he not come? Yeah. He came, Abba. He didn't come, Abba. Okay, all right. Now, Abba's going to be patient with us, but there's only so much time. Time is running out before this end comes. So let's be ready for it. And let's be strong like our brothers of the Maccabees, who didn't falter in the face of adversity, but stood strong and became good and just martyrs for Abba Yahweh. So let's get this class started. I know we're an hour in, you can get it started. But let's start with the main part of this, going to Maccabees. Let's get 2 Maccabees, start there actually, and pick up in the 2nd chapter, 10th verse. Who has it? Either one? Okay, go ahead.
And as when Moses prayed unto the Most High, the fire came down from heaven and consumed the sacrifices. Even so prayed Solomon also, and the fire came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offerings. And Moses said, because the sin offering was not to be eaten, it was consumed. So Solomon kept those 8 days. The same things also were reported in the writings and commentaries of Nehemiah. And how he found a library gathered together the acts of the kings and the prophets and of David and the epistles of the kings concerning the holy gifts. In like manner also Judas gathered together all those things that were lost by reason of the war we had, and they remain with us.
So just like our forefathers, Moses and Solomon, Nehemiah, David, and all these righteous men, so too is Judas Maccabeus and his brethren listed amongst the righteous saints like them, codified in our history as righteous, upstanding men, as martyrs or witnesses of Abba Yahweh to the people on the earth. Let's read on.
Verse 15. Wherefore, if ye had need thereof, send some to fetch them unto you. Whereas when we then are about to celebrate the purification, we have written unto you, and ye shall do well if ye keep the same days. We hope also that the Most High, that delivered all his people and gave them all heritage and the kingdom and the priesthood and the sanctuary, as he promised in the law, will surely have mercy upon us, and gathered us together out of every land under heaven and into the holy place. For he hath delivered us out of great troubles, and hath purified this place.
So just as he had mercy on all these great forefathers, as he did on Moses and Solomon and David and Nehemiah and all these great men, just like he did on Judas, Maccabeus, and his brothers, let us have the same hope. As Judas stood strong to purify the sanctuary that we're going to get into, that the Greeks defiled, we must do the same thing today. We must have that same spirit as these brothers, as our forefathers, to stand strong and purify the sanctuary and have mercy from Abba Yahweh. Now, the sanctuary now is within us. But let's read on.
Verse 19. Now, as concerning Judas Maccabeus and his brethren, and the purification of the great temple, and the dedication of the altar, and the wars against Antiochus, Epiphanes, and Eutychus, his son, and the manifest signs that came from heaven unto those that behave themselves manfully to their honor, so that being but a few, they overcame the whole country and chased barbarous multitudes. And
all right, so they honored the Judean customs, the customs given to Judah, and made sure that they chased out the heathens who were trying to profane it. Let's read on.
And recovered again the temple, renowned all the world over, and freed the city, and upheld the laws which were going down, the Most High being gracious unto them with all favor. All these things I say, being declared by Jason of Cyrene in 5 books, we will assuage to abridge in 1 volume.
So the Maccabees actually put together in 5 books, 5 compilations. But they came back and said, we're going to try to bridge this and bring it short and quick into 1 volume. And I believe we're going to try to do the same thing today. Try to abridge all this information. There's so much information, but we're going to try to compact it into 1 small class in 1 space of time. Let's read on.
Verse 24. For considering the infinite number and the difficulty which they find that desire to look into the narrations of the story for the variety of the matter.
So there are a variety of matters, and you'll see as we go on. There was Antiochus. Then there was Antiochus Eupator. There's 2 Antiochus they're talking about. Then there's Tryphon. Then there's all these other people that are going on, and they compressed it and compacted into this 1 story. We're going to try to do the same thing today. Let's read on, priest.
We have been careful that they that will read may have delight, and that they that are desirous to commit to memory might have ease, and that all into whose hands it comes might have profit. Therefore to us that have taken upon us all this painful labor of abridging, it was not easy, but a matter of sweat and watching.
So let's drop that. Let's go to 1 Maccabees 1 and pick up the first verse. So just like in the brothers' day, as they tried to abridge it by writing, it was a matter of sweat and pain and trial. It's the same for the priest. Some people think come up here and sit down doing class is easy. And we say, oh, brother, go ahead. And when that ship sinks, we like, I told you, brother, it wasn't easy. Yeah. So as we appreciate the brethren who have compiled this information, let's respect and reverence the priests who have come before us and come and taught these classes and brought forth this information to the spirit of wisdom. It's not an easy task. But let's get into the meat of this matter and look at the Maccabees. Let's actually first look before the Maccabees. We often just go straight to Judas Maccabeus. But let's look at what happened before he really came on the scene and became notable. 1 Maccabees 1, verse 1.
And it happened.
Oh, yeah, if you got Rashim, if you grab 2 Maccabees 3.
Okay.
1 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 1. And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Kettim, and had smitten Darius the king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead the first over Greece, and made many wars, and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth, and went through to the ends of the earth, and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. And he gathered a mighty strong host, and ruled over countries and nations and kings, who became tributaries unto him.
So if you read through the scriptures, you get a good general timeline of the earth's history. Starting with, obviously, Adam and Eve, not billions of years ago, but about 6,000 years ago. And so going from them, you see these various captivities. You see Abraham coming forth from the offspring of Noah. Noah through Shem, through Arphaxad, through Eber. You see Abraham coming. Then you see him leaving the Sumerian, Mesopotamian captivity. And the children of Israel then coming forth, going into the Egyptian captivity. Then you see after that them coming out of Egypt, going back and forth, and you had these minor captivities in between, these minor incursions, where they were still in their land, where they still dominated and had a great kingdom. But then you have, in the days of Zedekiah, the last king of Judah, well, before him, you had the Assyrian captivity. Then you had the Babylonian captivity coming, where they were then destroyed. And in Babylon came Darius and conquered them. and allowed the children of Israel to go into the land and set up a temple. And now they reigned, or they had governance under Darius. They were still under the Persian captivity, but they allowed them to have some leave and to be tax-free, so to speak. But then you had the Greeks rising up, and they were mortal enemies with the Persians. And there were wars back and forth between the Greeks and the Persians until the times of Alexander, where he came and dominated and overthrew the Persian Empire, and it was never the same since. And so Greece took over all of their territories, including that of Judea. So now let's read on.
1 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 5. And after these things he fell sick, and perceived that he should die. Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable, and had been brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them while he was yet alive. So Alexander reigned 12 years and then died. And his servants bare rule every one in his place.
So he split the kingdom into 4 parts and had different rulers and governors reigning in these different parts. Didn't keep it unified, but separated. And that set Greece on a course to always be at war with each other. Greece was a conglomeration of a bunch of different ethnic groups of people. They were all Europeans, so to speak, but they all were kind of slightly different. It's like Israel having the 12 tribes, they had their different tribes. And so they were divided in that course. Let's read on.
Verse 10. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been a hostage at Rome. And he reigned in 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. In those days went there out Israel wicked men, who persuaded many, saying, Let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we've had much sorrow.
All right, so now you had Antiochus was the one out of Alexander's retinue who governed over that area that included Judea. But now you have Israelites coming out of Judea and saying, I want to make a bond with Antiochus. Let me join unto him. Let's read on.
Verse 12. So this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen.
Not only should we make a bond with them, but let's do after them. When in Rome, do like the Romans. Let's bring Rome here is what they said. Let's bring Greece here. Let's bring Athens here. I was just pondering on that the other day. You know how they, actually, let's read on and see what they did.
Verse 14. Whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem, according to the customs of the heathen.
They built a place of exercise. Now, remember, they had their headquarters. They had some great cities. They had Sparta, but they also had Athens. They had some other great cities as well. And, you know, the Greeks were heavy in their athleticism. Mm-hmm. They were, you see their sculptures of their little deities or whoever, and they all chiseled up. That's where the term chiseled comes from. You look like a Greek god, so to speak. But do you also know in our regular lexicon, you heard the word I just used, athletic? What's the root of that? There you go. A young brother over there smart. It's Athens. When you say you're athletic, they're saying, oh, you move like the people from Athens. You throw that discus like the people from Athens. You throw that javelin like the people from Athens. You're athletic. That term, we use that all the time. It comes from these Greeks putting that on us. And the Israelites took that and said, let's build a place of exercise here. Let's be like the people from Athens. Let's be athletic. That's where that term comes from. We use that all the time. Right, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. That stuff gets so embedded in our lexicon, we don't even know where it comes from. We learned that in preschool. You see athletic, you see somebody in a jersey running after a ball, and you say, oh, athletic, just a word. Comes straight from this. Them building a place of exercise and putting it on us, and they're doing the same thing today. No wonder why sports is so heavy and so big in our culture. Everywhere. It's spread everywhere. No wonder the Olympics is so big. We're actually going to get into that in a second. But let's finish that up, and then we're going to go to 2 Maccabees 3-1, Priest.
Yeah, and their gyms were a little bit different than the ones we got now.
Oh, absolutely. Actually, no, they're the same. You go in the locker room in your local gym, what you see? A man with his leg cocked up, just got out of the shower, like, let me dry off. I just saw it the other day. I had to do an about face. I'm like, I don't care what I had to do. I'm out of here.
But that's, they in the bathroom, but when they doing squats, that's a different thing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. At least they stay clothed to some degree in the weight room.
God.
But same Greek culture. Same that. I know we on the side note, but man, I know you know that football culture. Yeah. What's the point of going to the locker room and taking showers together?
I didn't understand that either.
Why you got these showers right next to each other and no divider?
Right.
We just sprinkle the shower. Good work, team. What? Yeah, absolutely. I can't see that.
Y'all went home dirty, y'all.
Oh yeah. I would do the same thing. I'll be stinking that whole car ride. I'm gonna take a shower at home. I hope and pray that how it allows us to have our community, our own land, and I want to have our own. I'm not gonna call it a gym. I call it a fitness center. Ain't gonna call it no place of exercise. Not gym. Once again, comes from gymnasium, the Greek term for a butt-naked place of exercise. Preacher Sheen was saying that's literally what it means. Place you strip down, take your clothes off, and start wrestling another man. That's what it means. House of Wisdom ain't calling it no gym. We're gonna call it the fitness center. Abba willing, we're gonna have one section for the men, one section for the women, and we're gonna have showers in there, but they're gonna be some nice showers, Abba willing. You're not gonna have a little curtain yet. No, you're gonna have a whole brick enclosure, tile enclosure. You're gonna have a door that you go into, and you're gonna be able to lock that, and ain't gonna have that little riser underneath about 2 feet. Somebody look. No, it's gonna close. It's gonna be a closing door. You got your own little section to use the restroom, take a shower. You can take out your clothes, then get dressed, and it's gonna be a rule.
God.
Don't you leave this room undressed. You leave that room undressed, we're going to kick you out of here, and you're going to dwell with the heathens because you want to act like them.
Yeah.
Abba willing. That's my hope.
Right.
I pray that aligns with the hope of Abba Yahweh. But let's get back to the point. Let's finish that up.
1 Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 15. And made themselves...
Actually, read 14 again, priest.
Verse 14. Whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem, according to the customs of the heathen, and made themselves uncircumcised, and forsook the holy covenant, and joined themselves to the heathen, and were sold to do mischief.
All right, let's go to the second book of Maccabees, 3rd chapter, because he's going to give us a little more context of what happened here. This just says Israelites, some of Israel left. But we're going to look at who these were. And so they considered themselves uncircumcised, uncovenant with the Most High, forsook the covenant, and joined themselves to the heathen, and started doing their form of exercise, started doing their abominations, and it brought forth that scourge and that curse upon Israel. 2 Maccabees 3 and 1. Kahan, Uriah.
Now when the holy city was inhabited with all peace, and the laws were kept very well, because of the godliness of Onias the high priest, and his hatred of wickedness.
So this is before what we just read, or this is right around the same time. This is before they consented to go and make their gymnasium at Jerusalem. The city was inhabited with all peace. Onias, the high priest, stood strong, loving righteousness, but hating wickedness. This was the state of Jerusalem and Judea before the Greeks started coming with their cunning work. Let's read on.
It came to pass that even the kings themselves did honor the place and magnify the temple with their best gifts, insomuch that Seleucus of Asia of his own revenues bear all the costs belonging to the service of the sacrifices.
So Onias had in his day such a beautiful and great place in Jerusalem, such a beautiful temple that all the kings of the earth reverenced it and respected it. So much so that Seleucus of Asia came and said, I want to finance this whole thing. I don't want influence on it. I want you to do what you do. I'm going to back this whole thing financially. I'll make sure that you don't have to worry for anything. And this is how it was during the time of Simon Onias, or Onias, the high priest. But trouble was afoot, as we already read. Let's read on.
Verse 4. But one Simon of the tribe of Benjamin, who was made governor of the temple, fell out with the high priest about the disorder in the city.
Satan came and said, I'm going to infect this one man, and they're going to have a falling out. Let's read on.
And when he could not overcome Onias, he got to him Apollonius, the son of Thracias, who then was governor of Cilicia.
So when Simon was bringing forth his wicked doctrine of whatever it was, and Onias, who hated wickedness, said, man, get out of my face. They were arguing back and forth, and when he saw that Onias could not be overcome, he said, I'm going to go to the Gentiles. I'm going to get the Gentiles on you. Let's read on and see what happened.
And told him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of infinite sums of money, so that the multitude of the riches who did not pertain to the account of the sacrifices was innumerable, and that it was possible to bring all into the king's hand. Now when Apollonius came to the king and had showed him of the money whereof he was told, the king chose out Heliodorus, his treasurer, and sent him with a commandment to bring him the aforesaid money.
So he went and hatched a lie. We won't have time to go through it, but when Heliodorus actually came, Onias showed him, yeah, let me show you how much we got. We got a specific amount here. It's a good bit. It ain't all that, what Simon told you. He said, it's innumerable. We don't even know how much gold and silver we got. And he's hoarding it up for himself. He ain't using that for the sacrifice. We got to take that back. This ain't right. Onias like, what you talking about? This is for the poor. This is for the sick. That's what it's for. And we got a specific account. And you can see all of our ledgers right here. You see that has not been used for any type of foolery. You don't see me with some gold boots on walking around the temple. That's not what happened. All right, we use this for specific things. Let's read on.
Verse 8. So forthwith Heliodorus took his journey. Did I read verse 7?
Yeah, come on.
So forthwith Heliodorus took his journey under a coloring of visiting the cities of Cilicia and Fringes, but indeed to fulfill the king's purpose.
All right, jump down to verse 33 to look at Onias, the righteous man. So we went through this in a class before. Malak and Han brought this out about Heliodorus, so we're not going to go through it. But he went, and all the priests, they saw that he was about to take the money, and they were sorrowful, giving up oblation, asking the Most High to save his place, and he indeed did.
Yeah.
Sent a horseman from the spirit to kick him in his face and had that man locking up and having a seizure in the temple. And then when he was on the ground, one of his fellows took him to Onias and said, can you pray for him? Can you stop this? And they all saw it too. It wasn't like this was just a vision that he just fell out. They all saw this angelic horseman with his angels next to him accosting Heliodorus. Let's read on in verse 33.
Now as the high priest was making an atonement, the same young men in the same clothing appeared and stood beside Heliodorus, saying, give Onias, the high priest, great thanks, and so much as for his sake the Most High hath granted thee life.
Now when I picture this, after that horseman done beat him and pounded him to the ground, I'd see him going to his ear and saying, you better think Onias, brother. You better think Onias. If it wasn't for him, I would have had your head. Yep. Let's read on.
And seeing that thou hast been scourged from heaven, declare unto all men the mighty power of Abba Yahweh. And when they had spoken these words, they appeared no more. So Heliodorus, after he had offered sacrifice unto the Most High, and made great vows unto him that had saved his life, and saluted Onias, returned with his host to the king. Then testified he to all men the works of the great Abba Yahweh.
Now you see a testimony.
Yep.
I have been witness, and I have other witnesses with me of the power of Abba Yahweh. Let me tell you what happened. A horse came and bucked me in my front teeth, and I was on the ground in a seizure. And it was an angelic horse about 15 feet tall. Brother, don't do this. You don't want to go back to Jerusalem unless you come in with peace offerings. Let's read on.
And seeing that house has been scourged from heaven.
Verse 37.
And when the king Heliodorus, who might be a fit man to be sent yet once again to Jerusalem, he said, if thou hast any enemy or traitor, send him thither.
He said, you want to do it again? Well, who you got in prison? You got an enemy? That's where you need to send your enemies. This was the state of Jerusalem when we were righteous, when we were upstanding. We had men like Onias standing strong to do righteousness but hating wickedness, that the Most High himself came to defend the city. Let's read on.
And thou shalt receive him well scourged, if he escape with his life. For in that place, no doubt, there is a special power of Abba Yahweh. For he that dwelleth in heaven hath his eye on that place, and defendeth it. And he beateth and destroyeth them that come to hurt it. And the things concerning Heliodorus and the keeping of the church fell out on this sort.
All right, so it ended because Heliodorus, who had, as we read earlier, offered vows and gave sacrifice at the time because he saw the power of the Most High, became a witness. Said, nah, I ain't doing that, king. I'll honor you, I'll submit to you, but that's something I'm not about to do. I am not about to go back to Jerusalem unless it is to give the Most High some sacrifices. But let's go now to the next chapter, chapter 4, pick up in the first verse, priest.
This Simon now, of whom we have spoken afore, having been a betrayer of the money, and of his country slandered Onias, as if he had terrified Heliodorus, and been the worker of these evils.
So even this man of the nations testified, said, the Most High is there. But Simon, being so wicked, of the seed of Benjamin, said, I still got to get my will done, defying what he even just saw. And so he went and slandered the high priest. Let's read on.
Thus was he bold to call him a traitor that had deserved well of the city, and tendered his own nation, and was so zealous of the laws. But when their hatred went so far that by one of Simon's factions murders were committed, and Onias, seeing the danger of this contention, and that Apollonius, as being the governor of Celesyria and Phoenix, did rage and increase Simon's malice.
So now Onias was suffering his brother and said, come on, we can work this out. We're brethren. This is how we should do it. But it got to the point that people that were on Simon's side ended up murdering somebody on Onias' side. He said, this can't be. We can't keep this going. So now he's going to the king with his petition, but Simon is still doing so. And now we'll start to see what we just read in 1 Maccabees start to take place. Let's read on.
He went to the king, not to be an accuser of his countrymen, but seeking the good of all, both public and private. For he saw that it was impossible that the state should continue quiet, and Simon leave his folly, unless the king did look thereunto. But after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus called Epiphanes took the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, labored underhand to be high priest.
Now we see Antiochus, like we just saw in the first chapter of the first book, coming to the kingdom, and now Jason, the brother of Onias, coming underhandedly to try to take the high priest from him. Let's read on.
Verse 8, promising unto the king by intercession 360 talents of silver, and of another revenue 80 talents. Beside this, he promised to assign 150 more, if he might have license to set up a place for exercise.
Now we see who did it. The brother of the high priest, who tried to steal that authority from him, was the one who went and said, I'll build a gymnasium in Jerusalem. I'll do it. As well as Simon, one of the seed of Benjamin, going to do the same thing, making league with the nations and forsaking his brethren. Let's read on.
And for the training up of youth in the fashions of the heathen, and to write them of Jerusalem by the name of the Antiochians, which when the king had granted, and he had gotten into his hands, the rule he forthwith brought into his own nation to Greekish fashion.
So now we see it happening. That Greekish fashion by the hand of Jason, the brother of Onias, was planted there in Jerusalem. And it no longer became a city of peace, but a city of butt-naked exercise. And you had them no longer be called after the name of Jerusalem, but being called Antiochians. Craziness, an abomination on Israel. And now you start to see the plagues and the curses start to come upon them. Let's read on.
And the royal privileges granted of special favor to the Jews by the means of John, the father of Eupolemus, who went ambassador to
For time's
Rome.
sake, go to the 12th verse.
For he built gladly a place of exercise under the tower itself.
Under the tower itself. Anybody who understands the temple, the sanctuary was raised up at a high point. So right by the temple, he had built that gymnasium. So he's calling all the priests, take off those garments. Take off that ephod. Take off your breeches. And come into the gymnasium so we can play discus together. Let's read on.
For he built gladly a place of exercise under the tower itself, and brought the chief young men under his subjection, and made them wear a hat. Now such was the height of Greek fashions and increase of heathenish manners, through the exceeding profaneness of Jason, the ungodly wretch and no high priest, that the priest had no courage to serve any more at the altar, but despising the temple and neglecting the sacrifices, hastened to be partakers of the unlawful allowance in the place of exercise. After the game of discus, called them forth.
They were so caught up in playing discus. Well, now I'm sure we know that too. We know that term. Anybody go to track and field? They got discus. They still playing that. And it caused the priest to have no more courage to serve at the altar. They said, I can't do that day watch oblation. I got to wake up early to practice so I can play discus. So I can get those Olympics going. So I can throw that javelin or run track. Or I even try to stay away from using the term pass the baton. Why? Because it comes from this. That track and field you run in, you're not hitting somebody up the head with a baton. You passed it. You're supposed to anyway. And so when we use that, even our lexicon, even our common speech, he passed the baton to him, you're talking about this Greekish fashion. But let's read on, priest.
Continue on in verse 15. Not setting by the honors of their fathers, but liking the glory of the Grecians best of all, by reason whereof sore calamity came upon them. For they had them to be their enemies and avengers, whose custom they follow so earnestly, and to whom they desire to be like in all things.
All right, jump down to verse 23. So, by reason of this, because Simon and Jason came together to usurp authority and diminish Onias, who was standing strong for righteousness, calamity and death and destruction started to come upon the children of Israel. This is why the curse came. So when Onias had reign and governance, you had righteousness. You had upstanding people. You had the Most High coming and bringing forth an angel to smite Heliodorus. But when you had the wickedness coming, when you enticed the children of Israel to engage in that idolatry and that abomination and to play the games of the Olympics, now calamities came upon them. Let's go now to the 23rd verse, priest.
3 years afterward, Jason sent Menelaus, the aforesaid Simon's brother, to bear the money unto the king and to put him in mind of certain necessary matters. But he, being brought to the presence of the king, when he had magnified him for the glorious appearance of his power, got the priesthood to himself, offering more than Jason by 300 talents of silver.
All you needed was some money. And you could buy that priesthood. And so now you see Jason trying to usurp that authority. Sends Menelaus, and he went and said, well, I got more money. Make me a high priest. And so he usurped Jason. A tumultuous time for Israel indeed. Let's read on.
So he came with the king's mandate, bringing nothing worthy the high priesthood, but having the fury of a cruel tyrant and the rage of a savage beast.
A savage beast was made high priest by these Gentiles, bringing nothing worthy to the priesthood, but only bringing death and destruction and cruelty. Let's read on.
Then Jason, who had undermined his own brother, being undermined by another, was compelled to flee into the country of the Ammonites.
So Jason, who undermined Onias, was undermined. He reaped what he sowed. But let's read on.
So Menelaus got the principality, but as for the money that he had promised unto the king, he took no good order for it. Albeit Sostraces, this ruler of the castle, required it. Now Menelaus...
Now, for time's sake, let's jump down to the 32nd verse and continue on. There's a reason why we're looking at this power dynamic right here. Verse 32.
Now Menelaus, supposing that he had gotten a convenient time, stole certain vessels of gold out of the temple and gave them to Andronicus. And some he sold unto Tyrus and the cities round about.
You see how wicked this person was. Selling it for his own gain. Let me get some of that gold. We don't need all this gold. Why you got golden cups? Why you got golden tables? Why you got 10 of them? We can do it 5. Let me sell them joints. Matter of fact, we can deal with 2. We got one on the left and one on the right. We're good. Sold all this stuff for no reason. Just for his own gain. Now let's look at the wickedness that would begin to come upon him further. Let's read on.
Verse 33, which when Onias knew of a surety, he reproved him, and withdrew himself into a sanctuary at Daphne that lieth beneath Antiochia.
So now Onias said, I ain't standing for that. He reproved him and said, you ain't no high priest. And I'm sure, once again, this is shortened for brevity. I'm sure Onias had a whole speech. We tore a hole into this brother. Yeah. But having no power, retreated. But he didn't let that go. He did not say this is acceptable. He didn't just sit back like Eli and say, don't do that. He ripped a hole in Menelon's. Kind of like the martyr or the witness Stephen did the same thing to the Pharisees. Let's read on.
Wherefore Menelon's taking Andronicus apart, prayed him to get Onias into his hands.
Andronicus being a Gentile, one of the Greeks. Read on.
Who being persuaded thereunto, and coming to Onias in deceit, gave him his right hand with oaths, and though he were suspected by him, yet persuaded he him to come forth of the sanctuary, whom forthwith he shut up with without regard of justice.
All right, so now we see that Onias retreated to a safe place, and one of the Greeks under the hand of this quote-unquote high priest, this imposter, although he was an Israelite, he was wicked and of the seed of Satan, and went and said, we need to kill this Onias. And so he sent this hitman to go and say, come on, Onias, I just want to talk to you. You ever seen that image of a man, you ever heard of shotgun wedding? That's when you do a wedding at the barrel of a shotgun. And you see the father being like, I just want to talk to him. Oh, you mess him up? I just want to talk to you. Love him, shotgun. I just want to talk to you. I just want to talk to you. I just want to shoot you. He ain't trying to talk. He's trying to kill him. And Onias was suspicious, but he was persuaded. Let's read on.
For the which cause not only the Jews, but many also of other nations took great indignation and were much grieved for the unjust murder of the man.
So they murdered Onias. Once they got him out of that place, they murdered him. The high priest who was upstanding and righteous, all because he stood for righteousness and rebuked the wicked ones, Menelaus and Jason. Let's read on.
And when the king was come again from the places of Cilicia, the Jews that were in the city and the certain of Greeks that abhorred the fact also complained because Onias was slain without cause.
This is how great his name was in Israel and even amongst the nations. So much so the Greeks are like, man, what y'all doing? Y'all worse than us. Let's keep on going on. Let's go to the 37th verse.
Therefore Antiochus was heartily sorry and moved to pity and wept because of the sober and modest behavior of him that was dead. And being kindled with anger.
Even Antiochus, this wicked one that was allowing them to set up a gymnasium under the temple of Jerusalem, caused them and put decrees that you shall follow after the custom of the heathen. Even he was weeping. Even he was like, damn. Onias, he had a name well before I was even born. Y'all just killed him like a dog? Let's read on.
And being kindled with anger, forthwith he took away Andronicus his purple and rent off his clothes, and laid him through the whole city unto that very place where he had committed impiety against Onias. There slew he the cursed murderer.
Now look at what happened. Now why did this happen? Why did Antiochus, this wicked person, have that spirit? It's not because he was a good person. It's not he was this wicked and vile man, but he was just a good person. Let's consider the topic of this class, the martyrs, the witnesses of Abba Yahweh. Let's look at what Abel was doing to Cain. What was he doing once he was slain? He was up in the courts of Abba Yahweh saying, look, you see what he did, right? He killed me. I'm testifying. I am giving I'm first-hand witness of what just happened. Abba cursed Cain and slay him and all his seed until they perish off the earth. So what do you think Onias was doing once he got to that second division? Once he got to the throne of Abba Yahweh? You think he was just there like, Abba, forgive them. They know not what they do. No. Bump that. Abba, kill them. Kill this brother, Andronicus. Firstly, he's the one who actually did it. Curse him and destroy him. And so the Most High put that spirit on Antiochus to say, I'm about to kill this brother. I'm going to put you in the same place that you slayed Onias too. And I'm going to let your head roll like you tried to do with Onias. And so he perished off the earth, took his garments off, stripped him of his regality, and put him to death like a dog like he did to Onias. Finish that verse up.
Where he had committed impiety against Onias, there slew he the cursed murderer. The Most High rewarded him his punishment as he had
There
deserved.
we go. We see it was the Most High. It wasn't Antiochus. It was the Most High who brought that retribution upon Andronicus. Because Onias was a faithful martyr, a witness. Once he left this realm and was up in the heavenly realm, he was a witness on the witness stand in the court of Abel and testified. It was Andronicus. He deceived me, made me come out, and slew me. Abba, please exact some punishment on him. And he did just that. And we'll see that all throughout the Maccabees. Let's go now to the next chapter and pick up in the 6th verse. So we're going to go 2 Maccabees 5 and verse 6. Then we're going to go back to 1 Maccabees 1. Kahan Rasheen.
But Jason slew his own citizens without mercy.
Now Jason was just as wicked, slaying his own people. This was a Levite, the brother of Onias, slaying his own people without mercy. Read on.
Not considering that to get the day of them, of his own nation, would be a most unhappy day for him. But thinking they had been his enemies and not his countrymen whom he conquered.
He didn't even know what he was doing. If he got what he wanted, which was the high priest, that would have been the worst day of his life. He had a bad life after this, but this would have been worse if he had did that. Not even considering that. They would have probably burnt that brother at the stake. You ain't no high priest. Let's read on.
Howbeit, for all this, he obtained not the principality, but at the last received shame for the reward of his treason, and fled again into the country of the Ammonites.
Look at that. Didn't even obtain what he wanted to. He wanted that high priest and was willing to kill anybody he could just to get it, whether it was a Jew or Gentile, ready to kill, and didn't even get it. Couldn't even obtain it. And he had to flee to the nations. Let's read on.
In the end, therefore, he had an unhappy return, being accused before Aretas, the king of the Arabians, fleeing from city to city, pursued of all men, hated as a forsaker of the laws, and being had an abomination as an open enemy of his country and countrymen.
Don't that sound like somebody? Finish that up. That verse.
He was cast out into Egypt.
Doesn't that sound like somebody? Going to and fro all over, having no home. Going back and forth all over the earth. You go to this country and they kick you out. You go to that country, they kick you out. Who that sound like? Sounds like Cain. A vagabond, just wandering around the earth. And just like Cain, his brother, who he slew, was accusing him in the courts of Abel. So Onias said, let me get Andronicus first. He was the first to slay me. Now I'm up here immortal, but you take your behind to that 3rd division. And now let me go after Jason now. Now that I got some punishment on him, let me go after Jason, my brother, who helped to start all this. And went and accused him just like Abel was accusing Cain. And he got that same punishment of Cain, going to and fro, having no place to go, and all the nations are kicking you out. And that also sounds like a more modern group of people that we know today as well. Who else we know got kicked out of all types of nations, all out of Europe, getting kicked out? Who else we know who had the same life, like Cain, the same synagogue of Satan? Let's read on.
Verse 9. Thus he had driven many out of their country, perished in a strange land, retiring to the Lacedaemonians, and thinking there to find secure by reason of his kindred. And he that had cast out many unburied had none to mourn for him, nor any solemn funerals at all, no sepulchre with his fathers.
So he died there under the accusations of Onias, and nobody was there to mourn for him. Nobody was there to bury him. The brother just by himself, passing away like the life he lived, trying to get it all by himself. Didn't care about his country, when nobody cared about him, except Onias. And Onias like, oh yeah, I'm going to remember you, brother. I'm going to remember you while I'm up here in the courts of Abel, receiving my immortality for my righteous acts on the earth, let you receive your condemnation. and accused him day and night, just like Abel accused Cain and all the wicked workers after him. Let's jump down now to the 19th verse, priest.
Nevertheless, did the Most High Abba Yahweh did not choose the people for the place's sake, but the place for the people's sake. And therefore the place itself that was partaker with them of the adversity that happened to the nation did afterward communicate in the benefits sent from the Most High.
Look at that. So the people weren't chosen for the place was chosen for the people. So the place had to help and support the people. The land, the earth, cried out or communicated with Abba Yahweh and brought forth their witness, their testimony. I'm seeing all the stuff that's going on. We see the stuff that's happening in public. The land is seeing all the stuff in private and everything and accusing it with the church in heaven. Onias was up in heaven accusing them with the church in heaven, and on earth bearing witness against them as well. The faithful martyrs of Abba Yahweh bringing forth their witness and their testimony against these wicked workers of iniquity. And so the Most High heard them because of the cry of Onias and many other righteous men, and even the cry of the earth itself. Let's finish that up, priest.
And as it was forsaken in the wrath of the Almighty, so again the great Most High being reconciled, it was set up with all glory.
So the Most High was reconciled with this and said, I will indeed honor my people and hear their cries. You got something you want to say, priest?
No.
Okay. Let's go ahead now to 1 Maccabees 1 and pick up in the 21st verse. And we'll continue on with seeing what happened. So it wasn't just some random people at Israel came and said, let's set up a place of exercise. It was these people close to rulership, close to governance. Simon, who was a Benjamite but close to the priesthood, and Jason, Onias' own brother, came and set up an abomination and allowed the curse to proliferate in Israel. 1 Maccabees 1 and 21.
And entered proudly into the sanctuary, and took away the golden altar and the candlestick of light, and all the vessels thereof.
Now this is Antiochus entering proudly into the sanctuary and taking all the vessels therein, because Israel allowed it. When Heliodorus came, he was going to grab 1 shekel of silver. That angel came and smoked him. But Antiochus went straight into the sanctuary because the Most High said, oh, you want to set up a butt-naked place of exile? I'm not about to dwell there. I'm not about to protect this place. Let's read on.
Verse 22. And the table of showbread, and the pouring vessels and the vials, and the censers of gold, and the veil, and the crown, and the golden ornaments that were before the temple, all which he pulled off. He took also the silver and the gold and the precious vessels. Also he took the hidden treasures which he found. And when he had taken all away, he went into his own land, having made a great massacre and spoken very proudly. Therefore there was great mourning in Israel in every place where they were.
All right, jump down to verse 41. So he went, and the Most High had taken his protection away from the temple, and Antiochus and the Greeks could come and defile it as they pleased, and took all the goods, all the golden vessels, all the silver, all the things of value, took it back to his place. And Israel, there was great mourning therein. Let's read on verse 41.
Moreover, King Antiochus wrote to the whole kingdom that all should be one people, and everyone should leave his laws. So all the heathen agreed according to the commandment of the king. Yea, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion, and sacrificed unto idols, and profaned the Sabbath.
This is the same custom that is used today. You hear when Kamala Harris goes and runs for president, and she's supposed to be a light, a beacon to black people. What does she say? I'm going to be a president for everybody. We all Americans. We all going to be one. I'm not going to be a president for black people. I'm going to be a president for everybody. Yet we have it worse, and you don't want to give us anything. But you want to go to these people that was at APAC. You want to go to them and promise them very specific promises, but you can't give us anything? Really? That shows you it's this double-sided coin. They're not giving you the truth. They're telling you one side of it. I'm going to be president for everybody. Sounds good. And really, that ain't the case. They're going to be president for those who are lining their pockets, Those who have real power. If you don't have power, they ain't going to be your president. Trump is not your president if you don't have power. You see who's at his inauguration. You got Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. You got these billionaires. Who got billions? Any of us got billions? I wish we did. We should. Y'all need to be bringing that to the temple, and we need to build up the place of worship. But they haven't done that yet. And so if you don't have that, they're not going to be your president. But this is exactly what the Greeks did. We all going to be one. And we think that sounds good. We think that sounds, oh yeah, that makes sense. We'll all be one. And no, you're not. You don't know that it's the serpent coming to bite you. These say you're going to be one, but really you're going to be at the bottom. Let's read on. And once again, it says many of the Israelites consented. And we see that it's not just these random lay folks. A lot of times it's at the upper level of leadership. You had Simon, who was like an ambassador to Onias, agreeing to that. You had Jason, his brother, agreeing to that. Now let's read on, priest.
Verse 44. For the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, that they should follow the strange laws of the land, and forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane the Sabbath and the festival days, and pollute the sanctuary and the holy people, set up altars and groves and chapels of idols, and sacrifice swine's flesh and unclean beasts, that they should also leave their children uncircumcised, and make their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanness and profanation, to the end they might forget the law and change all the ordinances.
And it's to this end. This is the end goal. We should all be one. That sounds good. I worship this deity. You should do the same. I go to church on Sunday. You should go to church on Sunday. I go and I have barbecues on the 4th of July. You should have barbecues on the 4th of July. You're taking off from Memorial Day or whatever day is coming up, Labor Day, I don't know. Yeah, I'm taking off. You should take off. Yep. And let's all be one. But the whole end of this matter is so that you can forget the laws and that your ordinances can be changed. Read on.
Verse 50. And whosoever would not do according to the commandment of the king, he said he should die.
And if you don't do this, the charge that you shall die. Go to verse 54.
Now the 15th day of the month of Caslu, in 145th year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar and builded idol altars throughout the cities of Judah on every side.
Jump down to verse 59. So now we see on the 15th day of the 9th month, they set up the abomination that would make Israel desolate. When you put that sacrifice on the altar of Abba Yahweh. And then read on.
Verse 59. Now the 25th day of the month, they did sacrifice upon the idol altar, which was upon the altar of Abba Yahweh.
Not only did they set up idols on top of Abba Yahweh's altar, they waited for a specific day, told to Haggai, promised to him that it would be a day of retribution for Israel. They said, let's profane that day. Let's put up some swine's flesh on an idol altar and let it rot there for 10 days. Let it get worms and maggots in it. Then let's offer that sacrifice to our deity. Now, we got brothers talking about Feast of Dedication, but it's not the Feast of Dedication. Now, you got to know and understand, we don't have time to go through it. We did a class on that. But we have codified this 9th month, 15th day to the 25th day in the Calendrical Study Guide. If you don't have it, you don't understand. Yeah. And I'll be willing, we are going to do a class on this on our website, on the City of Adam, talking about some of these, well, not some, all of the Memorial Days and all the holy days, I'll be willing, including this one. Time won't afford us to go through it in this class, but if you want that deeper information, you got to get a Calendrical Study Guide, and you got to join us on the City of Adam. So let's read on.
Verse 60. At which time, according to the commandment, they put to death certain women that had caused their children to be circumcised.
Now you see more martyrs, more witnesses, going up to the heavens, being strong in Abba Yahweh in their life, and as it says in Sirach, received a reward in the last, and received honor in their death. They say, I'm not doing that. I don't consent to that law. I shall circumcise my children. They shall be in covenant with Abba Yahweh. And they did indeed suffer death. Let's read on.
Verse 61, and they hanged the infants about their necks, and rifled their houses, and slew them that had circumcised them. Howbeit many in Israel were fully resolved, and confirmed in themselves not to eat any unclean thing.
This shows you how much they hated us. You're going to kill a baby. Not because he's going to grow up to be some monster, but because he was circumcised. Now that baby is up in the courts of the Most High saying, "Goo goo gaga, he did it." Yeah. And he is cursing you and accusing them day and night. The babies even. The spirit was on them. Just because they were a baby on the earth, they had a spirit even before time was created. And that spirit is up there at the witness stand in the courts of Abel, accusing these wicked workers of iniquity. And so are the mothers who had been martyred for righteousness, and the men who stood strong and did not let the Greeks break their resolve. Many were resolved fully to keep the covenant still and did not eat the unclean thing. Let's read on.
Verse 63. Wherefore the rather to die, that they might not be defiled with meats.
They'd rather die than break their covenant with Abba Yahweh. Read on.
And that they might not profane the holy covenant. So then they died.
All right, let's go to 2 Maccabees 6:1. Khan Uriah. So they were so resolved. They'd rather die than even eat some pork. You give even some Israelites the same ultimatum, I think some is going to fold. I think probably 90% of it's going to fold. You put a gun to your head and say, "Eat this pork. I just sacrificed it to my deity. Eat this pork, or I'll blow your brains out." Brothers go, they ain't going to ask no question. They're going to gobble that joint up. Matter of fact, we seen a brother doing that, and he have no threat of death.
Right.
Brother said, Wiggles? Yeah, brother Jiggles. That fat is jiggling.
Porked out hand.
Yeah, it's coked out hand. That brother
hand, yeah.
On so-called Thanksgiving Day, so it's Yahushua Day. Got Yahushua sangria. Got this beans with bacon. And I was like, I know it's beef bacon. I know the brother's talking about beef bacon. But I got the ham right here, been marinating coke for 2 days. My goodness. This brother is willingly and doing it on a day that they have set up the abomination to make you desolate. You are just like the Israelites back then that consented and said, "This law is good. I will be like the nations." What makes you different from the world? You on so-called Thanksgiving eating the same stuff that the world is eating. The only difference between you and the world is you got some tassels on. You're talking about some Kwam Yasharalas. That's the only difference. Everything you're doing is the same. You would have been, if we all would have been transported back to this time, so many of us would have been like Jason, like Simon, like Menelaus, to just go after the ways and the culture of the heathens. But we want to act like we're strong and we're tough, and behind scenes, brothers ain't about it. Nonetheless, let's go now to 2 Maccabees 6:1. We see that more martyrs were created, that they stood strong and said, "You better kill me, because I am not about to break my covenant with Abba Yahweh." Let's go and read on, priest.
Not long after this, the king sent an old man of Athens to compel the Jews to depart from the laws of their fathers, and not to live after the laws of the Most High, and to pollute also the temple in Jerusalem, and to call it an abomination.
I get you. I understand. You don't want to say that. An abomination, absolutely, after their deities. So this is the same situation we're reading about in that first Maccabees 1. An old man from Athens said, "Let me show you the way that we have established over in Athens." And I have to read it. They said, Olympus. Why? Once again, we're doing a lot of studying today. This is where the word for the Olympics come. We just think the Olympics is a beautiful thing. The Olympics is coming this year. Y'all don't know that back then the Greeks, they did it every 4 years. Same culture here. And it was called the Olympics because you were doing it to be the next god on Mount Olympus. So all these things have to do with their pagan, wicked culture. You want to be an athlete, one of Athens, to go to the Olympics and play discus, and whoever is the best at it, you're going to go up there with their deities and reign there. Let's read on, priest.
And that in Gerizim of Jupiter, the defender of strangers, as they did desire that dwelt in the place.
That's their idol that they try to attribute to the Most High's place, an abomination that will make Israel desolate. So on the altar of the Most High, this is what they put. An inscription to, you see the name, the planet Jupiter. That's another thing too. That's where the term of these planets come from. And that wasn't even the original. The Israelites knew about these quote-unquote planets and saw them in the sky. The Babylonians took that and named after them, but then the Greeks took it and started naming it after Saturn. Yeah. That's where the term Saturn, Mercury, that's a deity. Venus, that is some goddess of fertility. And why you name a planet after that? Right. All of them, even Pluto, is these Greek and Roman deities. Your days of the week. Sunday and Monday, that's the day you worship the sun, the moon. Thursday, that's Thor's day. Wednesday, that's Woden's day or whatever. They also mixed it in with the Norse gods and mixed it in because they had the same pantheon. Saturday is Saturn's day. An abomination. We have that all steeped in our culture. We have to leave that and go back to what it's called the first day. When is Sunday come about? It's called the first day of the week. That's what it is. It's called the seventh day, not Saturday. It is the sixth day. That's what it is. Not Friday, which is Freya, an abomination. I didn't give a trespass offering up after this class because I'm saying all these abominations. Now, let's continue on. They set up a temple to these idols.
Continue on in verse 3. The coming in of this mischief was sore and grievous to the people. For the temple was filled with riot and reveling by the Gentiles who dallied with their harlots and had to do with women within the circuit of the holy places. And besides that brought in things that were not lawful. The altar also was filled with profane things which the law forbiddeth. Neither was it lawful for a man to keep Sabbath days or ancient fasts or to profess himself at all to be a Jew. And in the day of the king's birth every month, they were brought by bitter constraint to eat of the sacrifices. And when the fast of Bacchus was kept,
or the feast of Bacchus, a typo on there, read on.
The Jews were compelled to go in procession to Bacchus carrying ivy.
They were compelled every month on a specific day of the month to eat of their sacrifices. And not only that, they had a feast to the deity called Bacchus. Now, anybody from the Caribbean, this might sound familiar. Yeah, brother, no. Sound like Bacchanalia. Or AKA Carnival. Yep. Where you get these floats and you got women scantily clad shaking everything in front of kids and children, all that. All types of debauchery going on. And this is what Israel was engaged in back then, and it has steeped in our culture today. Most of the Caribbean is us. And we the ones that love Bacchanalia. We love Carnival. But it is the same Greek abomination that they put on us, and they went carrying ivy. Do they do that today, carry ivy? They don't do that? Okay. But they do everything else. They do that debauchery and all the wickedness. We can't even get into that. But if you've ever been there, you see that joint is just depraved. Just like they said they got these women in the temple and got reveling going on, it's the exact same thing at their Bacchanalia or Carnival that they had the children of Israel do and compelled them to eat of that sacrifice. And it caused scourge and curse and death upon them. Caused many of us to have to be martyrs of Abba Yahweh. Let's jump now to the 12th verse, priest.
Now I beseech those that read this book that they be not discouraged for these calamities, but that they judge those punishments not to be for destruction, but for a chastening of our nation.
Now, we don't have time to go through all of the scourges and curses and punishments that came upon Israel. And as you read it, it is vile. It is horrendous what they did to us. But it was not because the Most High wanted to destroy us, but it was a chastening. It was a correction. It's like a father saying, you went to that butt-naked place to exercise, and you stripped down and started, all right, give me the belt. I'm about to swing this belt so hard, you ain't never going to forget this. And you ain't going to be able to sit right for 2 weeks. And this is what the Most High is doing. Put sore punishment on us, not to destroy Israel, but to chasten us. And also, just like when, let's say you have 7 brothers and all of y'all tripping. And your father comes home and he sees y'all tripping. He takes the eldest to the back room and you just hear it all. You hear about 30 minutes straight. Whap, whap. You hear screams and crying. Now all the younger ones looking like, I'm never going to do that again. I don't even need it. I'm just not going to do that. It's for us too. So we can look and see what they were doing to say, Abba, I am not going to do that. I know in high school I was playing discus, but I ain't about to do that no more. I know I was the height of the Greekish fashion. I'm dropping that because I see my brothers getting spanked and whooped, and I want none of that. I trust in your power, and I am not going to have any of that. Read on, priest.
Continue on in verse 13. For it is a token of his great goodness when wicked doers are not suffered any long time, but forthwith punished. For not as with other nations, whom the Most High patiently forbeareth to punish, till they become to the fullness of their sins, so dealeth he with us. Lest that, being come to the height of sin, afterwards he should take vengeance of us. And therefore he never withdraweth his mercy from us.
He never withdrawed his mercy from us. Even in this incursion upon us, he didn't leave us without covenant. He didn't leave us without sign. He allowed many of those who died to go up with immortality, to be witnesses against the wicked, and witnesses for righteousness and blessing unto Israel. Let's read on.
And though he punish with adversity, yet doth he never forsake his people. But let this that we had spoken be for a warning unto us. And now we will come to the declaring on the matter in a few words.
All right, so let's drop that now. Let's go now to 1 Maccabees, Kahan Rashim, 2, and we'll pick up in the 21st verse. So these punishments that happen to us, the calamities, the death of babies and infants, and mothers who circumcised their children, and of strong men who withstood, those punishments were not for our destruction, but for us to be corrected and chastened like a child who was going astray. And the Most High chastened those who he loves. So he loved his seed, Israel. But because we started doing the ways of the heathen that he commanded us not, the Most High said, I have to punish you. Or else you'll continue going down this route and be full of sin. And we won't have people like Judas, Maccabees, Mattathias, these strong brothers who withstood and upheld in righteousness. 1 Maccabees 2. We'll actually pick up in the first verse, priest, not the 21st verse. Pick up in verse 1. So now that we see the background, we see Onias ruled Jerusalem in righteousness, and it was a beautiful place. But then Satan was able to enter into the chambers of image of his own brethren, his own kindred, his own countrymen, and bring forth this incursion upon them. And they set up abominations in Jerusalem, and even murdered and made a martyr of Onias, the high priest. And so now you have brothers who stood up and said, we're not taking this. Now we introduce the Maccabees. 1 Maccabees 2 and 1, priest.
Con. 1 Maccabees chapter 2 and verse 1. In those days arose Mattathias, the son of John, the son of Simeon, a priest of the sons of Jorib from Jerusalem, and dwelt in Modin. And he had 5 sons, Jonan, called Cadiz, Simon, called Phasi, Judas, who was called Maccabeus, Eleazar, called Avaran, and Jonathan, whose surname was Aphus.
So now you have Mattathias of the lineage of the priesthood standing strong and saying, we are going to defend what Abba Yahweh gave us. And him and his 5 sons all stood strong to do the work. Let's read on.
Verse 6. And when he saw the blasphemies that were committed in Judah and Jerusalem, he said, woe is me, wherefore was I born to see this misery of my people and of the holy city, and to dwell there when it was delivered into the hand of the enemy, and the sanctuary into the hand of strangers.
So they lamented this destruction, this incursion that was going on. Jump down to the 15th verse. And we'll start seeing of the valiant tale of Mattathias. Let's read on.
Verse 15. In the meanwhile, the king's officers, such as compelled the people to revolt, came into the city of Modin to make them sacrifice.
So this is Antiochus, his officers, going forth. And he wasn't satisfied with just getting Jerusalem. He tried to get all the coast of Israel and get all the cities, even Modin, to go and give sacrifices to their deities and to offer them and eat them. Read on.
Verse 16. And when many of Israel came unto them, Mattathias also and his sons came together. Then answered the king's officers and said to Mattathias on this wise, Thou art a ruler, and an honorable and great man in this city, and strengthened with his sons and brethren. Now therefore come thou first, and fulfill the king's commandment, like all the heathen have done, yea, and the men of Judah also, and as such are remained at Jerusalem. So shalt thou and thy house be in the number of the king's friends, and thou and thy children shall be honored with silver and gold and many rewards.
So Mattathias wasn't just a lay person. He was of that priestly lineage, and he was a chieftain and ruler of his people. And he said, hey, if you eat this, then all the other ones will say it's okay, it's cool. And they said also, if you do this, you're going to be sitting pretty with the king. We're going to give you gold and silver and everything you want. What did Mattathias do?
Verse 19. Then Mattathias answered and spake with a loud voice, Though all the nations that are under the king's dominion obey me, and fall away every one from the religion of their fathers, and give consent to his commandments, yet will I and my sons and my brethren walk in the covenant of our fathers.
He said, absolutely not. You can take your gold and your silver and you can shove it. We are going to keep the commandment of Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
Verse 21. Abba forbid that we should forsake the law and the ordinances. We will not hearken to the king's words to go from our religion either on the right hand or the left. Now when he had left speaking these words, there came one of the Jews in the sight of all to sacrifice on the altar which was at Modin, according to the king's commandment.
And so now you see the same problem we have today. We are not unified. When he said, absolutely not, brother, I will not do that. I will keep the commandment of Abba Yahweh. One of these knuckleheads Israelites said, well, shoot, I'll do it. Let me go to that altar and eat that swine. Let me get them riches. You don't want it? I'll take it then. It's the same thing today. You got brothers trying to stand strong with integrity, but a lot of us are just selling out. Mm-hmm. I'll go ahead and do that. Oh, you talking about money? How much you talking? I'll give you about $50 in cheeseburger. Deal. What were they doing with them shots, them jabs? They got that video that keeps circulating of the mayor of New York talking about, I can get these fries. Vaccination tastes real good to me. Oh, there's a burger with it too? Real good. How many of us said, oh, free burger and fries? Shoot me up. You need boosters too? I take about 5 boosters. I get another burger? We today selling out for burgers and fries.
That's the way of the world. Money justifies everything.
Exactly. Money justifies everything. How much more back then when they said you can be next to the king having silver and gold? How many of us would have taken that deal back then?
Yeah.
Let's read on and look at the zeal and the fervor of Mattathias.
Verse 24. Which thing when Mattathias saw, he was inflamed with zeal, and his reins trembled. Neither could he forbear to show his anger according to judgment. Wherefore he ran and slew him upon the altar.
He said, oh, you want to lose your life? Oh, I'll make sure you do. Ran up and slew the brother. What else did he do?
Phineas style. Verse 25. Also the king's commissioner, who compelled men to sacrifice, he killed at that time.
And he killed the king's commissioner. How many of us are willing to do that? Killed the brother that was going off and went to the nation and slew him in his anger and his zeal for Abba Yahweh. Read on.
And the altar he pulled down.
And pulled down and broke up that altar, that abomination. Let's read on.
Verse 26. Thus dealt he zealously for the law of Abba Yahweh, like as Phinehas did unto Zambri, the son of Salami.
You spoke it. Straight Phineas style. Give me a spear. Don't give me that sword. Give me a spear like Phineas so I can jab them together. Let's read on.
Verse 27. And Mattathias cried throughout the city with a loud voice, saying, Whosoever is zealous of the law and maintaineth the covenant, let him follow me.
So he said anybody who wants to maintain, who wants to fight, and not just take this willingly, come and follow me, and we're going to mount up a revolt. Let's read on.
Verse 28. So he and his sons fled into the mountains and left all that they ever had in the city.
Now that is a key part too. They forsook all their worldly possessions. And remember, he was a great man. He was a ruler. He was a rich man, had much possessions. And he forsook all of that to keep the covenant of Abba Yahweh. How many of us, once again, can do that? We got a little job and we say, I can't leave that. You got a wife and she like, covenant of David? No, I ain't with that. Oh, okay. Close this book. I'm done with this. But these brothers left everything they had. Put everything on the line for this. They put more on the line than we have to today. And we can't deal with a little bit of persecution. Mm-hmm. They were literally fighting to the death. And you can't deal with your boss saying, I don't think you can get that day off. We can't contend with that. Let's read on, priest.
Verse 29. The many that sought after justice and judgment went down into the wilderness to dwell there, both they and their children and their wives and their cattle, because afflictions increased sore upon them. Now when it was told the king's servants and the host that was at Jerusalem in the city of David, that certain men who had broken the king's commandment were gone down into the secret places in the wilderness, they pursued after them a great number, and having overtaken them, they camped against them and made war against them on the Sabbath day. And they said unto them, Let that which ye have done hitherto suffice. Come forth and do according to the commandment of the king, and ye shall live.
So now many had fled for security out in the wilderness, out in the mountains, and the Greeks found them on the Shabbat day. Now these Greeks were cunning because they saw the Babylonians and the Persians and the Egyptians, all that they did, and they took that history and studied it. Said, let's see what we can do. Let's get them on the Shabbat day. On the Shabbat day, they came and said, all right, you did enough. We'll forgive it. We'll forgive the death of our great ambassador. All you got to do is come and eat this pork that we just sacrificed on the altar. That's all you got to do. And we'll call it all even. And what they do?
Verse 35. So then they gave them the battle with all speed.
I think go to verse 34.
Verse 34. But they said, we will not come forth, neither will we do the king's commandment to profane the Sabbath day.
So I am not about to profane the Shabbat. They stood strong on that, on their covenant. Let's read on.
Verse 35. So then they gave them the battle with all speed. Howbeit they answered them not, neither cast they a stone at them, nor stopped the places where they had lay hid, but said, let us die all in our innocency.
That's the resolve they had. Let's die blamelessly. Mm-hmm. If we're going to die without even being blamed for breaking the Shabbat. We're going to sit here and you're going to be the one to kill us when we're doing nothing. Read on.
Heaven and earth will testify for us.
Heaven and earth will testify for us. Yep. Heaven and earth shall be our witnesses as to what has happened today. Our blood shall speak from the earth like it did for Abel, and we shall be in the courts of heaven accusing you for all this wickedness that you have done. And you will not get off free. Let's read on.
That ye put us to death wrongfully. So they rose up against them in the battle on the Sabbath, and they slew them with their wives and children and their cattle to the number of 1,000 people.
1,000 martyrs of Abba Yahweh, who shall now witness against this Greek army and everybody in it and say, yeah, that person, soldier number 537, accuse him too. He's the one who personally jabbed me on the side. Accuse him. And everybody in that regiment accused and cursed them. And heaven and earth together shall witness against them, shall accuse them as these martyrs do in heaven. Let's read on. Or in the courts of Abba Yahweh. Let's jump down now to the 43rd verse, actually, priest.
Verse 43. Also all they that fled for persecution joined themselves unto them, and were a stay unto them. So they joined their forces and smote sinful men in their anger, and wicked men in their wrath. But the rest fled to the heathen for succor. Then Mattathias and his friends went round about and pulled down the altars. And what children soever they found within the coast of Israel uncircumcised, those they circumcised valiantly.
Look at the zeal of Mattathias. They said, this ain't going to happen on our watch. They built up a force, an army, a ragtag army, but an army nonetheless, and they went to war and fought, and they were winning too. And they start tearing down altars. They start repelling the heathens, and any Israelite they found that was following after the way of the nations, they said, we're going to circumcise you. You're going to be in covenant with Abba Yahweh. Let's read on. Verse 47.
Verse 47. They pursued after the proud men, and the work prospered in their hand. So they recovered the law out of the hand of the Gentiles and out of the hand of the kings. Neither suffered they the sinner to triumph. Now when the time drew near that Mattathias should die, he said unto his sons, now hath pride and rebuke gotten strength, and the time of the destruction and the wrath of the indignation. Now therefore, my sons, be ye zealous for the law, and give your lives for the covenant of your fathers.
He said, just like our fathers beforehand have given their lives for this, you must do the same. He encouraged all his sons, all 5 of them, and said, be strong and be ready to even give your lives for this covenant. Now, we should all have this same resolve. This is not written because it's a nice story. It's not written so we can make a movie about it. It's written so that we can have the same zeal as Mattathias, as Judas, as Eleazar, Simon, as all of his sons, to be willing, if necessary, give our lives for this covenant. Obviously, he ain't saying you got to off yourself, but be firm in this. Be so firm that, as the scriptures say, they love not their lives unto death. Don't love this place so much that you're willing to transgress the ways of Abba Yahweh to stay here. This place is temporary. Abba Yahweh's kingdom is permanent. And you want to have a permanent fixture in it. You want to have that true immortality. Mattathias, even on his deathbed, is immortal. And he received that immortality, that great memorial, where he shall join the forefathers in that second division and be at the courts of Abba Yahweh day and night. Be a witness or a martyr for his good deeds and his good works and against the wicked workers of iniquity. This is what we should be looking for. This is the eternal life that the Messiah was talking about. That your soul shall not die. You shall not be extinguished in that last end. As it says in Sirach, a righteous man who fears the Most High shall receive a reward at the last end. And his death, in his death, he shall be honored. Let's jump now to the 64th verse, priest.
Wherefore, ye my sons, be valiant, and show yourself men in behalf of the law, for by it ye shall obtain glory. By
it you shall obtain glory, not by submitting to the nations, but by the law. How glorious was Jason? Some of us probably didn't even know he was written about in here. But they got no glory because he tried to get it through wicked means. Yeah. But these brothers have glory on behalf of the law. Let's read on.
Verse 65. And behold, I know that your brother Simon is a man of counsel. Give ear unto him always. He shall be a father unto you. As for Judas Maccabees, he hath been mighty and strong, even from his youth up. Let him be your captain, and fight the battle of the people. Take also unto you all those that observe the law, and avenge ye the wrong of your people. Recompense fully the heathen, and take heed to the commandments of the law. So he blessed them, and was gathered to their fathers. And he died in the 146th year, and his sons buried him in the sepulchres of his father at Modin.
All right. Finish that up.
And all Israel made great lamentation for him.
Let's go to the next chapter, chapter 3. We'll pick up in the first verse. So, Mattathias left everything he had and stood strong for the covenant and died not in the glory of the priesthood, but in fighting to recover his nation. And so he received that immortality, that blessing, where he could have lived life lavishly. He probably would have lived out all his days too if he took that deal. Let me eat this swine's flesh and be rich next to the king. He probably would live the rest of his days living pretty, sitting pretty on this earth. But at his death, that would be a day of dishonor to him. He would not be a martyr or a witness of Abba, but would be there with the likes of Cain, with the likes of Balaam, with the likes of all these wicked workers of iniquity who have died. But he chose in his life to relinquish all his worldly possessions to stand strong for the covenant of Abba. And now Judas took the helm and followed suit. Let's get the third chapter, first verse, priest.
Then his son Judas, called Maccabees, rose up in his stead, and all his brethren helped him, and so did all they that held with his father, and they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel. So he gat his people great honor, and put on a breastplate as a giant, and girt his warlike harness about him, and he made battles, protecting the host with his sword. In his acts he was like a lion, and like a lion's whelp roaring for his prey.
This man was lion-like, was bold, was strong. And that boldness doesn't just mean you just yelling at people. He wasn't like the nations. He was like Onias. Say he was gentle in conversation, exercising all points of virtue. But when it came to wickedness, he abhorred it and he hated it. You see a lion moving, a lion isn't just some bugged out creature. That thing is majestic. You see him walking, he looks royal. Mm-hmm. But when another lion comes and invade his territory, he will go ham, or as Israelites say, lamb on you. Right. He will fight to the death. And that was what Judas was like. Let's read on.
Verse 5. For he pursued the wicked and sought them out, and burned up those that vexed his people. Wherefore the wicked shrunk for fear of him, and all the workers of iniquity were troubled.
Wickedness shrunk. Not just got smaller, but cowered. If you shrink before somebody, you cowering before them. You're making yourself smaller. Wickedness shrank. Wickedness was scared of Judas. Let's read on.
Because salvation prospered in his hand. Verse 7. He grieved also many kings, and made Jacob glad with his acts, and his memorial is blessed forever. Moreover, he went through the cities of Judah, destroying the ungodly out of them, and turning away the wrath from Israel.
Look at that. His memorial, his remembrance is blessed forever. Even in his death, he was honored, as it says in Sirach. Receive that latter reward. Read on. Go to verse 12.
Verse 12. Wherefore Judas took their spoils, and Apollonius' sword also.
He was a great man of war, conquering and winning many battles. Read on.
And therewith he fought all his life long.
And he would fight his entire life. This is the same courage that we need to have. That I am willing to fight to the end of my days, if that's what it takes, if that's what I need. And this is the same mindset that Judas had, to conquer and destroy wickedness from out of the earth and out of Israel. Let's jump now to the 45th verse, priest, and pick up there.
Now Jerusalem lay void as a wilderness. There was none of her children that went in or out. The sanctuary also was trodden down, and aliens kept the stronghold. The heathen had their habitation in that place, and joy was taken from Jacob, and the pipe with the harp ceased. Verse 46. Wherefore the Israelites assembled themselves together and came to Mespah, over against Jerusalem. For Mespah was a place where they prayed aforetime in Israel. Then they fasted that day and put on sackcloth and cast ashes upon their heads and rent their clothes, and laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images. They brought also the priest's garments, and the first fruits, and the tithes, and the Nazarites they stirred up, who had accomplished their days.
Look at what they're doing. If we need to have the same spirit of Judas Maccabees, look at what they have done. Jerusalem is destroyed. The nations, the wicked people are there. We are not, but let's gather. And let's come and keep the feast. Let's bring our first fruits, even in a strange land, even in the city that's not appointed. Let's still gather together. Read on.
Verse 50. Then cried they with a loud voice toward heaven, saying, what shall we do with these? And whither shall we carry them away? For thy sanctuary is trodden down and profane, and thy priests are in heaviness and brought low. And lo, the heathen are assembled together against us to destroy us. What things they have imagined against us, thou knowest. How shall we be able to stand against them, except thou, O Abba Yahweh, be our help? Then sounded they with trumpets and cried with a loud voice.
So even in this calamity, even in its destruction, they said, we got to keep this feast. Even though we're not in Jerusalem, even though the sanctuary, the physical one, is destroyed, we need, and defiled, we need to keep these feasts. We need to get the priests together. We need to get these sacrifices together. We need to bring our first fruits in the Feast of Weeks and bring our harvest to Abba Yahweh. What little we have, we must do it. If we need the spirit, if we want to have the spirit of Judas Maccabeus, this is what we need to do. So many of us love to read about Judas and love to read about how valiant he was, but don't see that even in the midst of all that, he was keeping the feast, keeping the laws of Abba Yahweh, and not forsaking them, and brought forth the priests, the Nazarites, and the oblations and sacrifice, and gave oblations and worship to Abba Yahweh. And with that, the Most High helped him. Not because the Most High just loved him, but because he gave his sacrifice continually, because he kept laws and statutes, even when it don't make sense. How many of us are in a similar situation? I can't keep the feast. I got too much going on. How many of us would say, I got to get my stuff together before I keep the feast? Well, Jews had a lot to get together. He had the sanctuary, he got the nation, he got his people, everything to get together. Nothing is together, but he still said, I'm going to keep the feast. The feast don't stop just because you're not together. We must keep the feast so that Abba Yahweh will be our help and get us together. Verse 55, priest.
And after this, Judas ordained captains over the people, even captains over thousands and over hundreds and over 50s and over 10s. But as for such as were building houses or had betrothed wives or planting vineyards or were fearful, those he commanded that they should return, every man to his own house according to the law.
Look at that. Even in the midst of this calamity, still keeping the covenant of Abba Yahweh and attaining to these statutes. Moses had put in the statutes that if a man had betrothed a wife, plant a vineyard, don't have him go out to battle in case he dies and has no offspring, has no inheritance. Let him build up his inheritance, and then once that's done, now you can come in and go to war. And if you die, at least your progeny is still in effect on the earth. Now, Judas is in a time where he needs some soldiers. Every time you see them going to war, it's 50,000 of the Greeks and 10,000 of the Israelites. It's 20,000 Greeks and 8,000 Israelites. They need men. But at the same time, he said, it says it right here in the statutes. Let's keep that. Let's do that. And the Most High calls them to prosper. Even that, who thinks being fearful is an excuse? But that was indeed an excuse. You fearful, brother? All right. Stay back, all right? You fearful. Look what the nations do. They trust in their arms. They do a draft. You are not getting out of that draft if they do that. Is being fearful an excuse to get out of the draft? Absolutely not. We just need you to be cannon fodder. It don't matter if you're fearful. Just run out. That's all that matters. You tell them, I just got married. I don't care about that. Yeah. You're going to get drafted. We going to war. I just built a house. I just planted a vineyard. I don't care. You going to war. Because the nations, the world, they trust in their strength. And they look at the numbers and say, if I can get more men, I'm stronger. But Israel, we don't think like that. We know our help comes from Abba Yahweh. And through him, he strengthens us. So we look at the numbers and we say, all right, it is what it is. We're going to go to war. May Abba be with us. We sent the fearful away, those who just got married, those who just planted a vineyard. Send them away so that they don't perish in this and that they can continue on the earth and they can at least have a son or two and, somebody to remember them by. But the nations are not so. We see that even when in the world it looked like physically Judas should have rounded up everybody he could, he did not do that. He stood strong and kept the laws and the statutes of the Most High. Let's read on.
Verse 57. So the camp removed and pitched upon the south side of Emmaus. And Judas said, arm yourselves and be valiant men, and see that ye be in readiness against the morning, that ye may fight with the nations that are assembled together against us to destroy us and our sanctuary. For it is better for us to die in battle than to behold the calamities of our people in our sanctuary.
Look at what he said. It is better for us to go to war and die and be martyrs of our behalf than sit back and let the sanctuary be destroyed by these heathens. I'd rather die on the road there than live another day like this. Let's read on.
Verse 60.
Actually, let's go to the next chapter, the 4th chapter, and pick up in the first, actually the 36th verse, priest.
Then said Judas and his brethren, behold, our enemies are discomfited. Let us go up to cleanse and dedicate the sanctuary.
So in all his battles and all his wars, even when there was a small force of Israelites against a well-trained and well-armed Greek force, the Most High caused them to prosper. And we don't have time to go through it, but there was a time where they went to war and they were still a ragtag army at that point. Some people probably had wooden swords, like, I'm about to go to war. Some people were like, I'm about to swing my fist, I got something. And they looked and saw the Greeks. They saw Gorgias' army. And they said, these are experts. These are trained men. These are men who lived their lives for war. You hear about the Spartans? They take a kid from something like 10 years old and train him up to be a soldier. These were experts in battle. And the Most High gave Judas the victory. Brother had that wooden sword and swung and 15 people died because the angels were swinging it for them. This is who was fighting on their behalf. And so this small ragtag army started to overthrow and start to conquer Jerusalem again. Yeah. Let's read on.
Verse 37. 1 Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 37. Upon this all the hosts assembled themselves together and went up into Mount Zion. And when they saw the sanctuary desolate and the altar profaned and the gates burned up and the shrubs growing into the courts as in a forest, or in one of the mountains, yea, and the priest's chambers pulled down, they rent their clothes and made great lamentation and cast ashes upon their heads, and fell down flat to the ground upon their faces, and blew an alarm with the trumpets, and cried toward heaven. Then Judas appointed certain men to fight against those that were in the fortress until he had cleansed the sanctuary.
Now look at Judas' resolve. This is the only time Judas put down his sword all his life. Said, I got to put down the sword and put on a hard hat. I got some building to do. Brother, you can go and fight these battles. I'm about to cleanse this sanctuary that we just recovered. And so Judas dedicated his life to restoring the benefits and the blessing and the culture of Israel. Let's drop that. Let's go to the 5th chapter, 1st verse. And this is the mindset we should have. That nothing takes precedence over cleansing and purifying the sanctuary. The sanctuary now is not a physical place, but it's within us. We must purify the sanctuary that's within. And therein give sacrifice to our behalf, as Judas did. And keep the feast of dedication, as it says, as it were tabernacles. Once again, it's a whole nother class. We won't go into it. But let's read on 1 Maccabees 5, pick up in the first verse, priest.
Now when the nations round about heard that the altar was built and the sanctuary renewed as before, it displeased them very much. Wherefore they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob that was among them, and thereupon they began to slay and destroy the people. Then Judas fought against the children of Esau in Idumea and Arbatine, because they besieged Gael, and he gave them a great overthrow and abated their courage and took their spoils.
All right, jump down to verse 9. So all the nations round about too, not even just the Greeks, they were angry and upset. Spirit of sin was on them. Why are they building the sanctuary again? Got nothing to do with you, but you still upset. And so Judas didn't just stop with Tryphon or Nicanor or Antiochus, but he was going all about all the nations round about and spiting everybody that was not supporting him bringing forth Israel again, including Esau. Let's go to the 9th verse.
Then the heathen that were at Galaad assembled themselves together against the Israelites that were in their quarters to destroy them, but they fled to the fortress of Dathamiah, and sent letters unto Judas and his brethren. The heathen that were around about us are assembled together against us to destroy us.
All right, jump to verse 14. So there were Israelites at Galaad and the heathens there too, and they rose up to fight them. And he said, I know just who to call. Send up the bat symbol. We need to get Judas out here. Let's read on verse 14.
While these letters were yet reading, behold, there came other messengers from Galilee with their clothes rent, who reported on this wise. And they said, they of Ptolemais and of Tyrus and of Sidon and all Galilee of the Gentiles are assembled together against us to consume us.
Now also, there was sent from Galilee as well. So now you had on all sides Israel being fought by the nations. And they went to Judas for help. Let's read on.
Verse 16. Now when Judas and the people heard these words, there assembled a great congregation together to consult what they should do for their brethren, that there were in trouble and assaulted of them. Then said Judas unto Simon his brother, choose thee out men and go and deliver and go and deliver thy brethren that are in Galilee. For I and Jonathan, my brother, will go into the country of Galaad. So he left Joseph and the son of Zacharias and Azarias, captains of the people, with the remnant of the host in Judea to keep it. Unto whom he gave commandments, saying, take ye the charge of this people, and see that ye make not war against the heathen until the time that we come again.
All right, jump down to verse 49. So what they decided was Judas was going to go to Galaad, and Simon was going to take a company in an army and go to Gilead. Simon, one of the other sons of Mattathias. And they would both go and fight for the victory for Israel. And so he left chosen men, chief men out of Israel, Zacharias or Joseph and Azarias, captains, chief men, not some lay people, chief men in charge of Jerusalem until the time they came back, and gave them the express charge, don't go out to war until we come back. You got that? I said, I got that, brother. Not going to war until you come back. Let's jump down now to verse 49.
Wherefore Judas commanded a proclamation to be made throughout the host, that every man should pitch his tent in the place where he was. So the soldiers pitched and assaulted the city all the day and all the night, till at the length of the city was delivered into his hands. Who then slew all the males with the edge of the sword, and razed the city, and took the spoils of thereof, and passed through the city over them that were slain. After this they went over Jordan into the great plain before Bethsan. And Judas gathered together those that came behind, and exhorted the people all the way through till they came into the land of Judea. So they went up to Mount Sion with joy and gladness, where they had offered burnt offerings, because not one of them were slain until they had returned in peace.
So Judas went on this crazy mission, went out to fight for his brethren, and went and smote them with a sword and didn't lose not one soldier. Not one brother was lost. Let's read on.
Verse 55. Now what time as Judas and Jonathan were in the land of Galaad, and Simon his brother in Galilee before Ptolemais.
So they were going out to war, and they lost none, coming out of the battle victorious. And all the fame of Judas and their celebrations on their way back, and Simon and his victory, reached back to Jerusalem. Now what happened?
Verse 56. Joseph, the son of Zacharias, and Azarias, captains of the garrison, heard of the valiant acts and warlike deeds which they had done. Wherefore they said, let us also get us a name, and go fight against the heathen that are round about us.
So the brothers that Judas said, do not go out, do not go to fight, they said, I'm hearing about Judas whooping behind, and Simon over there taking names. We got to do the same. We got to be like them. Yep. Let's read on.
Verse 58. So when they had given charge unto the garrison that was with them, they went toward Gemnea.
Ring any bells? We're going to get to it, Abel willing. They went to Jamnia. Let's read on.
Verse 59. Then came Gorgias and his men out of the city to fight against them. And so it was that Joseph and Azarias were put to flight.
They did not have any sort of victory. The Most High was not with them at Jamnia. Let's read on. And if you'll grab Uriah, 2 Maccabees 12, pick up in the 31st verse.
Continuing to verse 60. And pursued unto the borders of Judea, and there were slain the day of the people of Israel about 2,000 men.
2,000 of them slain. Judas losing none, Simon losing none, but Joseph and Azarias went out and lost a whole company. 2,000 men had no power to fight, but instead put to flight, running, scattered at their enemies. Let's read on.
Verse 61. Thus was there a great overthrow among the children of Israel, because they were not obedient unto Judas and his brethren, but thought to do some valiant act.
Because they were not obedient, not only to Judas. We're going to show that in a second. Not only were they not obedient to Judas, but they said, I want to get a great name for myself. Read on.
Verse 62. Moreover, these men came not of the seed of those by whose hand deliverance was given unto Israel.
So you see, a martyr is not just somebody who dies for a cause. Because these brothers are not martyrs. They went on their own will, not according to the will of Judas, who was operating on the will of Abel, and they were put to flight and lost 2,000 men. These brothers are not martyrs. And let's see why. Let's go to 2 Maccabees 12 and pick up in the 31st verse, priest. Let's see specifically why they were not martyrs, even though they lost their lives.
They gave them thanks, desiring them to be friendly still unto them. And so they came to Jerusalem, the Feast of Weeks approaching.
So once again, Judas, smiting his enemies, some came and said, we don't want none of what you giving. We want peace. And he said, okay, what you got? And they came and made an agreement, and he accepted it. And so he said, now let me go back to Jerusalem celebrating, because the Feast of Weeks is approaching. Once again, subtle plug, Feast of Weeks is indeed approaching. We are about a little less than a month out, so once again, make sure you register on the City of Adam, so you can come with us and join Maccabees-like brethren, keeping the charge of Abba to do his feast. Let's read on, priest.
Verse 32. And after the feast called Pentecost, they went forth against Gorgias, the governor of Idumea, who came out with 3,000 men of foot and 400 horsemen, and it happened that in their fighting together, a few of the Jews were slain.
We see the same account. Gorgias, the same one they fought in the previous chapter we were just reading, in the 5th chapter of 1 Maccabees, in 2 Maccabees, we see the same Gorgias going out to fight them and slaying some of the Israelites. Let's go to the 36th verse, priest.
Now when they that were with Gorgias had fought along and were weary, Judas called upon the Most High that he would show himself to be their helper and leader of the battle. And with that he began in his own language and sung psalms with a loud voice, and rushing unawares upon Gorgias' men, he put them to flight.
So Judas now came out to fight against Gorgias and overcame them and conquered, put them to flight instead of the children of Israel that were put to flight. Let's read on.
So Judas gathered his host and came into the city of Adullam. And when the 7th day came, they purified themselves as the custom was, and kept the Sabbath in the same place. And upon the day following, as the use had been, Judas and his company came to take up the bodies of them that were slain, and to bury them with their kinsmen in their fathers' graves. Now under the coats of every one that was slain, they found things consecrated to the idols of the Jamnites.
Idols of the Jamnites. Where did those brothers go? Anybody remember? Where did Zacharias and Azarias, or Joseph and Azarias, go? What city did they go to?
Yep.
What's that? Not the Amorites. Where'd they go? They went to Jamnia. We just read it. They went to Jamnia. What we just read in the first book is being seen here in the second book. Them brothers who were captains and chief men went out to Jamnia and said, oh, this looks nice. I bet if I put this lucky rabbit's foot under my coat, I'm going to get the same benefits that Judas got. I bet if I put this trinket of this gold deity in my coat, I'm going to be just like Judas. These brothers who were captains in Israel said, let me take these idols and let me put them in my coat like a lucky charm. How many of us got little crosses hanging from our rearview mirror when we're driving? You got a little miniature Bible that you don't read, but you think it's going to prevent an accident. How many of us got that? They ain't doing nothing. These brothers doing the same thing. Let me get a little trinket and think it's going to bring some power to me. It ain't going to bring nothing. It's the power of the Most High by being obedient to him and his will and his cause that will protect you. But these brothers, Joseph and Zacharias, went to Jamnia, thought it looked nice, and put those idols in their coats. Let's read on, priest.
Which is forbidden the Jews by the law. Then every man saw that this was the cause wherefore they were slain. All men therefore praising the Most High, the righteous judge, who had opened the things that were hid, betook themselves unto prayer, and besought him that the sin committed might wholly be put out of remembrance. Besides, that noble Judas exhorted the people to keep themselves from sin, for so much as they saw before their eyes the things that came to pass for the sins of those that were slain.
So now they praised the Most High and gave offerings and said, all praise is the Most High, because they were concerned. Why were these chief men, these captains, Joseph and Azariah, put to death? Why did they die like this when they were righteous, upstanding men? When they heard of them losing the battle and 2,000 of Israel falling victim to the nations, when they lost nobody. Remember, Judas just came off of losing nobody. Not one of them died in the battle, but now 2,000 died over here. And now he's concerned, he's conflicted in his mind. Why did Abba do this? Now, when he searched them, finding idols consecrated to Jamnites, and they praised the Most High, not because they were happy about their brothers dying, but the cause was revealed. And so now they knew, once again, another witness that Abba was true, another testimony that he was true. Because when they were not worshiping idols, they received that benefit of a ragtag army destroying an expert army. But when they put them Jamnite idols in their pockets, that martyrdom was stripped from them. But what did Judas do in his righteousness and his love for the people?
Verse 43, and when he had made a gathering throughout the company to the sum of 2,000 drachms of silver, he sent it to Jerusalem to offer a sin offering, doing therein very well and honestly, in that he was mindful of the resurrection.
He said, I know those brothers slipped up and they got deceived and took these idols. But let me send an offering to Jerusalem on their behalf, being mindful of the resurrection, hoping that even these brothers could receive some immortality, because he knew they weren't at the courts of the Most High. They died in idolatry. Let me make sure that my brothers are straight. At least go to the 4th division or something. Let's read on.
For if he had not hoped that they that were slain should have risen again, it had been superfluous and vain to pray for the dead.
If he had not hoped in a resurrection, in true immortality, a reward at the latter end, it would have been in vain and of no use to pray for these fallen brothers. But he did, knowing about the resurrection, sent drachms of gold and silver to Jerusalem to offer sacrifice for sin for the people, that they may rise again, that they may receive the immortality that was slated for Judas Maccabees. Let's read on.
And also in that he perceived that there was great favor laid up for those that died godly.
Once again, perceive that there was great favor to die godly. They didn't die in godliness, but hopefully in their death, these sacrifices, these sin offerings, would remove anything that's a stumbling block for them being partakers of the resurrection. Let's read on.
It was an holy and good thought, whereupon he made a reconciliation for the dead, that they might be delivered from sin.
So even the dead, even our forefathers who have passed, the loved ones of the saints who have passed, they need these oblations, these sacrifices. We all have loved ones who didn't receive the covenant, but are waiting on us to receive it, so that we can pray not only for us, not only for our kindred and our nations, but for our forefathers, that they all may join us in the resurrection. Now, we don't have time to go through that in detail today, but we see that Judas was mindful of the resurrection, mindful of an immortality that transcends just living forever on the earth. That's what the nations do. They were searching for El Dorado so they could find the fountain of youth and live forever. Judas like, I know I'm going to pass in this realm. Ain't nothing going to prevent my physical body from dying, but my soul, they be preserved till the resurrection and the last ends. Let's drop that. Let's go to 1 Maccabees 6, pick up in the 42nd verse, priest. And if you grab Uriah, 2 Maccabees 14, verse 5. So we see once again Judas standing strong to fight against evil, putting his own life in jeopardy, counting it better to die in battle than to sit back and let wickedness overtake his people. Let's see in 1 Maccabees 6 and 42, the martyrdom also of Judas.
Then Judas and his host drew near and entered into battle, and there were slain of the king's army 600 men. Eleazar also, surnamed Savaran.
So this now is one of the sons of Mattathias, a bold man just like Judas, just like Simon. Let's read on.
Perceiving that one of the beasts armed with royal harness was higher than all the rest, and supposing that the king was upon him, put himself in jeopardy.
Once again, followed suit with his forefathers and his brethren. Said, I spot the king, the one who is governing this whole thing, this whole incursion against Israel. Let me see if I can end this today. Let's read on.
To the end he might deliver his people and get him a perpetual name. Verse 45. Wherefore he ran upon him courageously through the midst of the battle, slaying on the right hand and on the left, so that they were divided from him on both sides.
He was running so courageously, nobody could stop him. Killing on the left and the right, fixated on what was in front of him, seeing the king in battle. Let's read on.
Verse 46. Which done, he crept under the elephant and thrust him under and slew him, whereupon the elephant fell down upon him, and there he died.
So he went under the elephant and disemboweled it so that the king would fall and die in battle, but he knew this is going to be his end too. And this big, huge elephant. Elephants, well, I don't know how much, 800 pounds, something more than that?
Something like that, yeah.
It's a ton.
Yeah.
Couple tons, yeah.
Yeah, they weighed tons. Sliced it open and fell on the brother. And so he lost his life. One of the sons, the first son of Mattathias to lose his life in battle. But doing it in righteousness, to deliver his people, received that immortal inheritance and that immortal name, and stood strong for his people. And so he was willing to die for the covenant and for the works to defend his people. How much more should we be able to stand strong to a boss or to a family member or to whatever? Or lose our life in this world to attain the immortal life these brothers had to physically die for. Now, before we continue on with the brothers, let's go to, actually for time's sake, we'll skip that. We'll go now actually to 1 Maccabees again. We'll go to 1 Maccabees 9 and 5. So now we see one of the brothers being a martyr, receiving that immortal inheritance to be in the courts of Abba Yahweh as a witness, to give his testimony. Not just his experiences, but to adjudicate who was righteous and who was wicked. My brothers Judas, Simon, Jonathan, all of them stood strong for this covenant. However, Nicanor, Georgius, Tryphon, Antioch, all of them are wicked men. Curse them and destroy them off the face of the earth, Abba Yahweh, says Eleazar as he reached the gates of Abba Yahweh. Now let's go to 1 Maccabees 9, verse 5, priest.
Now Judas had pitched his tents in Elysia, and 3,000 chosen men with him, who seeing the multitude of the other army, to he so great were sore afraid, whereupon many conveyed themselves out of the host, insomuch as abode of them no more but 800 men.
So for some reason, even though these Israelites were winning battle after battle after battle, they saw this army and were afraid and ran. Came out with 3,000 and remained only with 800. Let's read on.
Verse 7. When Judas therefore saw that his host slipped away, and that the battle pressed upon him, he was sore troubled in mind and much distressed, for that he had no time to gather them together.
And so the battle raged on. He had no time to gather his men and get everything in order that he needed. Let's read on.
Verse 8. Nevertheless, unto them that remained he said, let us arise and go up against our enemies, if peradventure we might be able to fight with them. But they dehorted him, saying, we shall never be able. Let us now rather save our lives, and hereafter we will return with our brethren and fight against them, for we are but a few. Then Judas said, Abba, forbid that I should do this.
Most High forbid. Brother said, oh man, we can run away and live to fight another day. Sounds good, doesn't it? Judas said, Most High forbid, brother. We ain't about to run away. Read on.
And flee away from them. If our time be come, let us die manfully for our brethren, and let us not stain our honor.
He said, if the Most High said it's time, and that's just what it is. Let us die with honor, and don't bring a stain to our legacy that we have already built of manly, lion-like men who will stand strong for righteousness. Let it not be known or said in the chronicles of Judas Maccabees that I ran away. Even if it was to fight again, let it not be so. So Judas stood strong, and even in a losing battle, fought to the death. Let's read on.
Verse 11. With that, the host of Maccabees removed out of their tents and stood over against them.
For time's sake, jump down to verse 14.
Verse 14. Now when Judas perceived that the Maccabees and the strength of his army were on the right side, he took with him all the hardy men, who discomfited the right wing and pursued them unto the Mount Azotus. But when they of the left wing saw that they of the right wing were discomfited, they followed upon Judas and those that were with him hard at the heels from behind. Whereupon there was a sore battle, insomuch as many were slain on both parts.
So, once again, traditional battles going on. One flank is weak, and this army, this smaller army, got encircled. And you know, if you have any sort of military tacticians or even just some common sense, you know it's not a good position to be in, to be encircled. Let's read on.
Verse 18. Judas also was killed, and the remnant fled.
And so many were slain on both sides, and Judas also was slain in the battle. Read on.
Verse 19. Then Jonathan and Simon took Judas, their brother, and buried him in the sepulchre of his fathers in Modin. Moreover, they bewailed him, and all Israel made great lamentation for him, and mourned many days, saying, how is the valiant man fallen that delivered Israel?
So now we see Judas also losing his life, fighting all his life and losing it to defend the people. And with great honor, could have ran away and said, absolutely not. Most High forbid that Judas Maccabeus runs away. And he stood as a defender for the people, even so much to lose his life. Once again, this is the zeal that we must have. And once again, our battles are not as sore as Judas Maccabeus. We're not going out with armies to fight and slay and thinking we might physically lose our life. But these brothers did it. We might lose our comforts in life. Oh, no, I got to take Shabbat off. Okay. I don't have as much money in my pocket. Really? That's your complaint? When Judas Maccabeus fought to the death? Oh no, my family, they think I'm a stranger. They ostracize me. I can't deal with that. Really? This brother was living in dens in the wilderness, in caves, fighting off the Greeks who were professional armies. And you can't handle your family thinking you look strange? Why you always got ribbon of blue on, brother? You look weird. That's your problem today? You can't lose the comforts of your life to stand strong for this covenant when brothers like Eleazar and Judas lost their physical lives defending the covenant, we must all look back and be introspective and think what we are willing to do. Are we willing to stand strong like these brothers who stood strong for Abba Yahweh? Let's jump down to verse 25, priest.
Verse 25. Then Maccabees chose the wicked men and made them lords of the country. And they made inquiry and searched for Judas' friends and brought them unto Maccabees, who took vengeance of them and used them despitefully. So was there a great affliction in Israel, the like whereof was not since the time that a prophet was not seen among them. For this cause all Judas' friends came together and said unto Jonathan, upon this Jonathan.
So now they said, let's take up Jonathan. Let's jump down to verse 31. So now, at the death of Judas, there was great lamentation and fear in Israel. And so Maccabees and some of their wicked armies of the Greeks were able to stand up and start conquering a bit. But Jonathan stood up and said, this is not going to be. One of the other sons stood up and said, this shall not be. Let's read verse 31.
Upon this Jonathan took the governance upon him at that time, and rose up instead of his brother Judas. But when Maccabees got knowledge thereof, he sought for to slay him.
All right, jump down to verse 35. So now Jonathan took up the governance that Judas had and went to war and had enemies on all sides. Let's read on. Verse 35.
Now Jonathan had sent his brother John, a captain of the people, to pray his friends the Nabathites, that they might leave with them their carriage, which was much.
So he said, we have companies and friends amongst the Nabathites. Go and tell them we need some supplies. Go and see if we can get them and bring them here so we can fight our battles. Read on.
But the children of Jambri came out of Medaba and took John and all that he had and went their way with it.
So now he sent John, his brother, one of the other sons of Mattathias, and he went out on a mission. And now these other nations came out and met him. So, you got a lot of stuff with you. And they were like highwaymen and just robbed him and left him for dead. Let's read on.
Verse 37. After this came word to Jonathan and Simon, his brother, that the children of Jambri made a great marriage and were bringing the bride of Nadabatha with a great train, as being the daughter of one of the great princes of Canaan. Therefore they remembered John, their brother, and went up and hid themselves under the covert of the mountain.
So they end up killing John, another one of the sons of Mattathias, dying for this covenant. And so John, being a martyr, a witness of this, was up in the courts of Abba Yahweh and said, Abba, send the Spirit to my brothers, Jonathan and Simon, and tell them exactly where they need to go. Have them spy them out and see their marriage that they're about to do, and destroy them from off the face of the earth like Abel did to Cain. And so Jonathan and Simon did just that, remembering their brother, the Most High stirring that spirit up in them to take vengeance on those who touched the anointed of Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
Verse 39. Where they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, there was much ado and great carriage. And the bridegroom came forth and his friends and brethren to meet them with drums and instruments of music and many weapons. Then Jonathan and they that were with him rose up against them from the place where they lay in ambush, and made a slaughter of them in such sort, as many fell down dead, and the remnant fled into the mountain, and they took all their spoils. Thus was the marriage turned into mourning, and the noise of their melody into lamentation. So when they had avenged fully the blood of their brother, they turned again to the marsh of Jordan.
Now, if we were to read this whole thing, you see they went out to war with Maccabees at the marshes of Jordan. And when they heard of their brother, they said, put a pause on this. Let's go and handle this thing. John's spirit called out from heaven and said, take vengeance on my enemies. And so they laid an ambush and turned their celebration of a marriage into mourning. Instead of wine bottles flowing, it was their blood flowing in the ground. And so not only were they slayed on earth, but they were sent straight to Dudiel for touching the Most High's anointed. And John was up there as a martyr, a witness unto Abba Yahweh to accuse them in their courts. And then when they finished the avenging of John and sending forth his enemies to do the ill, so let's go back to the battle. Let's go back to the fight that was before us. Now let's jump now to the 62nd verse. So we see now 3 sons of the 5 of Mattathias being slain, all for their zeal and their work for the covenant of Abba Yahweh. Verse 62. And if you would, Priest Uriah, get 1 Maccabees 12, pick up in the first verse.
Verse 62. Afterward, Jonathan and Simon and they that were with him got them away to Bethbasi, which is in the wilderness, and they repaired the decays thereof and made it strong. Which thing when Bacchides knew, he gathered together all his hosts and sent word to them that were of Judea. Then went he and laid siege against Bethbasi, and they fought against it a long season and made engines of war. But Jonathan left his brother Simon in the city and went forth himself into the country, and with a certain number went he forth. And he smote the Odonarchs and his brother and the children of Phasiron in their tent. And when he began to smite them and came up with his forces, Simon and his company went out of the city and burned up the engines of war.
So now we see Jonathan and Simon, not skipping a beat, having the same veracity of Judas Maccabees, going out and making war with the heathens that were coming about them and stopping the plague that was in Israel. Let's read on.
Verse 68. And fought against the Bacchides, who was discomfited by them, and they afflicted him sore, for his counsel and travail was in vain. Wherefore he was very wroth at the wicked men that gave him counsel to come into the country, inasmuch as he slew many of them, and purposed to return in his own country.
All right, let's jump down to verse 73.
Thus the sword ceased from Israel, but Jonathan dwelt at Macmas, and began to govern the people, and he destroyed the ungodly men out of Israel.
So Jonathan was so prolific in destroying out the wicked that he actually caused it to cease, where there was no more need, at least for a period of time, for war in the coast of Israel and Judea. He conquered the land and reclaimed all that they had lost. Now, time won't afford us to go through and look at all the conquests that Jonathan did. But let's now go to the 12th chapter, pick it up in the first verse, priest.
Now when Jonathan saw that time served him, he chose certain men and sent them to Rome, for to confirm and renew the friendship that they had with them. He sent letters also to the Lacedaemonians and to other places for the same purpose. And this is the copy of the letters which Jonathan wrote to the Lacedaemonians. Jonathan, the high priest, and the elders.
So Jonathan now actually became the high priest because he was able to conquer and destroy all the wicked and establish Jerusalem again, and sat there and fulfilled the priesthood that had been lacking for so many years, and set up the high priesthood in honor and in glory, and stood strong and kept it. And time won't afford us to go through how the nations were serving him. They bowed down to subjection, and they were actually in a competition to get who can get in more of the good graces of Jonathan. One of them sent him a purple coat. One of them sent him gold. One of them said, we're going to levy all the taxes or take all the taxes off. One of them said, we're going to give you all your freedom. All in Jonathan's day, because of his conquest, they were afraid of him. They're like, we can't go to war with him. And so they backed off and were giving him all these blessings, and he took on the high priesthood with honor and with glory. Let's go down to the 10th verse, priest.
Have nevertheless attempted to send unto you for the renewing of the brotherhood and friendship, lest we should become strangers unto you altogether. For there is a long time past since ye sent unto us. We therefore at all times without ceasing, both in our feasts and other convenient days, do remember you in sacrifices which we offer.
Look at that. Jonathan, the high priest, was saying, we offer sacrifice for you Romans, for you Lacedaemonians. We offer sacrifices on your behalf. Let us renew the bond that we had. This is before Rome became the great empire that it was. They were still influenced by the Greeks. The Greeks still had their dominion. So they kind of coexisted for a time. They were still like a different type of people. And so they had this bond. And they said they gave sacrifices for them. Let's read on.
And in our prayers, as reason is, and as it becometh us to think upon our brethren.
Jump down to verse 14.
Howbeit, we would not be troublesome unto you, nor to others of our confederates and friends in these wars. For we have help from heaven that secureth us, so as we are delivered from our enemies, and our enemies are brought underfoot.
So he said, we're just renewing the relationship, the connection that we had. We don't need your help, though. We are good. The Most High is protecting us. We ain't asking you for one troop. Yahweh is defending Israel, is what he said. Let's jump down to verse 24, priest.
Now when Jonathan heard that Demebius, princes, were come to fight against him with a greater host than afore, he removed from Jerusalem and met them in the land of Amathus, for he gave them no respite to enter into his country.
Look at the zeal that was on Jonathan. You heathens, you're not even going to set foot in my country. I'm going to go outside my country and go to war with you. Let's read on. Let's go to verse 28.
But when the adversaries heard that Jonathan and his men were ready for battle, they feared and trembled in their hearts, and they kindled fires in their camp.
Look at the fame that was on Jonathan. It was just like Judas. They were afraid of him. They were like, oh, we were going to meet him. He came out to us. And they were afraid. They left fires in the camp and ran. Having a fire in the camp looks like they're still there. So they kept the fires going, and they hightailed it out of there. Let's read on. Let's go to verse 30.
Then Jonathan pursued after them, but overtook them not, for they were gone over the river Eleuthерus. Wherefore Jonathan turned to the Arabians.
Now look at Jonathan. Ran after them, but they escaped. Jonathan said, man, I was ready for battle. Oh, look, those Arabians over there. Let's get them. Let's read on.
Wherefore Jonathan turned to the Arabians, who were called Zabadeans, and smote them and took their spoils.
A great man in war smote them and took their spoils, took everything they had, and added riches to Jerusalem. Let's read on.
And removing thence, he came to Damascus, and so passed through all the country. Simon also went forth and passed through the country unto Ascalon, and the holes there adjoining, from whence he turned aside to Joppa and won it.
So Simon also was a great man experienced in battle, and the Most High was upon them both. And they were winning these fights and these wars against their enemies. Let's jump down now to verse 39, priest.
Now Tryphon went about to get the kingdom of Asia, and to kill Antiochus the king, that he might set the crown upon his own head. Howbeit he was afraid that Jonathan would not suffer him, and that he would fight against him. Wherefore he set away how to take Jonathan, that he might kill him. So he removed and came to Bethsan.
So Tryphon now wanted the kingdom. And this is a different Antiochus. There's like 3 or 4 Antiochus in this whole Maccabees. And so now he said, if I do that, Jonathan will slay me. Once again, the fear of Jonathan was on all these nations. But he said, let me find a crafty way that I can end his life. Let's read on.
Then Jonathan went out to meet him with 40,000 men chosen for the battle, and came to Bethsan. Now when verse 42. Now when Tryphon saw Jonathan came with so great a force, he does not stretch his hand against him.
Jonathan came with a sizable army. Look at how they've grown since the times of Judas. Judas came out with 3,000 men. Jonathan said, I got 42,000 men. But the crafty Tryphon deceived him. Let's read on.
But received him honorably, and commended him unto all his friends, and gave him gifts, and commanded his men of war to be as obedient to him as to himself. Unto Jonathan also he said, why hast thou brought all this people to so great trouble, seeing that there is no betwixt us?
So jump down to verse 46. So now Tryphon said, we have no battle. I don't have any animosity toward you. Why you got 42,000 men with you? You thought this is a war zone, man? I'm inviting you to a banquet, brother. And Jonathan was like, I don't trust it, but all right. Let's go to verse 46.
So Jonathan, believing him, did as he bade him, and sent away his host, who went into the land of Judea. Now as soon as...
Jump to verse 48. So now he believed him and said, go your way, go home. It's all good here. which was the one mistake this brother made. Verse 48.
Now as soon as Jonathan entered into Ptolemy, they of Ptolemy shut the gates and took him, and all them that came with him they slew with the sword.
So they took Jonathan captive and slayed all his men. He kept a regiment of 1,000 men with him, and took them all and slew them all. And Jonathan lay prisoner with Tryphon. Now let's go to the next chapter. You get that, Kahan Rashim. 13, we'll pick up in the first verse.
Now when Simon heard that Tryphon had gathered together a great host to invade the land of Judea and destroy it, and saw that the people was in great trembling and fear, he went up to Jerusalem and gathered the people together, and gave them exhortation, saying, Ye yourselves know what great things I and my brethren and my father's house have done for the laws in the sanctuary, the battles also and the troubles which ye have seen. By reason whereof all my brethren are slain for Israel's sake, and I am left alone.
So he knew that Jonathan was essentially as good as dead, and said, I am alone. I'm the last of my father's sons, who all have a legacy of standing strong and doing right to fight the enemies of the covenant of Abel. Now, what did he say? Being the last of his son's progeny, or his father's progeny.
Verse 5. Now, therefore, be it far from me that I should spare my own life in my time of trouble, for I am no better than my brethren.
He said, be it far from me. I will not spare my own life and shall preserve myself, but I will even put my life in jeopardy, being the last of my father's sons. I will put my own life in jeopardy for my people in the times of trouble. Let's read on.
Verse 6. Doubtless I will avenge my nation and the sanctuary and our wives and our children, for all the heathen are gathered to destroy us of very malice. Now as soon as the people heard these words, their spirit revived, and they answered with a loud voice, Thou shalt be our leader instead of Judas and Jonathan thy brother. Fight thou our battles, and whatsoever thou commandest us, that will we do.
Jump down to verse 14. So now they confirmed Simon as their brother, who had the same seal and spirit as his brothers, Jonathan and Judas, to be willingly a martyr, somebody who would lay his life down for the covenant and would not be dismayed by the things on the earth. Let's go to verse 14.
Now when Tryphon knew that Simon was risen up instead of his brother Jonathan, and meant to join the battle with him, he sent messengers unto him, saying, Whereas we have Jonathan thy brother in hold, it is for money that he is owing unto the king's treasurer concerning the business that was committed unto him. Wherefore now send 100 talents of silver, and 2 of his sons for hostages, that when he is at liberty, he may not revolt from us, and we'll let him, and we will let him go.
So Tryphon tried to downplay. We got him, man. He just owes us some money. That's all it is. We just wait until we get the money. So just send it and send 2 of his sons, and we're gonna be all squared away. We're gonna let him go. Read on.
Verse 17. Hereupon Simon, albeit he perceived that they spake deceitfully unto him, yet sent he the money and the children, lest peradventure he should procure to himself great hatred of the people. Who might have said, because I sent him not the money and the children, therefore is Jonathan dead.
So Simon knew that this was just a lie, but said, if I don't act on it, the children of Israel might think that I allowed my brother to die. So let me send the money, let me send his sons, so that it looks like, or at least they know that I tried to save him as best I could, even though I know that he is not going to make it out of this. And he already knew. They probably had conversations in back rooms, their brethren, saying, I'm willing to die for this, and he knew. And Jonathan probably told him, if something ever happens to me, if I get locked up by Tryphon, don't come and save me. I know what I'm getting myself into. And so they had that zeal together. All 5 of the sons did. Let's read on, priest.
Verse 19. So he sent them the children and the 100 talents. Howbeit, Tryphon disassembled, neither would he let Jonathan go.
Of course, he would not let him go. The dishonesty and the lies coming from these heathens. Let's go to verse 23. Exactly. Because I always lied. Verse 23.
And when he came near to Bascama, he slew Jonathan, who was buried there.
Once again, slew Jonathan. Being, once again, a martyr, knowing, go ahead, put me down, because I'm going to be in the courts of Abba Yahweh, accusing you day and night until you be extinguished off the earth and brought into Dudiel. You shall have no inheritance, no honor in your death. Let's read on.
Verse 24. Afterward, Tryphon returned and went into his own land. Then sent Simon and took the bones of Jonathan his brother and buried them in Modin, the city of his fathers. And all Israel made great lamentation for him and bewailed him many days. Simon also built a monument upon the sepulchre of his father and his brethren, and raised it aloft to the site, with hewn stone behind and before. Moreover, he set up 7 pyramids, one against another, for his father and his mother and his 4 brethren.
So now he, being the new ruler of Israel, set up a decorative grave and burial place for all his brethren and his family. And it said he built 7 pyramids. Let's do the math. His father, his mother, and 4 brethren. What's 4 plus 2? 6. How many he built? 7. Why? One for himself. He was already confirming, I'm willing to lay down my life for this covenant. Brother already prepared for himself to stand strong and fight all the day long and never let the nations come up against him. This was the zeal and the fervor that these brothers had, knowing that they would receive that immortality by standing strong for Abba Yahweh's covenant. Let's jump now to the 43rd verse, priest.
In those days, Simon camped against Gaza and besieged it round about. He made also an engine of war and set it by the city, and battered a certain tower and took it. And they that were in the engine leaped into the city, whereupon there was a great uproar in the city, insomuch as the people of the city rent their clothes and climbed up the walls with their wives and children, and cried with a loud voice, beseeching Simon to grant them peace.
So Simon now, after fighting against Tryphon, went to completely extinguish the wicked ones out of Jerusalem, and was so valiant in war, these people were begging, please stop destroying us. So Simon said, I'll grant you what you want, just get out of my city. Let's read on.
And they said, verse 46, and they said, deal not with us according to our wickedness, but according to thy mercy. So Simon was appeased toward them, and fought no more against them, but put them out of the city, and cleansed the houses wherein the idols were, and so entered into it with songs of thanksgiving.
So this is how we must be also. We must be firm and bold and ready to go to war, but also merciful when mercy is beseeched of us. This is that balance that we should have. The nations, they just know war. We go to war and there is no mercy. Israel knows both. We know to go to war, or we should know to go to war and to also be merciful when mercy is required. Let's read on.
Verse 48. Yea, he put all uncleanness out of it, and placed such men there as would keep the law, and made it stronger than it was before, and built therein a dwelling place for himself. They also of the tower in Jerusalem were kept so straight that they could neither come forth, nor go into the country, nor buy nor sell. Wherefore they were in great distress, for they want of victuals, and of a great number of them perished through famine. Then cried they to Simon, beseeching him to be at one with them, which thing he granted them, and had put them out from thence. He cleansed the tower from the pollutions. And he entered into the 23 day of the 2nd month, in the 171st year, with thanksgiving and branches of palms, and with harps and cymbals, and with viols and hymns and songs, because there was destroyed a great enemy out of Israel.
So they purified Jerusalem and brought it forth with oblations, sacrifice, thanksgiving offerings, palms, their tithes, and singing. and offerings to Abba Yahweh, and celebrated the day that they purified Israel and Jerusalem and removed all wickedness out of the city. Read on.
Verse 52. He ordained also that the day should be kept every year with gladness. Moreover, the hill of the temple that was by the tower he made stronger than it was, and there he dwelt himself with his company. And when Simon saw that John his son was a valiant man, he made him a captain of all the hosts, and he dwelt in Gezerah.
So once again, he proclaimed this day should be kept every year with gladness and mirth. A day that just passed, actually, not too long ago, the second month, 23rd day. And once again, it's outlined here in the Calendrical Bible Study Guide. I see a few Israelites doing this. I think some of the other few of the camps do it. I saw a few people posting it, but a lot of people are doing it based on the moon, when our calendar is not lunar-based. That is, once again, a deception coming from incursions like this, from the time that we spent in Babylon. That was not our culture. And if you think that, you won't be able to prove that in scriptures. We have many classes on this. It's not a class, nor do we have time or we afford to go through that today. But we have classes where we talk specifically about the moon. Go search them up, see what its purpose is, because it's not about time. But it has a purpose, but the time is based on the celestial cycle that the Most High put forth that's not based on the moon. So if you want to know when Simon's Day is or was or when it is next year, make sure you get a Calendrical Bible Study Guide so that you can be on point and on time with these events that are codified in our history that we should celebrate. Now, let's drop that. Preacher Ryan, you grab 1 Maccabees 15:38.
Then came up John from Gezerah and told Simon his father what Sendebidus had done. Wherefore Simon called his two eldest sons.
I think you're in 16. But that's
Okay.
Cool. We'll read 16 for time's sake.
All right.
Keep reading.
Two eldest sons, Judas and John, and said unto them, I and my brethren and my father's house have ever from my youth unto this day fought against the enemies of Israel. And things have prospered so well in our hands that we have delivered Israel oftentimes. But now I am old, and ye, by Abba Yahweh's mercy, are of sufficient age. Be ye instead of me and my brother, and go and fight for our nation, and the help from heaven be with you.
So now he said, I am old, and you are young and fit in age to go and fight these battles. You be as valiant as we were. Look how righteous this family was. The grandfather, the sons, and the grandchildren all standing strong to lay their lives down to secure the covenant of Abba Yahweh. Let's read on, priest.
Moreover, in the plain of Jericho was Ptolemy, the son of...
verse 3?
Yeah, I read that.
Okay. Yeah, let's go to verse 11.
Moreover, in the plain of Jericho was Ptolemy, the son of Ababus, made captain, and he had abundance of silver and gold, for he was the high priest's son-in-law.
So Simon also took on the high priest status and had daughters as well and married them off. And so he went to keep a feast with this Ptolemy, but it was a dastardly deed that they were doing. Let's go to verse 14, priest.
Now Simon was visiting the cities that were in the country and taking care for the good ordering of them, at which times he came down himself to Jericho with his sons, Mattathias and Judas, in the 317th year, in the 11th month, where the son of Ababus receiving them deceitfully into a little hold called Docas, which he had built, made them a great banquet. Howbeit he had men there. So when Simon and his sons had drunk largely, Ptolemy and his men rose up and took their weapons and came upon Simon into the banqueting place and slew him and his two sons and certain of his servants.
All right, so now we see this abomination, this treachery happening. That Simon, thinking this was his son-in-law and he was safe, they had a plot to go and kill him. And once again made a martyr of Simon to be a witness against them, to accuse them also in the courts of heaven, for they have touched the Most High's anointed. Not only was he a captain of the guard, but he was also the high priest. Let's read on, priest.
Verse 19.
Or read verse 17 again.
In which doing he committed a great treachery and recompensed evil for good.
Recompensed evil for all the good that was done unto him by the hands of Simon. Rewarded evil for good and engaged in great treachery. And in doing so, heaped a curse upon his own head, for Simon would not let that go. Let's jump down to the 19th verse, priest.
He sent others also to Gezerah to kill John.
Not only was it enough that he killed Simon and his servants that are with him, and one of his sons, I believe it was two of his sons, he went out to kill his other son. Go and kill John, the son of Simon. Let's read on.
And unto the tribunes he sent letters to come unto him, that he might give them silver and gold and rewards. And others he sent to take Jerusalem and the mountains of the temple. Now one had run aforth to Gezerah and told John that his father and brethren were slain, and quoth he, Ptolemy hath sent to slay thee also.
So now Simon up in the courts of heaven said, I will put the spirit on this brother to go ahead and run and tell my son so he can mount up an army and take vengeance on my behalf, being a witness against the wicked works that he has done in the courts of Abba Yahweh. Let's read on, priest.
Hereof when he heard, he was sore astonished. So he laid hands on them that were come to destroy him and slew them, for he knew that they sought to make him away. As concerning the rest of the acts of John.
So he, although astonished and in mourning, stood strong and boldly, like his fathers and his grandfather, and went to war and destroyed those who sought to destroy his people. And they were not victorious. And so John now would stand in the stead of his father Simon. So all five of the sons of Judas Maccabees, or not Judas Maccabees, but Mattathias, including Judas, Eleazar, John, Simon, all of them lost their lives in this battle, in this fight to maintain and keep the covenant of Abba Yahweh. And in doing so, just as the brothers who lost their lives in the Greek incursion on Jerusalem were witnesses or martyrs of Abba Yahweh, in the courts accusing the wicked that they might be destroyed from off the earth, and that they would not see of the reward that these righteous men received in death, to be partakers of the resurrection that Judas was mindful of, but that they would receive everlasting contempt and not the great resurrection of the saints. Let's read on, priest. Let's finish that up. And if you'll go to Sirach 50 as we close this down, priest.
Behold, these are written in the chronicles of his priesthood from the time he was made high priest after his father.
So once again, now after Simon, John became the high priest and stood in his stead and did good to his people. Now, let's talk about Simon, the great man, the great father, great forefather who stood strong for his people. Let's look at it in Sirach and see the account of this great man.
Sirach chapter 50 and verse 1. Simon the high priest, the son of Onias.
The son of Onias, or the grandson of Onias. Read on.
Who in his life repaired the house again, and in his days fortified the temple. And by him was built from the foundation the double height, the high fortress of the wall about the temple. In his days the cistern to receive water, being encompassed as the sea, was covered with plates of brass. He took care of the temple that it should not fall, and fortified the city against besieging. How was he honored in the midst of the people in his coming out of the sanctuary?
So the same Simon who repaired the breaches, who established Jerusalem again, was honored greatly in coming out of the sanctuary, did an honorable and great thing, and so was deserving of that priestly status that was upon him. Let's read on.
Verse 6. He was a morning star in the midst of a cloud, and as the moon at the full.
He was like the earthly rendition of the Messiah, the morning star shining bright in the midst of the cloud, or the moon when it is full, a bright light to his people. Let's read on.
Verse 7. As the sun shining upon the temple of the Most High, and as the rainbow giving light in the bright clouds, and as the flower of the roses in the spring of the year, as lilies by the rivers of water, and as the branches of the frankincense tree in the time of summer, as fire and incense in a censer, and as a vessel of beaten gold set with all manner of precious stones, and as a fair olive tree budding forth fruit, and as a cypress tree which groweth up to the clouds. When he put on the robe of honor and was clothed with the perfection of glory, when he went up to the holy altar, he made the garment of holiness honorable.
He made it an honorable thing to be a priest, where aforetime some of his family made it dishonorable. Jason, Menelaus, and these wicked men made it a dishonorable thing to be a part of the priesthood. They left it and went to go play discus, whereas Simon repaired it, restored it, and made the priesthood honorable once again. Let's read on, priest.
Verse 12. When he took the portion of the priest's hands, he himself stood by the hearth of the altar, compassed about, as a young cedar in Libanus, and as a palm trees compassed they him round about. So were all the sons of Aaron in their glory, and the oblations of the Most High in their hands, before all the congregation of Israel.
And all the priests together with Simon came with the oblations of Abel in their hands to offer it at the altar, standing as strong trees, and him at the height and the glory of them all. Let's read on.
Verse 14. And finishing the service at the altar, that he might adorn the offering of the Most High Almighty.
And this is what we call service. This is the true service. What we're doing right now is not service, it's teaching. But the service was the oblation that we gave earlier, the sacrifice that we did beforehand on the Shabbat day. This was the service that these priests did. And so if you want to follow after the spirit of the Maccabees, this is what we must do. This is what we must establish is the priesthood and make it honorable again. Many of us are making this look dishonorable, like our forefathers who were wicked. Let us bear it with honor and with glory. Let's read on, priest.
Verse 15. He stretched out his hand to the cup and poured out the blood of the grape. He poured out at the foot of the altar a sweet-smelling savor unto the Most High King of all.
And with the meat offering, he also brought forth the drink offering, the blood grape, and poured it out at the base of the altar and made a sweet savor unto the Most High. This was a magnificent thing. This is what they were fighting so hard to restore. Think about that. All these 5 sons died. Mattathias lost his life. His sons lost his life to establish this. And this brother saying, we don't got to do that no more. Sacrifice done away with. These brothers lost their lives for this purpose, for this end, to establish this. And we say this is done away with. If you say that, you do disservice to Maccabees. If you say sacrifice are done away with, you are not of the lineage of the Maccabees. You do not have that Maccabees spirit upon you. If you say sacrifices are done away with, when this is what they lost their lives for. Let's read on, priest.
Verse 16. Then shouted the sons of Aaron and sounded the silver trumpets and made a great noise to be heard for a remembrance before the Most High. Then all the people together hasted and fell down on the earth upon their faces to worship the Most High Abba Yahweh, Almighty, the Most High.
And at the call of Simon, at his oblation, the people fell down and worshiped. This is what true worship is. You can't just worship anywhere at any time. It must be done with an oblation and a sacrifice. You must have these components. A strong priesthood with all the sons of Aaron, or the priests of this covenant, together, giving up the meat offering and the drink offering, and a sweet smelling savor rising up to Abba Yahweh, and then, and only then, can you bow down and give worship and praise to Abba Yahweh. Let's read on.
Verse 18. The singers also sang praises with their voices. With great variety of sounds was there made sweet melody.
And not only did you have these priests giving sacrifice, you had the singers round about singing a sweet melody to Abba Yahweh. And as is written in times of Asaph, they sing all these different instruments sang as if it was one sound together. Let's read on.
Verse 19. And the people besought the Most High by prayer before him that is merciful till the solemnity of the Most High was ended, and they had finished his service. Then he went down.
And this is, once again, the service. I ain't seen anybody go on a street corner and say, thus saith the Most High. I saw meat offerings and drink offerings and sacrifices. This is the service of the Most High. This is how you serve him. If you're not doing that, you're not really doing service. or you're not completing it to its full respect. Let's read on.
Verse 20. Then he went down and lifted up his hands over the whole congregation of the children of Israel to give the blessing of the Most High with his lips and to rejoice in his name.
And as the priesthood does, they lift up their hands above the congregation and proclaim the blessing that was told to Moses and that Solomon gave as well. A blessing to the people. And this is why you need priests. You can't just do this on your own. The priest proclaimed the blessing upon the people. Let's read on.
Verse 21. And they bowed themselves down to worship the second time, that they might receive a blessing from the Most High.
And now that you have given the sacrifices, given the offerings, and praised the Most High, now you can receive a blessing. Now you can pray and receive what you have been asking for. There is an order to this. And once again, this is what the brothers laid down their lives for. This is what Judas and Eleazar and John and Jonathan and Simon died to save, to strengthen up, was this. And once again, if you are not doing this, you are not following after the ways of our forefathers. Let's read on, priest.
Verse 22. Now therefore bless ye the Most High Abba Yahweh of all, which only doeth wondrous things everywhere, which exalteth our days from the womb, and dealeth with us according to his mercy. He grants us joyfulness of heart, and that peace may be in our days in Israel forever, that he would confirm his mercy with us and deliver us at this time.
All right, lastly, let's go to Sirach 51, priest, and we'll pick up in the first verse as we conclude with this prayer that Sirach prayed as well, tying himself with Simon and his good deeds and his righteous acts. Sirach 51, verse 1.
A prayer of Yeshua, the son of Sirach. I will thank thee, O Most High and King, and praise thee, O Abba, my Savior. I do give praise unto thy name, for thou art my defender and helper, and hast preserved my body from destruction, from the snare of the slanderous tongue.
He has preserved us from destruction, from utter destruction, and also from those who accused us, that they may bring sin upon us. Let's read on.
And from the lips that forge lies, and has been mine helper against mine adversaries, and has delivered me according to the multitude of thy mercies, and greatness of thy name, from the teeth of them that were ready to devour me, and out of the hands of such as sought after my life, and from the manifold afflictions which I had.
The Most High is the one who delivered us and saved us and brought us out of these afflictions that were upon us. And so it is only right that we give him his due service, that we see Simon setting up when he restored Jerusalem again as the high priest. Let's read on, priest.
From the choking of fire on every side, and from the midst of the fire which I kindle not, from the depth of the belly of hell.
And this is the ultimate salvation. This is the ultimate deliverance, that the Most High shall preserve his people from the belly of hell. For in hell is destruction of not just your body, but of your soul. But the Most High shall preserve, even if our physical bodies pass away, preserve the souls of the righteous. Just like the Maccabees, who were made immortal and receive an everlasting memorial. They have received honor in their death, all 5 of them. And in doing so are made immortal and shall join the saints in the resurrection. This is what we should be praying to the Most High for, that we may be preserved. Even if we don't know when the Most High is coming, we hope it happens in our day, that we may be that generation that does not taste of death. But let us chiefly pray, regardless of what the time is, that our souls shall be gathered with our forefathers and join the saints in the resurrection, chiefly the first resurrection, being delivered and saved from hell. Let's read on, priest.
From an unclean tongue and from lying words, by an accusation to the king, from an unrighteous tongue my soul drew near, even unto death. My life was near to the hell beneath.
My life was near to hell, but Abba Yahweh preserved us. Now we'll close it out there. And we see that the Messiah brought forth the 7th covenant, by which we shall give new covenant spiritual sacrifices, so that they may be acceptable for the Most High. And only an agent of Hasatan will come and say sacrifices are done away with. They had never been done away with ever at any point in history. And so many of our forefathers fought and died to maintain these sacrifices. And now we willingly give into it. Sacrifices done away with. Look at Judas. When he was in Maccabees and could not keep the feast in Jerusalem, what did he do? Brother, we in the land of our captivity. We can't keep it. We not in Jerusalem. We can't keep it. No, he said, let us get the priests. Let's get the Nazarites who have kept their vows. And let us bring the sacrifices and offerings to keep this feast. And I'll accept it. Even though it's not according to what we were supposed to do in Jerusalem, accept our sacrifice this day. And Abba helped them to procure that city of Jerusalem so that Simon could do what we just read, to give sacrifices and oblation to Abba. This is why the saints had become martyred. And they loved not their lives unto death, so that they could receive that immortal inheritance. And with being a martyr, we have the power to accuse those who accuse us and bless those who bless us. With that, we'll go ahead and close down the class and open up for Q&A. If anybody has any questions online, now's the time to pose them. But first, we'll go to those in the audience live, and I'll be willing to answer any of those questions.
Shalom.
Shalom.
What do we do when the Most High tells us to start the Feast of Weeks early?
To start it early? What do you mean start it early? Start it. Oh, go ahead. Well, I'll say this. The Most High is not going to tell us to start early. He tells us to start it in due season. So what I will say, though, the Most High always had days of preparation. Okay, come on, all praises. All right, on point. Glad the Spirit is moving. Glad the young brothers asking questions, too. The Most High is going to tell us to prepare. Now's the time to prepare. You don't prepare the day of. We have the parable of the virgins, 10 of them. 5 were wise and 5 were foolish. And the 5 wise virgins had been preparing all their days and had oil in their lamps. The foolish ones, though, they weren't prepared. And when the time was come, they scrambled and said, let me get some oil. And when the bride chamber was closed, or the wedding chamber was closed, they knocked. And he said, I don't know you. You better back off of that door. And so we must be preparing now. Now is the time to start storing up and getting our fruits ready. The scriptures say, the Proverbs say that a fool plows not by reason of the cold, and shall beg in time of harvest. When you plant crops, they don't just come the next day. You got to plant them in due time and wait for them to bear forth fruit so you can harvest them in due season. So right now it's not about doing it early. It's about being in the phase to prepare for the feast. So once again, let's all make our preparations now and start getting ready to come for this feast that's coming in a little less than a month's time. Once again, you can register on the City of Adam so you can join us here in Atlanta as we endeavor to keep the feast of Abba House. Good question from the young brother. All praises. All praise, absolutely. That's Priest Rasheem's son.
Khan, that's my boy.
All praises.
Shalom, priest.
Shalom.
Great class.
All praise the Most High.
So I'm gonna try to formulate my question. I got a couple and some thoughts running around.
Okay.
So, all right. So it's great that you went through this because it's a continuation from some last teaching. Right. So I just started thinking. Okay. So for each of the covenants, we know there's a sign. Right. Mm-hmm. And correct me where I may be wrong. So I started just going back because I was wondering if each covenant is a sign. I was wondering about the circumcision, and I'll go there for a second. So with Adam, the sign of that covenant was the tree of life.
The sign actually was the sun, moon, and stars. It says, I believe, you remember what that was, where it says that? The sun, moon, and stars were signs for the covenant?
So that's the sign of Adam's covenant, the sun, moon, and stars.
His first covenant, I'll say that, before he fell.
Right, okay.
And then when he fell, the Most High gave him the token of the gold, the incense, and the myrrh. That was his token of his covenant when he fell and was on earth. was to
Okay.
offer those incense, and that's in the book of Adam and Eve.
Okay. All right. So then for Noah, we know it's a rainbow, right? So Abraham, it said for Abraham and all his descendants, it was circumcision,
Right.
right? So with that being said, that brings it all the way down to the Maccabees,
Come.
right? And even us today.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So the covenants build on each other.
Right.
So just like even for us, the rainbow still is a sign
Still
of
applies.
the consecutive covenants.
Right. So for the brothers, the Israelites today that are going to get the circumcision done, when they find out that they're Hebrew, it's not wrong necessarily.
It's not wrong. I would agree with that. It's not wrong. We know we need to set up the proper structure and order, but that's at time to come. But no, it's not wrong for them to do that. I will say, though, chiefly for us, it's what it says in Ezekiel and in Revelations, to be circumcised in heart. Have that mark upon your forehead, and that is the true circumcision. However, we see there was a debate even with with Paul and Peter. They were asking about should nations be physically circumcised or not, but it was that he was saying that applied to Israel.
As a whole. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So we should still do that.
So we should still do it. Okay. So now taking it to Isaac, the land of Israel, because he even stayed there throughout the famine. So I saw where it kind of said that that's the sign of his covenant.
Well, his sign.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
His sign is still the circumcision. The land was also promised to Abraham, so their covenants were very similar.
Okay.
So they all had that circumcision as a sign.
And I saw where it said that the tithes were a sign of Jacob's.
The tithes. What scripture are you referring to?
Well, I guess just I did some searching.
Okay.
Right. So it said that the pillar of Bethel and the tithes could be regarded as a sign of Jacob's covenant.
Not so much. It didn't really say they were a sign when he built that pillar. But once again, for all of them, it was that circumcision. All their covenants, although they were different covenants, they were pretty consecutive. I mean, it was just they lasted within the span of that person's life. But when it came to Moses, that's when it started to change.
All right.
So
and
what
the
you got for
Sabbath
Moses?
and the Ten Commandments.
There you go.
Okay.
There's another one too.
Which was that?
He said the salt as well. Having salt on the meat offering was a sign or a token of his covenant as well.
Okay. All right. And so then for David, was it the throne and the office of the kings, the priesthood?
Con.
Okay.
But also he said the sun, moon, and the stars.
Again for
So
David?
he said in Jeremiah that if you can break my covenant with the sun, moon, and the stars, you can break my covenant with David. So in Moses' time, his physical covenant was if you can stop them from being circumcised, you can break my covenant. If you can stop salt from being on the offering, you can break my covenant. If you can stop them from keeping the Shabbat day, you can break my covenant. But the Most High gave us a more firm and stable covenant and say, here's the sign and token of my covenant. If you can stop this, you can stop David's covenant. If somebody can go and shoot a rocket ship at the moon and stop it from rotating, they can break David's covenant. If somebody can stop the sun from rotating his orbit, they can break David's covenant. So, although it's spiritual, it is more firm and stronger than even Moses' covenant. So he said that in Jeremiah, I believe it was 34, that this will be the sign of his covenant. And with that, that sign would depict and show that David shall have a son around his throne, and the priest shall be with him to sacrifice to Yahweh.
Okay. And so we know the Messiah fulfilled the Davidic covenant, right? So what I found on that was that basically the baptism and oblations or Passover, the Lord's Supper, is a sign of that.
The sign is more so, I wouldn't call it a sign. It's the things that you do in the covenant.
Right.
But just like we said earlier, the circumcision still applies as a sign of all these covenants building upon each other. So you could say the sacrifice, the salt that goes on them, and all the aspects of the sacrifice are the signs of our covenant, just like it was for Moses. But those specific signs that he mentioned specifically for this covenant are that sun, moon, and stars.
Okay. And so So now where the sacrifices are spiritual, we're kind of going back. The last is the first is the last. We're going back to time
Absolutely.
of Adam, right?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. All right. So then my question, I see a lot of times a question I have is, what is exactly meant by the bowing down? All right, so we know the worship is the service. We're doing oblations, the bread, the wine, and all that. But what's the bowing down part?
In Sirach,
Wherever we've seen it, a lot of times they say they worship and they bow down. What is the bowing down exactly?
they actually bowed down and they submitted themselves to the order of the Most High. And that's more so what it's saying. So even if somebody doesn't physically bow like the Muslims do, they then got to roll out mouth and bow down. It's about, like, for example, it was talking about in, I believe in Jeremiah as well, it said, rend your hearts, not your garments. So people were so caught up in these physical aspects that they were, they were ripping their garments. You see that when we see when they learn that their brothers had died in Maccabees. They would rend their garments and mourn. But he's saying, don't rend your garments, rend your heart. So we must bow our hearts that were once stiff-necked. So we must be not stiff-necked, but bow and submit to the order of Abba Yahweh. So it's not that to bow physically is wrong or anything like that, but people can bow all day physically and be stiff-necked in heart. Talk to a Muslim, see how stiff-necked they'll be. You can debate Islam all day and show how it came from the Israelites and how they know nothing, but they bow 5 times a day. So although there's nothing wrong with physically bowing, if the heart is not bowing to Abba Yahweh, then it's of no purpose.
Right.
So these people did physically bow, but also they were in spirit humble before Abba Yahweh.
Okay.
And that's where it says in Psalms, come with a humble and contrite heart. That is the sacrifice to Abba Yahweh. So have a humble, contrite, bowing heart to Abba Yahweh.
Okay. And then so for those Hebrew camps or Israelites who say that the law is done away with, yet a lot of them do subscribe to the Maccabees. And here, you just went through it all today, what they were doing. They're doing what we're doing today, and they don't see that. They don't make that connection. You know?
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, and it's like so unfortunate, but it's just so clear that this is what we should still be doing, just like they did it. And this is after Moses, right? So I don't see how they miss it. That's all I gotta say.
All praises.
All praises.
It's
Stiff-neck.
Yeah, stiff-neck. Unfortunately, it's just like Jason or Simon, the wicked one, who in the midst of this righteousness said, I'm going to leave that and go join to the nations and follow their doctrines. Onias was righteous and upstanding and had peace in Jerusalem, but there were those wicked ones who said, let's take the nations and then put their culture here in Jerusalem. So,
Khan, I'll add to that as well. That term, the law is done away with, is not Hebraic in origin. When these Hebrew camps start formulating, the block of these camps are formulated by ex-Christians. And what they do is they bring Christianity over and said, this must be true. This right here must be true. The law is done away with. And unfortunately, they know nothing about the word law. And if they did the research, it is the Hebrew word Torah. And so the Ashkenazis, or penguins as we like to call them, have taken this word and said, no, Torah means Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. This is what Torah means, and we just run with it. Torah is the first 5 books of Moses, when that's not the case. That's Talmudic. So Torah simply in the translation means sacrifice, or the information in the law on sacrifice. And they have taken it and said, no, that means Moses. That means Leviticus. That means Numbers. That's not what it means. Torah means information on sacrifice. So give me Hebrews 7:11. Understanding that law, even now in modernity, we use that term law, and it seems like a rule. It's 55 miles an hour on the highway. That's a law. That's a misappropriation of the word. That is a modern translation of that word. But Hebrews wouldn't have said that 55 miles an hour is a law. They would have said 55 miles an hour on 285 is a statute. Absolutely. And so they don't know the difference. And those who don't know the difference, check out the class, the difference between laws, statutes, and commandments. And Israel just homogenized them all. All of them are the same. There's no difference. But to be salient and to be sagacious and to be close to the Heavenly Father, you must know the distinct difference between them all. And I say it all the time, humbly. The intellectual heft of biblical learning rests here at the house of wisdom. I said it before and I'll say it again. Let's get Hebrews, the 7th chapter. Let's start at the 11th verse.
If therefore perfection were by the Levitical priesthood, for under it the people received the law, what further need was there that another priest should arise after the order of Melchizedek?
So see how they are using this? If you now understand that if the Levitical sacrifice was there and it was perfect, why do the scriptures in Psalms 110 prophesy about another priesthood coming if the sacrifices were already adequate? Let's read.
And not be called after the order of Aaron. For the priesthood being changed.
Now this is powerful here. The priesthood being changed. We already covered this. David himself, his covenant conflated the Levitical gift into it as well. And his children became not only the kings, but they became the priests as well. They became that royal priesthood that Peter spoke of. So the priesthood being changed, what else changed?
There is made of necessity a change also of the law.
A change of Torah, change of sacrifice. It's not saying change of, going 55 miles an hour or any of those things. It's saying there's a change in Torah, information on how we sacrifice. And how did it change? It changed from carnal to spiritual. Now, priest, give me Leviticus, the 12th chapter. Get Leviticus 12, verse 1. Let's talk about one of the statutes that was there. So he changed the law, not the statutes. Every one of the Mosaic statutes, the statutes of Yaakov, Jacob, or whether it was Isaac, whether it was Abraham, whether it was Noah, whether it was Adam, these covenants were enveloped by the next covenant. And so they didn't change. So Adam had some things, and when Noah's covenant came, it embraced Adam's and went further. And after Noah's covenant, Abraham embraced everything that Adam and Noah had and took it further, adding in what you said before, says circumcision. All right, let's read Leviticus, the 12th chapter, in the first verse. Remember, the statutes are the same, which are hundreds of them. These are rules and how to govern the people of Israel amongst themselves and their nation and their land. And the commandments are the 10 commandments found in Exodus, the 34th chapter. Laws are all the sacrifices, the 7 divisions of sacrifice. That's what a Torah, a law is. Now, let's keep that understanding. Leviticus 12, verse 1.
And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If a woman have conceived seed and born a man child, then she shall be unclean 7 days.
All right, so when a woman has conceived a male child, it's speaking about its birth and how we deal with this according to our law, statute, or commandment. Which one? And if you would, Priest Rasheen, give me Deuteronomy, the 10th chapter. What is this? This is Leviticus. Is this a law? No? Sis is right. It's a statute. When you see 2/10 dill flour, a bath of oil, when you see a lamb, ram, turtle dove, that's law.
Yeah.
So Leviticus 12 is a statute. All right? So they only came to change the law. The statutes stay the same. The commandments stay the same. So circumcision is still there. It's still there. But we build on it. You asked about that. Like, should a Israelite get circumcised? Absolutely. Absolutely. We're building upon that. But it must be met with something else. It's not complete just to have the circumcision of your foreskin. Finish that, priest.
Continuing in verse 2. According to the days of the separation for her infirmity shall she be unclean. And in the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised.
All right, so we now see that circumcision is not a law, it is a statute. He goes on to describe the specifics of this statute. Now, the dedication of this child is a law, but the circumcision is not. It is a statute. Now, once you circumcise them, let's go real quick to Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter, in the 6th verse. 10th chapter, my bad, in the 16th verse.
Circumcise, therefore, the foreskin of your heart.
And so Moses was trying to tell the children of Israel, there's a better circumcision. And it's going to come, but we can do it right now if you guys are humble. He came with his visage shining in Deuteronomy 34. I want to show you the next covenant. And the children of Israel was like, no, put a veil on your head. I don't want to know nothing about that spiritual circumcision. You scared me right now, Moses. Stop talking all that deep stuff. Or like our Christian brother say, it ain't that deep. You don't have to go that deep. Oh, yes, it's that deep. It's deeper than that. I think the brother said it the other day. People that say it ain't that deep, these are shallow walkers. They used to tap dancing in puddles and whatnot. They stay on the shallowy end of the pool. But Moses was trying to tell them that there is a connection with that physical. You're doing the physical, but the Heavenly Father wants you to circumcise your heart. Now, again, our Christian brother will tell you that the heart is this muscle in your chest that pumps blood. And we know that that heart is your consciousness, your mind. He's telling you circumcision. Circumcision of the flesh simply means you have a sign in your body. All males know what I'm talking about who has been circumcised. There's a mark. That's why Paul said, I bear the mark of the covenant. It's a mark in you. All right? It's a sign on you. It's a scar left behind. And so now he's saying, and that represents that I am dedicated to the covenant. Now he's saying a time will come when you will have a mark in your forehead. You will be dedicated. You will be circumcised in your heart. Now we have Hasatan wants you to be circumcised too. He want to put the mark of the beast in your forehead. The covenant of Hasatan. You're either going to choose this day the mark of Abba Yahweh, the circumcision to him, or you're going to have the circumcision to Hasatan. And we talk about that quite often. We're not going to get into that very deep. But the continuation, Hebrews need to go further. Have the circumcision of their flesh, which is their physical body, which we're talking about in this class, but also the circumcision of their soul. It must be met. And so it's not good enough just to have a physical circumcision. You must be circumcised in spirit as well for the Hebrews. And so that's the short of it. There's more to go on that, but we'll end it right there. You got it, priest.
All praises. Once again, Moses prophesied about this as well. Said that this law, this commandment that I give you is not far from you. It's in your heart and your mouth that you may do it. Already telling us that the sacrifice would change. He saw the prophets. He was up in heaven. You think the Most High didn't tell him all the ends of everything? And so he knew that this covenant would only be here for a time. And so it changed. Not got rid of the sacrifices, but changed how we give those sacrifices. Sacrifices were never done away with all throughout the times of our forefathers. Why do we think now the Most High changes? Go to Malachi. He says, for the Most High changes not, therefore, Judah, you are not consumed. He requires of us a sacrifice. We got another question in the audience?
Shalom.
Shalom.
My question is, considering that we are Israelites scattered, we are not in our land. So when it comes to the laws, the statutes, the judgments, whatever, should we be practicing those to the best of our ability as well as spiritual? Because some say that because we are in captivity, we cannot keep the laws and statutes.
Yeah, we're not captive, but so was not David, but Daniel. What did Daniel do? Open up his window and look toward Jerusalem, like Solomon said to do. When you are scattered, look toward this city and offer your oblations. And just like Moses said, but Moses was saying that he was talking about you shall be scattered. You shall go forth throughout all the nations. And if you can go to that spiritual temple that he talks about in Hebrews, that from which we all come, that spiritual country, then you can go there and join all of the saints, giving up your oblations and keeping these sacrifices and these feast days like we're supposed to. So even if we are in captivity, that doesn't say we should not be doing this. Even in Ezra, he says that just like he gave a parable and said that if a boat receives cargo or a person and the boat is destroyed, everything in it is destroyed. If the ground receives a seed and you destroy the ground, everything, the seed and everything is destroyed. But we've received a law and we've been destroyed, but the law still proceeds in its full force. So we must still do this law, even in our captivity. But the way the Most High made it work, he gave us a temple, not made with hands. So now you don't physically have to go to Jerusalem. You still need priests. You still need trained and consecrated priests. And we do that now. The Most High knew that this time we're going to have technology and we're going to have communication where we could talk to people all across the earth and bring forth priests, porters, and holy singers to give these sacrifices. And we're doing that right now. All it takes is getting on the city of Adam, join the oblation line wherever you are, having bread and wine, and hearing the priest as they in spirit lead you to that holy tabernacle so that you can give those sacrifices in due season. So, just like Maccabees, they weren't in Jerusalem, but they kept the feast, they kept the sacrifices. So, we don't do it to our best of our ability, we fulfill it according to the covenant that the Most High gave us today. Good question. I know a lot of people wondering that.
If we can get the sister to ask the question once again, so I can give a adequate response.
My question was, considering that we as Israelites are scattered, we are not in our land.
God.
So when it comes to the laws and the statutes, the judgments, or whatever, should we practice to the best of our ability all of them, physically as well as spiritual?
Got you. The best of our ability is a psychological term. It is a term to make you feel like you have done enough. You have done something. I've tried my best. That's not how that covenant is. The covenant is like a mortgage. And let's say you got a mortgage with Chase or Bank of America and it's $3,000 a month. And you come and say, I only have $400. I'm giving the best of my ability. I'm giving the best. Oh, that's not going to fly. That's not going to work. You're going to be on the street. They're going to do a foreclosure. And I did the best of my, well, your best wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough. And that's exactly how the sixth covenant is. You will not make it. Because what the sister had just said, you cannot do it from afar. In the sixth covenant, you cannot do a sacrifice in Atlanta, Georgia. You cannot do a sacrifice anywhere outside of the place where the Most High put his name in the sixth covenant. And that was modern day Israel. And they will not let you come and do it. You will be arrested. You will be flogged. You may be disappeared and unalived. You're not going to do it. And then if you did do it, we talk about this all the time. You have to find the descendants of Aaron, Ithamar. You have to find them somewhere. Out of all the billions of people on the earth, you got to find them. Then you got to go make a solid gold altar. What is gold right now? $3,400, $3,400 an ounce? Good luck with that. Then a brazen altar. Then you make it specific. Then you build a temple, outer court, inner court, holy of holy, candlesticks, all of this. You're right, sis. According to the sixth covenant, you can't make it. You cannot make it. That's why we need salvation. That's why his name is Yeshua. He helps redeem and save us out of the quagmire that we're in. He facilitated the new covenant that we can do that Yeridun is talking about. So in the sixth covenant, we can't do it. We cannot make it, even though we want to. Again, the mortgage is $3,000. You only got $425. It ain't gonna work. So now, what if the bank said, we're gonna redo your mortgage? Give you a new mortgage, aka new covenant, and that covenant is $300 a month. That mortgage is $300. Can you do that? Yes, I was doing $425. Of course I can do $300. And they turn around and say, in this mortgage, you can skip a couple of months if you want. It's easier. This seventh covenant is easier because we are weaker. We're scattered abroad. We are flaccid. We have no strength. We're psychologically gone. We're in the diasporas all over the world. The Father said, if you speak the sacrifice, I will receive it. If you baptize and you use that bread and you use that wine in this new mortgage, aka new covenant, I will receive it no matter where you are. But if you are a stickler for the Mosaic covenant, you are in constant trespass. And Satan loved to have you thinking that you're doing well because he wants to see you foreclosed on. He wants to see your stuff on the street. He wants to see that. And when that happens, it's over. It's through. And you won't really know that you've been evicted in this covenant until you're dead and gone. And then when you make it to do the yell, you'll be like, what? I thought I was doing it to the best of my abilities. So we in the seventh covenant, and the only way you can make it to salvation is entering into the seventh covenant, offering these seven covenant spirit sacrifices to mitigate your trespass. Enter into this new covenant so that at the end of all things, salvation will be upon you. Great question, sis. You got it, priest.
God, absolutely. And that's another thing. Israelites are shooting themselves in the foot saying the covenant's not here. The new covenant is here, and it's been here. And Moses' covenant as well has been broken since the days of Zechariah. I think the sister guy has another question, Brother Fred. So, or Brother Asa. But, yeah, absolutely. So the seventh covenant is here, and we must enter into it to activate it. If not, we're not giving Most High's true worship. Go ahead, sis.
So it's the covenant that covers these laws and statutes that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That we like say that I could not keep here because I'm in captivity, or I just cannot keep. So this covenant covers that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you were in Moses' covenant, you couldn't do it. But if we embrace this new covenant, the Messiah said, "Bring the fruits of your lips, take the bread and take the wine, which you still have access to." And that is the new covenant sacrifice. And with that, the fruits of our lips shall be acceptable to the Most High. So absolutely, this new covenant allows us to give the Most High a sacrifice in due season. But if you're in Moses' covenant, if you think the new covenant's not here, then yes, you must go to Jerusalem. You must find Aaron and his sons. You must find Eleazar and Ithamar and set them up with a golden altar and a brazen altar to bring forth sacrifice in due season, which none of us are doing.
All praises. And that goes to say too, so it still honor his commandments. And that takes us right back to Exodus 34 that tells us what those commandments are, which entail the feast, doing the offerings, and all of that is right there. And even in Exodus 34, it says that these are the commandments. But you won't find that in Exodus 20.
Absolutely.
Right? You will not find that. And the whole world is deceived to think that Exodus 20 is the commandments when those are just statutes. And the commandments are in 34 and they still apply today. And that's what we need to do to worship the Most High.
All praises. And we say it all the time. Exodus 20 is so statutes and is so general and ubiquitous. Anybody can do it. You could be a Muslim and talk about the 10 commandments in Exodus 20. But when you come to Exodus 34, it's Hebraic. It's Hebrew in nature. Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Weeks. You ain't going to be Muslim doing Passover and Feast of Weeks. So it's something that a Christian can't do, so they need to recreate what the 10 Commandments are. And it's found, once again, in Exodus 34. If you're real quick, priest, if you'll give me Sirach 45:25. We talk about it all the time, the sequence of covenants. Those of the seventh covenant know all too well. But for the new who are listening today, the first covenant was with Adam. It's undeniable. Undeniable. And the Heavenly Father established a covenant with Noah afterward on top of the holy Mount Ararat. Made a sacrifice unto the Heavenly Father. And without a doubt, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob had their specific, unique sacrifice. And then after that, we know that Jacob had the 12 tribes. And out of the 12 tribes, we had the third born, Levi. He came forth, and he birthed forth Moses. And Moses brought that sixth covenant. But he warned us that another was coming. He talked about it, that another covenant bearer will come. And some have taught that that's Jesus. Jesus, Yeshua, Yahushai, never brought a covenant. It's not his covenant. It's not his covenant at all. He consecrated another man's covenant that was prophesied to come. Let's read that real quick.
According to the covenant made with David, son of Jesse of the tribe of Judah, that the inheritance of the king should be to his posterity alone. So the inheritance of Aaron should also be unto his seed.
So that's power if you can receive it. According to the covenant made with David. Some people say, I never even knew David had a covenant. I always heard of the covenant of Abraham, covenant of Isaac, covenant of Jacob, covenant of Moses. But the Heavenly Father established a covenant with Dawiyah David of the tribe of Judah, so that the inheritance of the king should be to his posterity alone. So also the inheritance of Aaron should be to his seed. Now, what is the inheritance of Aaron? The priesthood, Torah, sacrifices, peace, trespass, sin offering. All those ecclesiastical rights belong to him. We just read that the Heavenly Father brought the kings and the priests together to bind a covenant. And what is the name of that covenant? Let's get 1 Peter 2:9 first.
But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood.
Now we see a chosen generation in the last days shall not only be royal of the inheritance of David, but they shall be a priesthood, the inheritance of Aaron, coming together representing the royal priesthood. Now, what should that royal priesthood do? Continue to read.
A holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should show forth the praises of him who hath called you out of darkness and into his marvelous light.
So it is the job of those 7 covenant royal priesthood to show forth the light of the Heavenly Father. How do you do it? Go up to the 5th verse.
Ye also as lively stones are built up a spiritual house.
So our house is spiritual because the Heavenly Father dwelleth not in temples made with hands. We have to go home to the original temple. Read.
A holy priesthood.
Now the priesthood is new, it's holy, it's a royal priesthood in the covenant of David. Read.
To offer up spiritual sacrifices.
And now they must offer up spiritual sacrifices because they have made a spiritual covenant. Not only are they circumcised in the flesh, but they're circumcised in the consciousness as well. And with that, they can offer up those spiritual sacrifices. They offer it up. Now, who makes it perfect? Read.
Acceptable to the Most High by Yahushua.
Now, it is made flawless and perfect by our high priest, Malach Zadok, also named Jesus Christ, Yeshua Yahushua. He perfects our oblations and rendered them unto Abba Yahweh. Read.
Verse 6. Wherefore also it is contained in the scripture, behold, I lay in Zion a chief cornerstone, elect, precious, and he that believeth on him shall not be confounded.
All right, a chief cornerstone. Anybody know what a cornerstone is? It is a great pivot at that point. You was going straight, and when you hit the cornerstone, you're going left, all right, or you're going right. There are some people wanting to continue straight, but this building must turn right, and the Messiah has facilitated that turn. But a lot of people want to continue straight, and that is not the will of the Heavenly Father. This chief cornerstone, very few people will believe on him. But those who believe on him are actually working for the designer, the architect, Abba Yahweh. This is his will, that we pivot at this point. And that pivot is a turning away from the 6th covenant, or elevating from the 6th covenant and graduating to the 7th covenant, offering spiritual sacrifices to Abba Yahweh. You got it, priest.
Nothing else needs to be said. God, all praise.
Shalom.
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 Do we war in our spiritual body or our physical body?
Do we worship in our physical body or spiritual body?
War.
Do we war?
Yes.
Okay. Well, do you remember the classes that we did? Spiritual warfare?
Gone.
So what was the title of it again? Spiritual warfare?
I can't remember.
Interdimensional warfare. And so, where do you war? If it's warfare spiritual, what body do you war with?
Spiritual body.
Absolutely. There you go. Khan.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All praises.
Brother Monte, come on back up, right? Have you ever had a nightmare? Talk about the nightmare a little bit, just quickly.
My nightmare was we was at this place, I don't know where though, and this bug, it was stronger than a bee.
It was a bug?
It was like stronger than everything.
Okay.
And if it touched you, then you would die. And it killed everybody, and it killed my family, but I was the only one. And then I prayed to the Most High and I did oblations, but no one was there, so I couldn't do oblations. So I just thought about Abba in my head, and then I woke up. I was like, Abba, can we do oblations?
See, that's the beginning. There it is. He already know. He answered his question. Dreams are spiritual. You don't fight it physically. You fight it with a spiritual sacrifice, a sin offering, an oblation, and you attempted to do it. And that attempt was good. And as you grow, you get empowered, you get emboldened, You will begin to see your oblations burn up all of them. And you'll begin to have in your chamber of imagery a sovereign mind, a dedicated mind that you own. And there will never be these evil spirits invading it ever again. And if they do, they know what awaits them. They're going to quickly get burnt. Again, your chamber of imagery is for worship. At night when you go to sleep, it's not to remember the vacation you took 5 years ago. It's not talking about when you was in high school and you went to prom and you need to remember that. All of that is a wasted night. Every night when you go to bed, it's to oblate in the temple of the Most High Abba Yahweh and receive resuscitation and empowerment from Abba Yahweh. This is where your soul is refreshed. The scriptures tell you it is the spirit or the soul that will be quickened. The body profit nothing. And so at those moments, every night, the Heavenly Father is allowing some of us that opportunity to come home and to get your soul refreshed. And so continue on in the fight. Continue in your dedication and studying in the seventh covenant of the Most High Abba Yahweh.
Gone.
All right.
Shalom.
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 If it's the end of the world and I'm still with the Most High, and still with the Most High, and I die, will I still be with him?
If you, Most High forbid, pass away, you still young, Abba will and the Most High redeem us in your time. And with that being the case, then there's no death for you. You maintaining the covenant will be those who don't taste of death at all, not the physical or the spiritual death. Most High forbid, something happens and you maintain this covenant, you will join with the saints again. And so if you maintain this covenant, you'll be with the likes of people like Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. Some of these great fathers that we were talking about, like Judas, Maccabees, you can go and join them. Now, you don't want to go there if you don't need to be, if Most High hasn't called you. But if something happens, and that's what the case is, you shall be with those saints who are waiting patiently on the resurrection with us, Abba willing. So, fear not.
Shalom, Priesthood.
Shalom.
Shalom.
We have one question. And it's coming from Deborah Yahawada. I think y'all kind of answered the question, but I'll read it.
Okay.
It says, Shalom, priest.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Mighty class. Question. Why do you feel that it is difficult for the majority of camps / congregations to follow the sacrifices that they are reading our forefathers did?
I think with that is nothing but Hasatan. If I could actually get a priest to grab that, Revelations 12. And we'll see that Satan is, his whole job and his whole goal is to destroy what we produce. What comes forth from us as Israelites. So that we won't be pleasing Abba Yahweh. You got that, priest?
Yeah.
All right. You got Ezra, 2nd Ezra, 10, and we'll go to the 44th verse. Go ahead, priest. Yeah, you can get that. Let's go straight to the point.
And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns.
Actually, start on the first verse.
Oh, comfort. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars.
So this woman, it's not Virgo. I think that's what some of these Christians like to say. The woman in the stars. No, this is Israel, the wife of Abba Yahweh. Clothed the sun, moon, the stars, the celestial seasons of worship. Read on.
And she being with child, travailing in birth, and pain to be delivered. And there appeared another one.
So she has a child that's ready to come forth. And we can pause right there. Let's get that Ezra. We might as well get it there. Ezra, 2nd Ezra 10 and 44, priest.
This woman whom thou sawest is Zion.
Ezra seen the same thing. It's being reiterated by John. Ezra saw it, and John is seeing it. That woman you see is Zion, is Israel, Jerusalem. Read on.
And whereas she said unto thee, even she whom thou seest as a city builded. Whereas I say, she said unto thee, that she had been 30 years barren. Those are 30 years wherein there was no offering made in her.
So she was barren, without child for 30 years, where no offering was in her. Read on.
Verse 46. But after 30 years, Solomon builded the city and offered offerings, and then bare the barren a son.
Built a city, or built the temple, offered offerings, and that was her son. That was the son that Sion is producing, that Jerusalem shall produce, this woman. Let's go back to Revelations, priest.
Verse 3. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his head.
This red dragon is not the white man. This is Hasatan. This that same spirit that went to deceive Eve and went to deceive Cain and all his offspring and all his progeny. Where there was no white man on earth. This was Hasatan and Satan himself. Let's read on.
And his tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born.
Satan is there waiting to devour this child as soon as it's born. And he's there beforehand. He's there in the emergency room waiting for this woman to give birth, ready to snatch up that child. And so he's doing that spiritually. And he does so by giving us, on one side, Christianity, on the other side, these extremes of Israelites. There's those who say Christianity tells us that sacrifice is done away with, and we take that on. So many of us Israelites are Israelites in name and appearance only, but Christian to our core. And so we just take for granted that faith is what it is, that law is what it is, and that sin is what it is, and that sacrifices are done away with. We carry that same doctrine. And same thing with the Israelites. They take that and go extreme to one end and say, new covenant's not here. We're under Moses' covenant, or whatever it may be. And so nobody's understanding that we're in the 7th covenant to bring forth spiritual sacrifices. And this is why, because Satan has made us blind to not see what's readily before us. So that great red dragon, Hasatan, is coming to deceive many and make us think that these sacrifices are done away with. And that's why I would say that so many of us cannot see it.
God, I have a question as well.
All right, go ahead.
Before you ask that question, let me add on, right? 1 Timothy 4:1. You said it correctly, Kahan Yaradun, is that it is the adversary in the midst. But if you will examine in this series, who was putting the saints to death? For the most part, who was killing Isaiah? Who was killing Jeremiah? Who killed Stephen?
Yeah,
Israel. Satan has always come. Give me that in John 8:44 as well. Satan has come for the most part through Israel. And so this vehemency and animosity toward the nation is of Hasatan himself. If you really look introspectively, the enemy has always been of Israel. If you look at the recidivist kings, they were always ordaining wickedness to be a daily norm. John 8:44.
Ye are of your father the devil.
And so this is the Messiah talking to Hebrews, the Pharisees, talking to the Sadducees, telling them that you are of your Abba, your father. He's not saying that his actual physical father is Satan. Just like we call the Heavenly Father Abba. My provider and he that I acquiesce to is Abba Yahweh. He who you worship, your father, is the devil. Read.
And the lust of your father ye will do.
That word lust means desire. So the desires of your father, your God, you will do. Read.
He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth.
So he's going back to Genesis, the 4th chapter, talking about sin, talking about Cain, murdering Abel. You will submit all the days of your life to sin. Now give me 1 Timothy's 4th chapter and the 1st verse. Hasatan likes to once again start chambering amongst our brethren, give us pridefully a thought, an inception, and we run with it, and we push it. And any monicum of success, meaning we start a little congregation or a little money start flowing, we think faithfully that we're doing the right thing. These are the tricks and stratagems of Hasatan. Let's read.
Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith.
So some shall depart from what faith truly is. And we see it in Christianity. We see it in our Hebrew culture as well. Continue.
Giving heed to seducing spirits.
As Yaredon said, these seducing spirits. A seducing spirit is a spirit that likes to wile you, beguile you, like to promise you things, and get you to be convicted in what it wants you to be convicted in. Read.
And doctrines of devils.
Now there is a doctrine of Hasatan. Hasatan has his own doctrine, and it is clear, it is prevalent, it is before us. It is the 666 that we talk about. And so check out the class, the 666 that is written in Revelation. But continue.
Speaking lies and hypocrisy.
So this is what they do. Speak lies and contradicting things. They speak a thing that they're not able to fulfill. This is hypocrisy. The law of Moses. What do the law of Moses? We do it to the best of our ability. That's hypocrisy. If you speak the law of Moses, then do the law of Moses. Don't tout the law of Moses and then right behind it in the same breath, when I can do it, I do it when I can. Best of my ability. Best of my ability is pimp talk. I say it all the time, it's pimp talk. Imagine a woman married to a man, she says, I want you to be faithful. Best of my ability, baby. Best of my ability. He's all over town. I mean, I'm doing it to the best of my ability. I calm down. I used to be with 20 women. I'm only with 12 now. I'm getting there. The Heavenly Father, you wouldn't accept that. Will the Heavenly Father accept that? No. No, there's no discipline in that. None. Let's read on.
Speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron.
Their consciousness, their chamber of imagery is sealed shut in that doctrine of devils. You can tell them, you can show them, you can prove to them, but they're not budging. Because Hasatan has their consciousness seared, welded shut in that doctrine of devils. Now look at what they go on to do.
Verse 3, forbidden to marry.
Marriage is a law. They forbid that. No, sex is marriage. That's what it is. Sex is marriage. No, brother. You got to have a vow offering. You must write your vows down. You must bring your bread. We talk about it all the time. These worldly marriage copied a biblical marriage. That wedding cake is the unleavened bread. The champagne is the drink offering. The white dress was the virtue of a woman. We paid dowries. All of these things. You can tell brothers till you blue in the face, nah, sex is marriage. Because they are straight horn dogs. That's what it is. Horny goat toes, all of it wrapped up in one. And they just see a thing, they want to get that thing, they got it, and it's married. And then what happened next week? Hey, brother, where your wife? She was wicked, Cut that off, She was wicked. I've seen that happen 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Anything that is free is cheap.
Yeah.
Brother had to pay $50,000. He ain't going to be walking away from that too soon. I'm gonna be trying to work that thing out. Let's work this out. I still got that payment plan with your father. But they forbid these oblations. Let's read.
And commanding to abstain from meat.
What meat are we talking about here? Pork? No, Leviticus 2. Abstain from the meat offering. Cease and desist. Christ did away with that, brother. We don't need that. We already learned whose doctrine is that? The devil's doctrine. This is what they do. And so they can't help themselves. Neither do we need their validation. Neither do we need their justification. We do not sit around and wait for the camps to say the house of wisdom is number one. We already know we're number one.
Yeah.
The intellectual heft is here. Number one doesn't mean you got 10,000 members. Number one doesn't mean your garments are shiny and your leader is traveling all over the world. That doesn't mean you're number one. And we're not on any kind of scale to try to contend with anybody. Number one means that you are acquiescent to the Heavenly Father. You have the truth. You have the will. You are pleasing the Most High and not yourself. Let's continue.
Abstain from meats which the Most High hath created to be received with thanksgiving of them.
Look at that. Again, thanksgiving don't mean thank you, brother. This is the Thanksgiving offering. Use the meat, the corn, the wine, the oil in your Thanksgiving offering, but it said earlier that they say abstain from that. Why do they say that? Because they learned that in Christianity. How do I know? I learned it in my early days. Oh, all that Leviticus stuff? Christ did away with that. He nailed it to the cross. And you don't have to do that anymore. As a matter of fact, it's such a spell. You can read Leviticus 2, and it sounds like Mandarin.
Yeah.
2-10 dill, bath, and a flower, and a weed. You're like, I don't know what that is. Let me move on to something good. And then you just skip through.
They say that's the fried chicken. That's how you know he is.
There you go, absolutely.
The meat offering.
They said that's Popeye's chicken. Meat offering, fried in a pan. The Heavenly Father is telling you that Satan is going to come against, again, the thing that is the most formidable enemy. He's not going to come against somebody way in the back that can't do any damage. He's going to make sure that the eyes and ears are blinded and deaf so that we can't enact these oblations against him, them, and his unholy minion. These oblations right now are causing catastrophic effect on their dominion. From the popes to the imam to the rabbis, all of them feel it. They won't tell you this, they won't show you this, but those magi, their chief ones, they all feeling it every day, every night, and they wish it would go away. As a matter of fact, when the recent pope passed away, they said he died kicking and screaming. He said he was seeing something on the other side, and he, I quote, "Get these bastards off of me." And he passed away, gave up a heart attack. Cause why? He was being dragged by the angels into Dudiel. And he's there with all the other ones that were in his stead and station. So Hasatan do not want you to know this. He's going to he's going to bring to a small level what we're doing right here. But those who are wise and sagacious and really want to please the Heavenly Father, they will see the continuum. Why did Adam sacrifice? And why did Noah sacrifice? And we know Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and Moses sacrificed. In this final covenant, why would he just turn away and say, I don't want that anymore? When clearly he says spiritual sacrifice. Clearly he says he will accept this new form of sacrifice because Hasatan do not want you to please the Heavenly Father. That's the gist of it, brother.
Khan. My question is in 2 Maccabees 12 and 40, where Judas Maccabees found those items that were consecrated to idols, I guess underneath the garment of his soldiers. Would that be equivalent to like how Saul disobeyed Abba Yahweh when he brought back all those cattle and all that kind of stuff? Were those cattle and stuff like that consecrated to idols, and probably one of the reasons why Abba said destroy it all and he didn't want it?
No, that's not why. That's not necessarily the same thing. With that, the Most High expressly gave a commandment to destroy everything because it's of Amalek. Yep. So he said, as Amalek did not give you passage and he proclaimed destruction upon all of Amalek, he said, go and do my will. So Saul went expressly against the will of Abba Yahweh. So it was a little bit different in that case. And there was no offering that could be given for Saul at that point. Where we see Judas gave offerings for them. Told them go to Jerusalem, give sin offerings for these brothers because they slipped up. They were deceived. So you could tell it went from some sort of deception. They went to Jamnia and they probably said, man, it's the same deity. You didn't know that? We worship the same. It just looks a little different. Go and put it in your pocket. They probably got deceived and tricked, whereas Saul knew exactly what was supposed to happen and he thought he knew better than the Most High. So
I have another question. Similar to that, the strange fire that Aaron's sons got incinerated about. What they weren't able to, from what I've seen, they weren't able to get retribution or sacrifice for them at all either.
Actually, they were.
They were.
So if we read on, right, Moses is consecrating Aaron. It says, don't defile yourselves. Stay in this temple all these 7 days. And he instructs him about these sin offerings, that some you eat and some you don't eat. And so he says you must eat the one that you give for the congregation. He comes back at the end of the consecration and sees they offer a sin offering. He said, why didn't you eat it? What you doing? And he said, man, don't you remember what happened just 7 days ago? Essentially, he's saying, this is for my sons, the priests, that I'm not supposed to eat. So he gave that sin offering up on their behalf, even in their death. So, God.
And then to add to that, this will probably be the last part of it. It takes me back to like Adam and Eve when they ate of the tree, and that had to have been something that was like strange fruit, in a sense that it was a sacrifice that wasn't unto our. Is that but they were able to as well. They were able to do a sacrifice to kind of get retribution for that as well.
That's what the Messiah did. Brought forth that sacrifice to bring forth this new covenant, to bring forth forgiveness that these physical covenants could not give us. However, the punishment was still put forth. Now, but there's a common theme, right? They were deceived and went that way. And so if Adam was just like, man, I don't care about this covenant, I'm going to eat that stuff, there would have been a whole different story, just like Hasatan. There is no forgiveness for him. Just like Cain, he knew right and wrong, but he decided to do the wicked thing, whereas Adam was deceived. So he still has to go through the punishment. But most are willing, at the end of these 7,000 years, there shall be forgiveness for Adam.
That's it.
All right.
Somebody in there asked the question that they always ask.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go through it really quick. They was asking why you wearing a hat and prophesy with that hat on your head, brother. Let's show that we are fully aware of Corinthians, the 11th chapter. And maybe it's possible that the person that asked don't understand what he or she is talking about. Let's go quickly through that in 1 Corinthians, the 11th chapter, and bring that understanding.
He put it on you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, so I'll go ahead and grab it. 1 Corinthians 11 and pick it up at the 3rd verse. But I would have you know that the head of every man is the Messiah, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of the Messiah is Abiyahawah. Every man praying or prophesying having his head covered dishonoreth his head. And priest Rashim, can you grab me Isaiah chapter 30? So when it's talking about the order and structure of the Most High's kingdom, you have Abiyahawah, the Messiah, Hawashai, man, woman. So when it's talking about in verse 4, every man praying or prophesying having his head covered dishonoreth his head, he's saying if you're praying and you have another power that you worship, you then dishonor your head, meaning the Messiah. And this is going to be talked about in Isaiah chapter 30. Let me get that with you. All right. Yep, I'm there.
Starting with verse 1.
Come.
Isaiah chapter 30 and verse 1. Woe to the rebellious children, saith the Most High Abiyahawah.
So he's giving a disclaimer saying, you know, the children of Israel are extremely rebellious, so woe to them. Read.
That take counsel, but not of me, and that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit.
Right, so that same covering we see in 1 Corinthians 11 is also shown in Isaiah chapter 30. That's what it's going over when it's talking about every man praying or prophesying having his head covered, dishonoring his head, meaning if we are out of order, we would be dishonoring the head, who was our head, the Messiah, under the 7th covenant. So just to mention with the hat portion, for one, we're not praying or prophesying, but we're solely teaching. But if we were praying and prophesying with a hat on our head, it wouldn't be a necessary trespass because the physical hat is not worshiping of another power. You want to add on to that?
I got
Con. You got it?
Yeah, I want to add to that. If we can go to Exodus 28, and if you pick up in pick up the 39th verse. We'll just go straight to it. Actually, we'll go straight to 40.
And for Aaron's sons thou shalt make coats, and thou shalt make for them girdles.
So we all know Aaron and his sons were priests. And what did priests do? They spent all day praying and prophesying. So what was the garment? They had coats, they had girdles, what else?
And bonnets shalt thou make for them.
Do you put a bonnet on your kneecap? Bonnet go on your feet? Your bonnet is something that goes on your head. These priests had a head covering on. Aaron had a mitre, and Aaron's sons had bonnets. And these were priests that would prophesy, that would teach, that would pray in the oblation and do the service that we talked about earlier in this class at the brazen altar. So Simon, going up to the brazen altar, having the garment of the priesthood, glorious and holy and honorable, praying, had his head covered. Actually, that comes from Christianity. That's straight Christian. That is straight Gentile culture. When they say when you come in the building, you got to take your hat off. You got to honor the building by taking your hat off. When you greet somebody, you got to take your hat off. When you go into the church, take your hat off. This is all Gentile cultures and customs that people, as the Pharisees were doing, making their customs and their culture of something that Abba has ordained when he did not. The priests have bonnets on. And as Priest Uriah said, this is about the covering and the order of Abba Yahweh. If you are in that order of Abba Yahweh, then your prayers and prophecies are heard. If you are outside of his order, it is not, and you are dishonoring your head, the Messiah, the Prince.
Khan, I'll add to that. Absolutely. The priests had on that mitre or a matazampa, and some will call it a turban today, but they'll say they had a hole in the top of their hat, brother, where the prayers can go through. And if you cover it, the prayers can't make it through that piece of fabric. They trapped. I always say that if a prayer can't make it through this thin piece of fabric, how's it going to go through this ceiling? How's that going to happen? It don't have a chance. Again, Yaredun said it correctly. This is Christian dogma, doctrines of devil, again, trickling into the Hebrew persuasion. This is why you see in church the sisters with the big round UFO frisbee looking hats, because they can wear a hat, and the men take theirs off. Because 1 Corinthians 11, brother. And it's carnal. Very carnal. Let's get real quick, if you will, Numbers, the first chapter. Pick it up in the 4th verse. It's the whole chapter, but I think it'll make sense once you focus on these terms being used. Let's read.
And with you there shall be a man of every tribe, every one head of the house of his father.
Look at what we got. We got the word Rosh again, head. It doesn't mean that dome on your neck sitting between your two shoulders. Rosh or Rashim, the heads of the family. And so we know we file our taxes, the head of the household. They're not saying who got the biggest head in your house. They're saying who is the leader. So that word head means leader. And so Israel look at it and say, now this is a physical head. Jump down, if you will, to the 16th verse. And if you will, Priest Uriah, go back to 1 Corinthians 11.
Numbers chapter 1 and verse 16. These were the renown of the congregation, princes of the tribes of their fathers, heads of thousands.
So these were the Rashim, the Rosh, the heads of thousands. So let's not look at it as if it's a biological function or a part. It is the Rosh, the leader of the family and the leader of the tribes of the family. Now, with that Hebrew spectacles on, let's read 1 Corinthians 11 and 1.
Be ye followers of me, even as I also am of Christ.
So he says, be ye followers of me, as I adhere to the Messiah himself, which we know he follows the statutes, the commandments, and the new Torah, the new laws in the new covenant, the sacrifices. Continue.
Now I praise you, brethren, that ye remember me in all things and keep the ordinances as I deliver them to you.
All right, we often forget this. Keep the ordinances, the order. We just read some of the order, that there are heads of households and heads of tribes and heads of families. Keep this ordinance. Now he's going to go ahead and break down the ordinance. Let's read.
But I would have you know that the head of every man is the Messiah.
All right, so now the Rosh, the leader, the head of every man is the Messiah, because he's our high priest. In this verse, there's nothing ambiguous. They would never say that this is the dome sitting on your shoulder. They would say, yeah, that's Messiah. He's our leader. He's our top. So let's keep that understanding. It's talking about leadership here. The head of every man is Malak-Zadok, Jesus Christ. Let's read.
And the head of the woman is the man.
So the head, the leader of all women, is her husband that are married. We talk about the priesthood being those who are not married, or the father of that child or that woman who's not married. Let's read.
And the head of the Messiah is Abiyahawah.
And so the leader of the Messiah, all of this is talking about Rasheen, leadership. How is it now going to switch over and just start talking about your anatomy? This is, once again, this is poor spirituality. Let's continue to read. Call the chapter and the verse, please.
1 Corinthians 11:4. Every man praying or prophesying, having his head covered.
Any man praying and prophesying, having his head covered. Who is his head? We just read it earlier. Who is it? The Messiah, the Prince. The head of the man is Christ, as the scriptures say. How do you have your head covered? Priest just went to it in Isaiah 30. They make a covering, but not of me. You are under the doctrine of false gods. You have set the Messiah to the side, and you now have a new covenant. It's whatever God you want to name, any deity you want to name. You have left the covering of Abba Yahweh. You have left the covenant, the covering of Malak-Zadok. So any man praying, and he's not under the Messiah, the Prince, he has prayed out of the covering or covenant of the Most High. So this head right here is talking about the Messiah, the Prince. There's a lot of people claiming you can't wear hats, and they don't even believe in the Messiah, the Prince. They are the ones that are not covered. Let's read.
Every man praying or prophesying, having his head covered, dishonoreth his head.
And that head again is Messiah. It's not talking about you dishonor your dome. How do you do that? How do you dishonor your cranium? You dishonor he who is honorable, the Messiah, the Prince, Malak-Zadok. Read.
But every woman that prayeth or prophesieth with her head uncovered dishonoreth her head.
Every woman praying or prophesying, being her leader, her husband, or her father, not her covering. She's doing it alone. She's the Juanita Bidens or any other little prophetess. She's going at it and I don't have no husband. I don't need no husband. I go straight to God. Screw Jesus too. I go straight to God. She is uncovered. Uncovered. And I said it before, some don't want to receive it. A woman shall always be covered. When she's born, she's under the covering of her Abba, her father. When she get married, she's under the covering of her husband. If her husband pass away, she's under the covering of the priesthood until the day that she dies or remarries. She's always covered. Single life, city girl life, all of that is death life. All of that is living in death. Modern world, modern girls, all of this right here is doctrines of devil, making you feel like you've done something when you have done nothing but become uncovered. It's not a good thing to be uncovered. Read that latter part again.
The latter half of verse 5. With her head uncovered dishonoreth her head, for that is even all one as if she were shaven.
Now we went through that as well. Woman's head that was shaven, we're not going to go there. Again, this is Q&A. They shaved the heads of the slaves, all right, to set a difference between a wife and a slave. All right, so when men went to war, and in those days they captured a woman, she could not keep her head. She had to shave it off to set a difference between a wife and a slave and a servant. And so Paul is saying it wasn't an honorable thing to have a woman to be a servant or a slave. So if you do not come under a covering, under a headship, you are like those slave women who had no head, no husband. All right, so that's the gist of it. You got it, priest.
I think that mostly covers it. No pun intended. But there's no other questions.
This comes from Noria Israel. She asks, are priests only the wives? Are priestesses only the wives of priests? And are there any qualifications to be a priestess?
Well, I don't see any priestess in the scriptures. So the
Except
priest,
that wicked one, Athaliah.
yeah, she was a queen. There's no queen in Israel. But the priests are men. Now you do have, out of the holy singers, there was a section of them that were women that came from a priestly family or priestly stock. But the priests, the ones that went to the altar and offered sacrifices, those are all men of the sons of Aaron. And Aaron had daughters, and they were married off sometimes to the kings of Judah. Yeah, there's no priestesses, so they don't have any qualifications. Qualifications are for men. The men have to be upstanding, they have to be righteous. In Moses' time, it said they had to be without blemish. In this covenant, that means their soul must be without blemish. They must be upstanding and righteous, courageous men like the Maccabees, ready to lay down their lives for this cause if they decide and endeavor to be a part of the priesthood. And so with that being the case, I would willing, we're going to pull the priests, those who are looking to be trained in the AP class, from the city of Adam, from the official House of Wisdom membership roster. So join us on the city of Adam if you're looking to be a part of this royal priesthood. If you want to gather with us and join the priest, you must come, enter in the covenant, become an official member, and bring forth the sacrifice, and help us bring forth the sacrifice of Yahweh. So join us on the city of Adam if you're looking to bring forth and assist with us, where we train the priest. You can't just wake up one day and say, I'm a priest. You can't just have a vision and say, I'm a priest. Some people try to do that. The brother brought up Nadab and Abihu. They thought, I knew what to do. I know better than what the Most High instructed us. And fire came down from heaven to consume them. That's why we don't do oblation online, because somebody's going to take it and say, oh, I want to bake my bread. I want to get some Jiffy and break that. You didn't know it had lard in it? The Most High shall bring fire from heaven consume. This is not a light thing. And so we don't just put that out there lightly. Like you can be a priest and do these oblations. You must have a trained priest that knows what they're doing, knows how to give these sacrifices, understands the instruction that was given to actually execute this judgment. Yes, I'm adding.
Khan, I'll add to that. Women cannot be priests, but women can be a part of the priesthood. Now, the priesthood is a confederation of all the divisions of David. And so as Priest Yaredun just said, the holy singers, there were some that were women. And we know that we had Nethinims, or we had people, especially in the Sixth Covenant, that were not of Levi, who dedicated their whole lives unto the church. All right, they became a Nazarene. They dedicated themselves, went through the vow, went through the sacrifice, and they aided and they assist in everything that was done. This is what Paul was talking about in terms of taking the aged women. Don't take them under a certain age because they need to marry. They're going to go back and marry. But if you dedicate her a new covenant Nazarene, she can assist, she can help with with this, she can help with the wine, she can assist with all of these things. Hence the word assist. All right, just like the Nethinims, they can assist and aid in the oblation. They cannot be priests, and women cannot be priests at all. So the Heavenly Father is telling us it's not even just a biological thing. It's a spiritual thing as well. We know that a lot of women are unclean at certain times, and a priest must be clean at all, especially in the Sixth Covenant, the high priest. All right, he must be clean at all. He couldn't even go to his brother's funeral. All right, he couldn't go to his daughter's funeral when she was married. He must be there to offer these oblations in that Sixth Covenant. So the Heavenly Father was saying that there's going to be some sundry times that you live in that a priest must be nimble and ready to jump on it and do it immediately. He can't say I'm biologically unclean right now. I got to be set apart for 7 days. I'll be clean 8 days from now. It cannot happen. And so the Heavenly Father is saying, but there's so many dimensions of spirituality behind it as well. Again, the sister can be a part of the priesthood, but she cannot be a priest. There are matriarchs in the priesthood. Once again, the confederation of all the covenant, all the divisions of David. But again, that priesthood belonged only to male Israelites. Male Israelite only. Now, when it comes to the nations, they must accept this as well, that they cannot be priests. But they can be bishops, and they can be deacons. And they are those who facilitate the oblation amongst their people. Not give it, but assist and aid in giving the oblation amongst their people. So that's the gist of it, sis.
And there's no priestess.
No such thing as a priestess. The priestess is a Gentile approach to it. Again, they've taken it and they've corrupted it. And then you find out that you have like the priestesses of Delphi. This is like the Greek priestesses. And all of that was once again. Or when you look at Jezebel, she too was a priestess. All right, and this was her trespass. This was her great sin. A lot of people in modernity like to say she was a whore. She was not a whore. She was married to a king in Israel. He would not have that. He had power. But when it says terms like seduced him, they think that's sexual. She seduced him to leave Abba Yahweh and worship these idols. And she mandated that Israel worship these idols. She was not only a priest, she was like a high priestess. And she had all of those priests under her. It says the priest of Jezebel. And so she had to be the high priestess. Once again, that is a perverted Gentiles version of what we were doing. So Israel never had priestesses.
I would add to that too. Of course, the women weren't priests, but a lot of times they had pivotal roles in assisting the priests. We see Zipporah came and helped out Moses. If it wasn't for Zipporah, Moses might have been dead and gone. We've had no sixth covenant. Israel would have been exterminated. But she brought his son to be circumcised on that 8th day. We see Jehoshaphat. She brought forth David's son when Allah was trying to exterminate all of them. All of David's lineage was destroyed except Joash. And she, being the priest's wife, preserved him and brought him to the priest. So these sisters do have pivotal roles in assisting the priesthood in their ministry to Abba Yahweh. Not as priestesses, but as assistants and helpers to the priest. That's it for questions? All right, well with that, we'll go ahead and shut down the class. Once again, let's be mindful of the martyrs of the Maccabees, who stood strong even in the face of death and suffered death. In some of the stories and accounts we couldn't go through for the sake of time. But they stood strong and faced death head on. And in doing so, got themselves honor and became a solid witness to bring forth their testimony in the court of Abba Yahweh against the wicked workers who killed them, who destroyed them, and destroying our people. So let's all do the same. Let's have the same fire and veracity within us and the same zeal to not allow us to go away and our people to go away from the laws of Abba Yahweh, to keep them and give sacrifices in this new covenant. That is the whole thing that our brothers were protecting, was the sacrifices, the oblations in the holy city. Let us gather together in these feast days to give the Most High sacrifice in due season. May peace offerings and thanksgiving offerings be multiplied amongst all the saints. Shalom.
Shalom.